And if you were going to talk to yourself 10 years ago, what advice, if you were going to give advice, would you give that person?
If I was going to say anything to myself 10 years ago, it would just be keep your eyes open and you'll get where you need to go.
You need to be really good at marketing to be able to have the opportunity and the permission to be able to sell, is my view, in a nutshell.
I think when we look at marketing and sales and output of content, the more you do it, the easier it gets, my opinion.
What role do you feel trust plays either in business or in marketing specifically? Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode in What's Missing in Marketing Today. Today, we're going to be talking to Tom all about his opinions on marketing. And before we get into it, Tom, could you give the audience a little bit of context on who you are? And of course, answer our opening question. What do you feel is missing in marketing today?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having me on, Carlton. I really appreciate it.
No, you're welcome.
Who am I? I am Tom Jepson. I am a coach for self-employed people, mostly parents, mostly working parents, should I say. And I'm here to help them take some of the out of doing business for themselves, because it's really quite hard balancing doing a business that you want to do, parenting, caring, all the dynamics that come with it. I am a full-time parent. Also, I'm a full-time carer as well. So I am living and breathing all the stuff that I do with my clients. To answer your question, what is missing in marketing today? I think selling is missing in marketing today, is what I think is missing.
Okay.
And I'm sure we can dive down into that hot topic momentarily.
I mean, just to build off that, my personal view, I personally think they're separate, right? I think they are mutually exclusive. You can't have one without the other, right? But you need to be really good at marketing to be able to have the opportunity and the permission to be able to sell, is my view, right? In a nutshell. Why do you think then, let me build off the question, why do you think specifically then it is missing in the marketing then? Like, what do you, like when you say that, is it not sales driven in respect to, like, sometimes we don't do call to actions or we don't have that quote ask, or is it, because I would argue you shouldn't be direct selly, or would you disagree?
So this is a very big topic, and I know we could go for hours just on this one point. So to give some context, I have a daily newsletter. Daily. I send an email to a mailing list every damn day. And because I'm well versed at that, I am practiced in what I offer to people, there is a call to action which could be deemed as a sales pitch every day. Yeah. It's never like buy my stuff, because I'm not going to ram that down people's throat when they're actually, what I want to do is give them something of value. But I know that for some people, seeing a continual offer every day could be quite off-putting. I can tell you exactly why I do it, because if I get new subscribers and I hit them on a day without an offer, they're never going to see it.
Yeah.
So contextually, I know it doesn't work for some people. When we take it out of the sphere of direct communication and put it into something like LinkedIn, I'll say that LinkedIn is the only social media platform I use. I do not have energy or the want to use any others. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not. I don't know. But I don't have the energy for it. In the context of LinkedIn, my filter bubble tells me that there's a lot of chat around personal brand and personal marketing and relationship building. Yep. And I get it. I'm here for it. I just want to talk to people. But when I want to say, hey, folks, here is a thing that I have built. Here is a service which I offer, and I want you to buy it. In this moment, I'm not making it so difficult for you to receive this that you have to get to know me for weeks and weeks before, so then you can benefit it. I'm offering you something now which you can buy with money so I can feed my children. When that sort of message comes out, it either disappears because the algorithm says, no, you mustn't sell to people. people just don't act on it because for whatever reason they don't find it engaging content. Or any other reason that you could possibly want for that thing disappearing. But I think there's just this almost acceptance that it's not, I'm going to use the word acceptable. I know it's a big word to use. I'm going to say that it's accepted that it's not acceptable to sell in that way. And honestly, when you mix that into the marketing that we do with our content posts and our emails and our podcasts and all of that jazz, if we don't feel that we are able to do that one thing and have it be effective, how are we ever going to be able to run a business?
I think, there's a lot I could pull out of there, but I think the unique perspective for me is there's a lot of conversation, especially at the moment, around people are concerned about the up and coming budget at the time of streaming, etc. Right? Like, people are concerned about like what's going to happen at Christmas and like where things are and etc. And I'm in a very fortunate position where like this month is manic, this month is crazy, but I'm still building the time to have this live stream, have this broadcast, have this conversation with you, because I think it's important to obviously add value and continue that process of constant development, constant growth, but also I'm always aware that I need to bank content whenever I can. And the key, I guess, to build off your previous point about sales is, I guess, to most people who may be listening to this, you need to ask yourself, from my view at least, where you are in business. And if you are in a position where you need to make money and you need to generate cash flow, then absolutely you should be pushing more sales. And there's nothing, I don't believe, wrong with that, because that might be the reason why you're in business next year, right? Now, in a world where you don't need that and you could be perceived, or one could perceive you as quote unquote being greedy just to make revenue for the sake of revenue, not implying that's what you're doing, but some could imply that, right? I think then you can look at it and go, okay, well, when do you want this quote cash out from what you're doing now, right? Is it in a week, a month, a year? Right? Because if it's towards the year mark, then I would argue that in our content, we should be trying to add value. Not saying you shouldn't have a call to action, because a call to action could actually be, hey, you really enjoying this? You'll probably enjoy the content I put on my YouTube channel or the newsletter I put out, etc. Right? So I think sometimes when we look at quote sales, we're sometimes looking very transactional. Right? We're looking at, I've got this power hour to sell, I've got this coaching thing to sell, I've got this course to sell, I've got this ticket thing to sell, whatever it is, and we just push to that instead of thinking actually, because I would say you should have a call to action in every piece of content you do, but it should be in relevance and understanding with where the business is and what the business needs from you, and how much I guess in some ways how much good karma you have with your established audience, whether that's on socials, YouTube, email list, etc., depending on your method of articulation. How do you mix that when you do call to actions, building off your previous point? Is it hey, come and buy my thing always, or is it actually, hey, I've done this other thing? Like, let's for example, you may say, hey, I just did this amazing conversation with Carlton, here's a link to it if you would find that interesting.
That's an interesting question, and I do mix up the calls to action because I'm fully aware, I've been doing this business thing for a long time. I've been a freelancer for twice as long. I've been employed for twice as long as that, back in days of employment. I've been around the block. I know how this machine works. But to the same end, I don't have a damn clue how it works, because mixing up the calls to action, consistent blocks of, it's not like one day is, buy my coaching. The next day is, oh, look, there's a thing. It's going to be consistent blocks of action to take. So yeah, I do mix it up. But to the same degree, it always comes back to the same thing of, this is the core thing that I offer. This is how I want to engage with you and how I would like you to engage with me, regardless of whatever medium, method or action we get there. If I'm posting on LinkedIn, chances are the call to action will either be connect with me here or sign up to the newsletter. Those two, because I know that if I get somebody into the newsletter ecosystem, they have actively opted in, and I can then actively let them know who I am, what I'm for, and what I can offer them, and how it will help.
Yeah, and I think, I guess, go on. I was just going to say, I mean, I think for me, it's about understanding when you're serving, and understanding how to serve. But
the point is, I mean, not to cut you off, but I think there's a point at which we say, should we not always be serving? Like everything, every action, every piece of content. Again, my 2 cents, big chefy pinch of salt. Everything comes with value. Everything comes with a desire of, actually, if I was sat down with somebody in a coffee shop, what would I want to tell them, and how would I like them to benefit from this conversation? You know, it's not the generic, here's 10 lessons that I learned as an entrepreneur of 20 years old. You know, here's what I'm doing in Bali with my remote nomading, you know, and that's my high horse, which I'm sure we'll get onto later. But to like pull the thread of service, yeah, I believe that if you are in a business, if you are in business, there is always going to be an element of service to your customers, regardless of whether it's paid, whether it's free, whether it's interactional, whether it's transactional. You know, put something out there, because that then is the marketing, and then you can direct the sale.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not an expert in sales. People know this way better than I do. Because they make jobs out of it. I haven't. But I do believe that aspect is almost becoming culturally unacceptable, because people don't want to be sold to, and that's okay, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't do it.
I think the reason why I paused was because I was just thinking, do people not want to get sold to, or do we need to position it in such a way where it doesn't feel like we're selling it to them, right? What I think you're referring to there is, like, I don't want to be hard sold to, right? Yeah. Like, I don't know you, but you can buy my thing, thanks, right?
For some, it works for some, and that's great. You know, people. I don't think it's ever going to work for me personally, so I probably would never do it. But in terms of, I don't want to feel like I'm selling to somebody. No, absolutely. I have to feel like I'm selling to somebody. Otherwise, what am I doing? I'm not. Otherwise, it's a hobby.
Yeah.
Like, at some point, I need to be in selling this thing mode.
Yeah.
You know, I'll offer somebody 45 minutes on the phone with me for free. I will pay attention to them. I will direct that conversation in a way which is pure coaching. I won't sell to them in the service element of that call.
Yeah.
They're gonna know at the end of it what I can do to help them if they want to take it further. But the service comes first.
Yeah.
And then once that has been rounded out, I can then go, well, look, here's your call to action. This little piece is me saying, here's what you can buy if you want to.
Yeah.
And I think it's that mindset of, okay, you're allowed to sell what you do because you're damn good at it. And people need to know that. Otherwise, how the hell are they going to buy it from you?
When did you choose daily? Because I think so many people, they struggle with, I'm going to spam people, right? Like, I post when I'm not in like crazy work mode with lots going on, etc. Like, I would post like 4 or 5 times a day, etc. across socials. Like, I'll be very visible, but I'm aware of how interest graph works rather than social graph. So I'm interested to see how kind of like you thought about daily like email marketing. Why daily, right? Because I guess some people are going to listen to this and say, well, Tom, that's spammy, right? That's too much. That's crazy, right? You don't want to oversaturate your audience, etc., etc., etc.
It's not for them then, is it? That's my answer to that. It's not for them. I started, my newsletter journey began a couple of years ago as a consistent activity. It started monthly. After 3 months, it went to twice a month. at the beginning of, where are we now? Near the end of 2025. Beginning of this year, it went to weekly on a Monday. And then I got to a point in the middle of August, just before the summer holidays began, where I went, you know what? I've got too much to say.
Mm.
I've got too many things that I want to share with people. And I believe I have the energy and the momentum to do this. So I started winding it up a little bit. And as of the 1st of October, every day, it's 250 odd words of a story, something that's inspired me, something that I found funny or interesting, a life thing. You know, it might be a straight sales email. They can be peppered in. It's a business newsletter.
Yeah.
But I found that from the beginning of October to today, when we're recording this, sorry for suddenly removing the evergreen content barrier, but we can say over the course of the last 5 weeks of doing this consistent daily activity, I have found that my writing has gotten better. Not to toot my own trumpet, but it was pretty good before. But being able to write and have a funnel and a channel for consistently telling a story, it's made me better, you know? And the performance has done what I thought it was going to do. I gained a handful of subscribers and I lost a handful of subscribers. About as many, it was about parity for the in and the out. And I knew that that was going to happen because I was sending people something daily.
Yeah.
I was putting an action in there daily.
Yeah.
So, like having it in the last 5 weeks and actually going, you know what, this experiment's worth doing and this is worth following.
Yeah.
And I'm going to keep pressing on.
From my view, speaking about like daily posting reels or daily posting on social across all platforms, blah 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 blah. I think me it's very similar, right? Like I remember I did a workshop in September, and an old friend, but also someone whose wife followed me, said something on the lines of, "Fucking hell, Carlton, you're everywhere," and she ended up tuning off and like unfollowing me, and I was like, "Okay, cool, but would she ever buy from me?" And the answer was no. I was like, "Okay, well then, in the nicest way possible, thank you so much for the time you spent with me, and thank you so much for the support you gave on the content, but." You know, actually, maybe you're not the right person, and I think that's the key. And I think sometimes, like, I could quote a million people, but the crux of like any marketing is just a shit ton of work in a window of time to get a result. Right? The work as a whole is probably going to be the same whether you do it across 6 months. Like, if you want the result, you can do it across 6 months and get the results in 6 months, or you can do it across 2 weeks and get the results in 2 weeks. But you have to have the same amount of like output than you would have in that 6 months, in that 2 weeks. And that is going to annoy some people. That is going to quote, "Oh, fuck's sake, Tom, you're there again," right? "Oh, fuck's sake," etc. But like also just to pick apart a little bit what you said, the key I think for the person listening who's maybe considering something like this, whether this is daily posting on YouTube, daily posting shorts, daily posting Instagrams, writing an email, whatever it may be, writing a blog, etc. For me, it's, can you make that 1% improvement? Right? Because what you're talking about there, the reason why you're getting better is because, and you may not feel it, right, at the time. It's only in hindsight when you look back. But if you go, like, if I look at where the podcast was and arguably like, why is what's missing in marketing today, quote, successful or quote, doing well? Actually, it's because I've 1%ed it every episode since June. Right? By the time this pre-recorded version of this episode I expect comes out, it'll probably be 5 to 7, maybe 20 times better than as it sits today. Right? Why is that? Because every episode I'm functioning and I'm saying, and it comes with practice, right? Like anything, right? You can't expect to be in great shape if you don't work out every day, right? In my opinion, right? You can do 3 days a week if you want. That's up to you, right? In the same way, you can do 3 emails a month or 3 emails a week, etc. But it would be wrong of me not to ask you about like this huge volume, this huge value add, this huge amount of work, and not talk about, do you think the modern expectations of marketing can lead to, especially smaller entrepreneurial business owners, getting to burnout?
There's the word burnout. Is that? I mean, just to to give burnout its place for a moment. Yeah, I think that specific symptom comes from trying to do a lot of stuff that you don't enjoy, that you are not equipped to do. You might be capable of doing it, but in that moment you're not equipped to do it, and that you maybe don't acknowledge that something else needs to be set down. So to give burnout the thing, yeah, I think when we look at marketing and sales and output of content, the more you do it, the easier it gets. My opinion. If you come to it and say, oh, this is really hard work, I don't know what to post, I don't think I want to be sold to. For a start, you're coming at it from a place of fear for whatever reason, because you don't want to do it because it might feel a bit scary to put yourself out there. You don't want to do it because it might feel a bit scary about actually selling yourself.
Yep.
It might feel a bit scary to put your 2 cents on a live stream with somebody who you're really pleased to talk to.
How dare you have an opinion, Tom?
How fucking dare you have an opinion about something that might upset somebody? I specifically today, I had that conversation with someone on LinkedIn because they posted the very same thing. It's like, we just can't have a conversation anymore because you might offend someone. Like, it is up to us to communicate with our best intention. Whatever that best intention is, we've got to put it out there. How somebody receives it is not on you. And I think when we start to take on the burden of the recipient in terms of, and I feel like I should be careful about what I'm saying here because this could be very heavily misconstrued as me being a complete asshole. I care deeply about what I send to people and that they will receive some value from it.
Yep.
If they read it and go, no, that guy's a dick, that's not on me. I can't control that.
But surely it's the intention, though, right?
The intention that I want someone to read it and go, that guy's a dick.
No. So like when you create content in the same way I create content, I always go from a perspective of an intention of, I'm going to add as much value to whoever is. 100%. I'm grateful enough to have the time of the time, right? That's
it. But I think the point is, when it comes to the kind of the small business owner, the working parent, the full-time carer trying to run something that they need to run or want to run to maintain their own sense of self, when things like taking on the burden of somebody else's receipt of your content and worrying too much about how are they going to receive this, regardless of intent, at that point, you start to run out of energy because you then don't have the energy to give to the content, to the message, to the service, because you're spending it worrying how someone is going to receive it, and then you start to burn out. Because and then it just becomes cyclical, and then you don't want to do it, and then you don't do it, and then you beat yourself up because you're not doing it, and then you get all worried and sad that you're not doing it and that you should be doing more, you must be doing X, Y, and Z, and it just becomes this kind of self-fulfilling, it's cyclical, kicking your own ass, because realistically you're worrying about something that is so far outside of your control, it's worth working through it to let that go. And then you can just send a daily email with the best intention, with content that you believe is good. It might not hit the mark that day, so what? Try again tomorrow. But you can do it without worrying that somebody's going to tune out, because as you said before, if they tune out, it's probably not for them, and that's okay. The same goes with daily posting. I mean, I try to post daily on LinkedIn. Presence, makes me a bit sad sometimes. But as you take away that fear of, am I going to get cancelled? Is this message going to miss the mark? Is this any other thing? Chances are, worst that's going to happen, no one's going to see it.
And if they do, they're going to have some other thing happen, right? Like I can't remember exactly said to me, but a client many years ago said 95% of the things that you do and you worry about, no one's going to give a shit about because they've got 15 other things to worry about that aren't you or anything to do with you, right? You know, we're very internal creatures in that respect, you know.
It's almost like being a little over empathetic, and again, not being a dick, caring about how other people are is incredibly important. It's the crux of my business. It's the crux of me as a human being.
Yeah,
I care about how other people are.
I was going to say, you could arguably care, but I also, like, so I'll give you an example. I care about how your business is, right? I care about how everyone's business is, even if they're a competitor of mine. However, it's still none of my bloody business how their business is, right? Whether it's going well, whether it's not, whether it's whatever, whichever end of this spectrum we're talking about, right? Whether they're doing incredibly well, incredibly successful, and they have a record-breaking months, or the opposite end of the spectrum, they're about to go bankrupt and they're actually like swimming in miles and miles and miles of debt. Okay, right. I can care and I can empathize as a human to a human and a business owner to a business owner. But the reality is it's still got nothing to do with me. Right? The only things I should focus on is me, my business, and what I'm doing. And staying in my lane and moving myself forward. Do you agree?
I like the awareness. I'm very much attuned to being aware of what is going on around. Because then you know, if you see a strategic opportunity to make a move, you can make a move.
Yeah.
You know, you see a gap in this is how the best products come out. You see a gap in the market, you fill it.
Yeah.
You know, but as you say, how somebody is doing day to day, if they are not publicly putting it out there on the line, telling their story all the time, because they want it to be seen.
Mm.
And I mean, like, not a curated version. I mean, the whole nine, just open book stuff. Then no, you're absolutely right. It's none of your business. You can be interested and you can still care. Every person that I know on a personal level, I care about how they're doing, how their work is, how life is, you know, how the family are, how much detail they give to me is up to them. Because some stuff just ain't my damn business.
Yeah.
But understanding that they're at least there, being empathetic to that is good. But you know, to circle back around to the over empathizing, as you say, when you get to the point of actually that's not your damn business, then you can stop. You can go, all right, I've used my energy to this point. I can put it back into marketing myself. I can put it back into selling myself. I can put it back into serving other people who are actually on my doorstep waiting to be served.
Yeah.
I think it's knowing where and how to channel that energy to build the right boundary and really to keep yourself safe.
Do you think business owners struggle to give or set boundaries, either with clients, with colleagues, with friends, with marketing, with themselves, with family, with friends?
Yes. I'll elaborate on that.
Well, there we go.
No, there's the answer.
And if so, why?
No, that's a really good. Is it? Sorry, that was a veiled attempt at humor. Yes, absolutely, I do. I mean, everyone does because they're creatures of service. You know.
Does it come from that? If I don't say yes to this job, there's not going to be another one coming thing. Do you think, in some case, like in that specific nuance?
As part of it, yeah. I mean, I've been reworking a workshop that I ran eons ago, all about saying no to things, which is, you know, coming down the pipe at some point. Hopefully, by the time the published version of this comes out, people will actually see it and it'll be live. But I think that because prioritization is hard. Separating yourself from your work is hard. Separating you from the public version of you can be kind of hard. Separating different facets of work and life is hard. Just establishing boundaries and maintaining them is hard. Like being able to go, you know what? I'm stopping work at 3 and I'm not going to answer my emails till tomorrow morning because it's family time now. You still get the little itch, you know? Sat down, scrolling on TV, like while the TV's on, you get an email pings and you go, oh, I'm just going to answer that now. You could just not because nothing's going to happen. But it's maintaining that boundary because you get that little itch of if I don't do it now, somebody else might get there first, or I might forget. I might be busy. You know, it's difficult to maintain it. And again, a lot of the time, in my opinion, it comes back around to being afraid of something. Forgetfulness, busyness, and sometimes you just kind of need to go, okay, well, if something happens, it happens. That's kind of a future me problem. Right now, I've decided that this is my boundary, and that's more important.
Yeah, and I think as long as you can reflect on every situation, every job, every etc., like whatever it is you're doing, whatever you're trying to achieve, whether you're trying to launch a podcast, newsletter, work with a new client, do marketing, whatever it is, or do sales or whatever it is, as long as you can actually hand on heart say you did your best and it was in line with what you were or wanted or needed at the time, and or like, I think it's interesting, right? Because I think sometimes we act as if we're busy, or we imply that we're busy, or we are busy, or etc. But actually, in reality, what we're actually saying is, at the moment, the thing you're asking me to do cannot be a priority. In crux, if someone ever asked you, in my opinion at least, oh, I'm too busy for that, what they're actually saying is, no, right now that's not a priority. So personally, something I've done the last couple of years is whenever I have a situation which is like, hey, I know I said, or I know we said, or I know you're expecting me to do X or Y, I will give you a realistic timeline regardless of how that makes you feel in the short term. And that might be, oh, you know, etc. But it's actually, I'm not doing you a good service if I don't give you clear, concise, and transactional or transparency within my communication style. Because the reason why someone would get upset or pissed off is because you said, Tom, you would get me that thing a week ago, 2 weeks pass, 3 weeks pass, and then it slipped through the gap, right? That, look, I'm not saying mistakes don't happen, but what, you know, if you said to me, let's say we were working together and you said, hey, it's going to be like 3 weeks, I'm like, okay, cool. But then I'm not expecting it next week. I'm expecting it in 3 weeks, you know?
I mean, that's almost kind of a side point, isn't it, really? That's just being good at what you do and doing what you say you were going to do.
Yeah. But do you think we struggle sometimes? Because, like, especially when we win, like, the client, right? The client of my dreams, or the project of my dreams, or the money of my dreams, or the project is amazing because it pays me X, or it's actually a great opportunity, etc. We have this, like, want to, I'll do it tomorrow. Oh, it's done tomorrow.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say that if a client, for example, would expect you to bend over backwards and not maintain your boundaries and your working practices as a self-employed business owner, they are not the client of your dreams. End of.
Do you think that can change over time? I was just going to ask you. So, like, where we were, say, like, so for me personally, like, my target client, my target expectations, etc., 3 years ago were completely different to now.
Yeah, for real, man. I mean, the dial shifts, and it shifts because you learn, not maybe because your clients learn. It could be because the clients learn, but it's more about what you, best in the world, it's about what you want.
I would argue, though, that you get a reflection of what you, like, enforce in respect to boundary setting, right? Like, so, like, like, for me, like, you can set a boundary you like. The question is what happens when it gets tested.
Well, that's exactly it. If you let's say use the example of it's 4 o'clock, you know, you sat down with the kids, you're getting them in from school, getting snack time and everything, and a client's decided for whatever reason that that's the time they want to have a meeting. you can handle that in any number of ways. And again, we can tie this straight back to marketing. This whole point, we can tie this straight back, because it is, you could just say no. You could go, no, I don't do that. That's crossing my line. You could say, okay, I might flex this once, but I'm going to reinforce it in a way which says it's not happening again. Or you could set it up from the outset by positioning yourself with your marketable material, with your boundaries, with the expectation setting from the off that says, actually, this is never going to happen because my priorities are this, this, and this. Serving you is within those priorities. But this is the line. And as I said before, if their client decides that that's not good enough, they're not your client.
Well, yeah, and then also possible they can go somewhere else, you know.
They can go, somebody else will flex for them. Somebody else will flex. And I know that context is everything. Yes, there have been times when I have had to completely smash down my boundaries because the project scope of something has changed. Like, it's happened recently. It was very painful for me. Like, it wrote off days of time, weeks of time that I thought I was going to be able to spend with the family, but I had to do it. I had to, because money would have been lost. And in today's economy, at some point, yes, you do need to go.
I was going to say, does that come back to kind of what I opened with, which is like, you need to understand what the business is required for you? Like sometimes you need to eat the shit, so to speak.
Sometimes, but the best one in the world. I'm 42 years old. I've been doing this for eons. I ain't eating shit for anybody. I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
But in this occasion, I went, you know what? The scope of this has changed. You've acknowledged that it's changed and that the work you're asking me to do is borderline unreasonable. But I'm going to do it because A, I'm not a diva. I'm not going to throw my toys out the pram and say, oh, screw you guys. That's bad business. But the acknowledgement from everyone is that actually this is crossing a line. So yeah, context is everything, but being able to control that yourself is what is important in this. The client, because they know how I work and they know my boundaries, we've worked together for a long time, I marketed that to them from the beginning.
Yep.
I don't need to sell them on that. They already know. So having that within your control, I think, is also very important as to how you can put yourself out there and say, I'm the one who's saying when this line moves.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of bridges onto my next question, which was going to be like, what role do you feel trust plays either in business or in marketing specifically? So if it's in a marketing context, it would be building trust with your ideal client, your ideal audience, etc. And if it is in a client context, it would be then how do you utilize and or keep that trust?
Brilliant question. So I'll put my coaching hat on now. So for me as a coach, through my marketing, people need to know a small number of things. I mean, the first thing is obviously that I am a coach and that I am good at what I do. They need to know that from the off. Once they know that, we can kind of go, okay, that's the functional practical. We'll just cast that aside. I know this thing about him now. After that, it's then getting to know me. What do I bring to the table? Who am I? Who is this guy? And then through the stories, through the communication, the conversation, it builds this rapport. It builds the camaraderie. And eventually the camaraderie and the rapport turn into trust. Because that kind of communal safe space has been built through the messaging, through the back and forth on email, through the DMs, through the networking. and somebody knows they could rock up in a one-to-one with you and you'd have a great chat, because at least the space you hold there together for that 30 minutes or whatever, you've established that and it's good. It does take time. It's not just a case of me going out to people and saying, hey, I'm a coach, I'm really good at what I do, look, I'm a nice guy, you're a neat guy. So it takes work. It takes a lot of trust in yourself as well to be able to go, you know what, this is what I stand for, this is who I am, and who I am is okay. I don't really need to flex or change or bend for anybody, because this is who I am. How that is reflected into work once effectively you have somebody pass the post, so as we said before, that's just showing up and doing what you do to the best of your abilities. Yep. I hold safe space for people. When we get into a coaching call, effectively this little oblong window, that is our safe space and our boundary. Nobody else is getting in there. Nobody else is hearing what's going on in that space. And I have to reinforce that explicitly. It's not a kind of an unknown, oh, is this safe space? Is this something that people are going to know? It's like, no, I will state it up top. This is what you can trust and expect from this interaction. And the kind of the same goes for the precursor with one-to-ones and emails and everything as well. This is a safe space. I'm not going to go and, publish the ins and outs of a social call I had with somebody on LinkedIn. It might inspire something.
Yeah.
But it's the trust is never broken in that way of like, I'm going to take exactly what you've said and name you.
I think it's different, right? Like, again, it's context, right? Like, being inspired by a action or showing a behind the scenes process, like, for example, for me, like, people ask me all the time, it's like, how do clients feel about the behind the scenes process? Well, like, me sharing production, me sharing how I do it, etc., right? Like, a lot of people, the honest answer is actually they like it. They like that extra exposure. They like seeing it from my point of view. But it's just part of my sales journey, right? It's something that I have a conversation with very early on, and I establish very quickly what kind of project is this, right? Is this going to be a collaborative project where we both win? They get great content, I get great content, and I get paid, happy days, right? Or is it going to be a very stringent, very NDA'd or non-disclosure agreement, very contractual, very show up, get paid, go home, F off, right? Kind of agreement, right? And, I guess, what do I do more of now? Probably the more collaborative side, right? Just the nature of the business, etc. Cool. But that's also, and again, I had a reality this morning, which was the same, which was like, actually the old of me would have been like, this annoys them, but the person I am now is like, no, that's just not me anymore. And obviously I won't go into detail on that specific thing, but it leads on to my next question really nicely, which is like, how do you either help people, or maybe someone listening to this, if they're looking at their marketing or etc., and maybe they want to move into that next stage, whatever that is for them, that next season, whether it's we have a 9 to 5, we're looking to do our own thing, gain our own freedom, gain etc., and all the benefits that come with, but also all the stresses, of course, that come with working for ourselves, and or we've been working for ourselves for 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, whatever, and we're looking to scale up. We're looking to do that scary, we're going to up our prices, change our value perception. What would you say to those people who are, as I say, kind of, I think there's two camps potentially who are listening. A, in a 9 to 5 who are looking to make the jump, or B, maybe they've been doing it, they built good momentum, but they're kind of like, if I up my prices, I'm going to lose on my clients.
I mean, that's a very specific scenario, the whole upping the prices, losing the clients thing. And it comes up more often than you'd think. Broad strokes, I would always ask the question, who are you now? And then, who would you like to be? And then, who now can help you become who you'd like to be? And it always comes back to the self, the understanding that the person in the middle of this storm in a teacup, in fact, the teacup in a storm, is you. You're the one who is steering it. You're the one who makes the decision at the end of the day. You know, you have, I have, pretty much everyone we know collectively who is self-employed has had to have that pull yourself up by the bootstraps conversation and go, you know what? I'm leaving my job. I'm going to go and do it for me. And at that moment, you say to yourself, well, okay, this is who I am today, leaving my job. But tomorrow, who do I want to be? Do I want to be the person who's just left their job and is now running around like a headless chicken panicking? Or do I want to be the person who has gone, I've started something new?
Yeah.
Still scary. I talked a lot about fear in the last sort of 45 minutes. But it starts with you.
Yeah. And I think just to build on that from a marketing context, I had a realization yesterday when I was talking to a client at the time of broadcast, and they were like, it's how they react. So we were talking about their brand in Pacific, and for obvious reasons I won't go into detail, but we were talking about how I perceive their brand. And what really stood by to me was then how they reacted to my feedback on what I was saying about their brand, if that makes sense, right? Because it was like, hold on, this person sees me as a pinnacle marketing voice, and that's why they value what I'm saying, right? It doesn't actually matter, in a nutshell, what I said, right? It was actually, and it was something along the lines of, hey, we really appreciate that because you're a strong marketing voice, etc. And yet, like, clearly, and this is the thing I was going to bridge in when you communicate, when you market. If you want the clients that are going to send you around the country, you want the larger scope, you want the larger projects, you have to ask yourself from backwards, and this is exactly what I did, that's why I'm bringing it up. You have to ask yourself, what content would they consume? How can I get their attention for long enough to build trust with them? But also, how can I show them that I'm worth the call? I'm worth the investment. I'm worth the, because etc. Not even like, first it's the time, then it's the money, right? And I think for me, that's the key. And that's where I think, speaking personally in my own marketing from previously, that's where I potentially was wrong, or where I was doing things unoptimally or wrong. And that kind of bridges onto that thing of, if you're going to post daily, it won't be for everyone thing as well, right? Like, especially if you're looking at socials, you have to have a level of volume to be able to rise above the noise, to be able to show up enough so that people realize, okay, yeah, you are serious. And regardless, I guess, in some ways, as maybe like a footnote on that, a sign of success sometimes is actually other people talking to you in a more negative connotation at times, right? And what I mean by that isn't a direct client. It could be a quote, rival podcast, a old friend, a old person. And what I always ask myself is, what is their intention when they're coming with that information, or etc., and or do they have all the context, right? But I guess the question that comes from that is, kind of, we've answered it in regard to hate comments, but I guess it's, I've had it personally in my own personal network at times where people have said, like, especially when I'm trying to build like a side plan marketing wise, or a side like revenue stream potentially that hasn't started making money yet, it's like, yeah, but you should be doing your client work. Yeah, but you should be doing the thing that previously worked. Especially if that comes from your mother, your sister, your brother, your friends, your close people, the people who are close to you. I mean, how do you, or would you say to somebody, if you're going to, talk to them about that, how would you recommend they, I guess, challenge that, deal with that, articulate that, reflect on that, etc.?
Good question. When people come to you with commentary, we all get it. As I said before, I've had emails from people saying, love your content, stop selling every day. Which my answer is, thank you for your feedback.
But no.
but no. Not in so many words, although some days you would just like to go, well, fuck you, buddy. we don't do that. It's not particularly.
Yeah, but also just to quickly interject, you have every right to say, well, look, if you don't enjoy what I'm doing here, you can watch something else, right? And or read something else, or it's consume something, etc.
Again, context is everything. Thankfully, a lot of the time I can look at. I don't know. I never like to defer to data, but I can look at the numbers and go, well, has that person been subscribed to me for a long time? And if they have and they don't like the selling, and they still hang around, I know they can kind of ignore it and it's fine. But to come back to the question of commentary from outsiders, first, I would always, I caveat this with, you're a human being. Okay, you're a human. Humans react to things in very, very funny ways, whether or not you are a trained coach who knows how to be impartial, or you are a rocket scientist or an astronaut who is actually trained to be out in space when things are on fire. People react to things in very, very funny ways. So if somebody comes to you and says, "Oh, are you really enjoying what you do? Surely you'd just like to get a regular job." There might be no intention behind that whatsoever. It might be an innocent question. Or it could be them going, actually, I see that you've not made any money for 3 months and it looks like you're struggling a bit. Is there another option for you out there?
Or, just to quickly interject, or it might be, shit, you're doing better than I thought you were going to do. Please go and get a job because it makes me feel better about not pursuing something.
I mean, personally, I've never experienced that. If it was ever to happen, brill, because obviously somebody is seeing a margin of success and they're then envious, what have you, But again, as we said before, how you receive what you're putting out into the world kind of ain't on you.
Yeah.
Or how someone else received it, should I say. But being able to open the conversation is important.
Yeah.
If the conversation is worth having. Sometimes it's just not worth having. Someone coming to you and saying, looks like it's a bit of a difficult one, should you not have just stuck with X, Y, and Z? Or, depending on who they are, what they know of you, what they've learned through your conversations, communication, family member, client, ex-client, audience member, whatever.
Yeah.
Sometimes the conversation is not worth having because it just opens you up to expending your energy in a place where you're going to get no return. Sometimes it is worth having in that it's a learning opportunity for you, and that you can then potentially bring someone on side, or have them as a contrarian. Everyone loves a contrarian.
But again,
because they can teach you things.
Yeah.
And that then immediately weighs into, well, if somebody is being a contrarian and at some point they could potentially become a client, now I can learn something and I can then talk to them better.
Yeah. And well, that's what I was going to add. I think it's really contextual, but like for me, if it was maybe someone you connected to personally, like family or someone really close to you, in the nicest way possible, you need to, like, I always strip that line personally, where I want to make sure they're heard, but also in the nicest way possible. Again, it goes back to that, it's not really your concern, right? Like, what I do with the business in the nicest way possible, unless they're like directly involved in it. But like, if it's just like my mother, or like, and this is not aiming at any of these people, like, but just examples, right? If it's my sister, or if it's my brother, or it's my mother, or girlfriend, etc., boyfriend, so on. Normally it comes from a place of care. Normally it comes from a place of, hey, shouldn't you be doing something that pays money, right? Or shouldn't it be like, in some ways they're saying, actually, hey, that thing you're currently doing, I don't personally believe it's going to do what you think, right? Because they look at the evidence, and it's ironic because at the start of a business, when I remember when I was having the idea of product media in my head, I was like, everyone was saying to me, "Oh no, go get a job. Oh, it's not going to work." because you don't have the track record. But now I have the track record of making it work across the period of time I've made it work. I'm like, I just personally ask myself, is this going to move what I'm trying to do faster, forward, or is there a level of learning that can happen, or both, right? And when I ask myself, I mean, I'll give you an example. At the time of broadcast, it's incredibly busy with client work. There's lots going on, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, nearly every single day is uncomfortable. This morning, it would be like, actually, me doing this conversation with Tom, however valuable it may be, it's uncomfortable because I should be doing other things related to client work right now. However, in December, in January, when I'm going to look back and go, in November when you could have done that, when you could have weaved it in, and yes, it would have been uncomfortable, but you didn't. I can then not complain that things weren't busy if I don't keep things moving forward whilst simultaneously working everything else out. And I need to be okay with the fact that for me personally, I'm like, okay, cool, this is uncomfortable, but it's temporary, right? Me being uncomfortable right now is what is required of me from November. Okay, cool. So when we get to December, it will naturally become, because Christmas coming up, people are spending time with, so on, right? I'll naturally have that release. So actually, me leaning into this comfortability is a learning opportunity. Yes, it's uncomfortable, but it will be a learning opportunity to go, okay, well, what is too much for me? Do you think people sometimes, I guess, stop before they hit that glass ceiling? Because I've always been of the view of, you're maybe one email away when things are harder, especially looking at the current, quote, climate, right? Where people are like, oh, you're one email away, you're one post away from the opportunity that completely changes your business. Or your life in some ways as well.
Oh, absolutely. You never know what's going to come around the corner. You never know. Because you are never around the corner till you are round the corner. I have hit the wall a number of times. Overloaded with work, overloaded with life, bogged down by terrible employment, whatever. And again, this cycles back around to understanding who you are today and who you would like to be tomorrow. It comes around to a boundary. You could say, okay, well, heart of hearts, this is what I want, this is my boundary, and this is what I'm going to stick to, having not lived it. And that's okay. You'll never know if it is or not, because you've not lived it. Again, context is everything. I can safely say that I never want to be without a pair of shoes and having to live outdoors. I've never done that, but I'm pretty sure I can say that I never want that to happen, Yeah. But things like saying, actually, I never want to be in a position where I am, quote unquote, too busy. I never want to be in a position where clients demand of me more than my time is, more than my capacity. Because at that point, I've then lost a boundary. I've then, I've given away a little bit of me. I've devolved something or dissolved something which I've worked so hard to put together because I've lived it before, and I know that I don't want to be in that place again. So it takes a lot of consideration to uphold those things. Whether it's sending daily emails, whether it's posting daily on LinkedIn, however you do it, and the message you put into that, it all comes from who am I today and who do I want to be tomorrow? Because you know that you can do it in a way which allows you to hold on to that stuff. I think maybe if we start to take our eye off that a little bit, it happens with humans. I do it, now and again. I'm not perfect. Far from it,
if you've got long form content, and this is why you and I, or all three of us, love long form content, is that you have so much more opportunity with it. If you've put it through, I don't know, Riverside or whatever, and you've got yourself 50 clips, why would you not put all those 50 clips out?
For people who maybe don't know you, what starting advice would you give them if they're looking to build their, I'll use your terminology, ecosystem, right? Or they're looking to start out on video? What should we do?
First people advice. What are you trying to achieve? All right. What do you want to do? Because we're never going to tell you to do something you don't want to do. What we are going to say is, though, regardless of those things, you do have to lay your foundations down. And this is something that a lot of businesses don't do.
If you were going to give advice to either yourself 10 years ago or the other person 10 years ago, what would you say?
Be memorable. Be as memorable as you can be. And if you think you're boring, you possibly are, I'm not being rude, but that will be memorable in its own way. You can still find your audience.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to a brand new episode of What's Missing in Marketing Today. Today is going to be a bit of a roller coaster, I think deliberately. Today I'm with Alan and Emily from Yellow Tuxedo. Welcome to the show, guys. How's it going?
I just can't believe you've got us back for a podcast all these years later after knowing the first time.
It was great. I loved the first one, so I thought we'd want to do it in person this time.
It's just, you know what? It's just exciting. We like talking about what we do. We like chatting with other people. So this really is a kind of a no.
And we let you out of the house.
Oh, yeah. We don't. We had said that. We were just chatting to the others here. We're like, we don't get out of the house much. So when we do get out, it's like we have to remember to stop talking at times because we just sit opposite round our dining table working. So yeah, it's like we've escaped.
I love it. I can't wait. But before we get into it too much, what do you both think? It might not necessarily be the same thing, but what do you think's missing in marketing today?
Do you want to go first?
No, you can go first.
No, because we have this conversation quite a lot. And I think in terms of what's missing in marketing is simply the human touch. And I think we've got to the point now with a lot of small business owners where it gets quite formulaic because this is like how you market your business. And we forget sometimes that actually to be a bit more human, to realise to talk to people on a two-way street. You're really good at that, aren't you?
Yeah, well, yeah. I think you just basically handed it over to me because you ran out of what to talk about. Yes. I think there's two things, actually. I think there is that human touch. There's still there's a large desire to broadcast. Let's broadcast. When actually the conversation needs to happen. We still, audience growth is what we're talking about. And I think audience involves an interaction. I mean, this is all buzzwords, but the principles sound, right? So we want as businesses to grow an audience of people who want to follow us, fans of our brand and everything else. So human kind of touch is an important part of that. And you see that, I'm not going to diss any social media platforms, particularly LinkedIn, but LinkedIn's very broadcasty. I've done this. And you sometimes go through the comments and they might have 5 comments and they've replied to 1. And it's like, take the time to reply. We're all busy. Take the time to reply. The other thing I think's missing, and human connection is like the big thing, like this art, that's what we call it in Yellow Tuxedo. The other thing is what we call and. It sounds stupid. But I think so many people think they can do one thing. It's like, I'm just going to go networking. I'm just going to do LinkedIn. I'm just going to go on Instagram or TikTok. And you know what? For an extremely small percentage, that will be fine. For everyone else, it's what else are you going to do? I'm doing this and I'm doing that. And one of the kind of realizations, I'm gonna pick on LinkedIn a little bit. I'm okay with it, right? But it just gives some very good examples. But you see the LinkedIn kind of coaches, they go, oh, LinkedIn's this, I'll teach you to that. It's brilliant. I did this one post that got me 5 leads and all of this, but they're also on TikTok, on YouTube, on Threads, and that's fine, right? And when I say and, it's not just about and other social platforms, it's and collaborations, and macro, and email, right? You have to do more than one thing. And now, I won't mention names, but we were chatting to an owner of a networking group where I'm really gutted, I can't remember the numbers, right? But they said quite a large amount of people had left recently. And of that amount who had left, a large percentage had left because their business had closed, right? Sad times for them. But in talking to them, the vast majority had only gone networking. There was no, I nearly said online ecosystem, but I got punched under the leg because it was like straight in with our jargon. But there was nothing else for the people they were connecting with to explore. And in this very modern world where we jump from platform to platform, we consume email, even WhatsApp, right? We've got a WhatsApp group off of the Funpreneurs Big Day Out this year, in June, but people are still chatting from that day. And there's we all work in different ways. So we have to accept that people work in different ways.
Yeah, I think that's really important, because when I pivoted in May, as you may have seen the post, and I was doing certain things, like when we first met, really, really well. I was doing lots of things, but I was doing them really badly, right? And then through lots of things, I pulled back on loads of stuff. I was like, right, what do I actually want to spend a lot of my time doing? What do I think is actually best suited to the business? And what can I personally do to give the best, right? To give my best. Anyway, fast forward to 2025 May, I basically then decided it's going to be yes and strategy. So as long as I can continue the consistency and everything that I'm sure we're going to get into and do it well, it'll be yes and. Yes and a live stream, yes and a podcast, yes and content, yes and reviews, yes and an unboxing, etc. And the key that I found was, that's why I'm now successful. That's why I'm now busy, right? Yeah. It's not just a binary, oh, someone told me a networking meeting and that's why, right? I personally only do content now, but that's just because of just the nature of the business, time and leveraging.
It's efficiency. It's efficient. It's totally efficient. That's why I love the fact when you said we're going live in this one today. I mean, absolutely. Why would you not? And if you can get past the confidence of being live on camera, you do that when you're talking to your customers directly. You don't go, sorry, can we just record this and send you this to you? You know, you would have that conversation. You'd have that in a shop. You'd have that in an office. So doing it as a live stream is so efficient. You get people who are watching live now, hopefully, lots of you. Thank you.
Mum.
Hi, nice. Hi, Mum. Can't even get onto an internet, let alone.
That is true.
But you do. But then you've got the content after that. Then you're going to slice and dice it and do what you do best. Why would you not be efficient like that? It makes total sense.
People asked me the other day, they were like, why do you just not live stream it? And I was like, well, I want my source. I want to add, I want to have the trailers on the front end. I want to be able to multi-cut, I want to, etc. I want to be able to either utilize AI or do my own clips, etc. And I think you can, like building off our original point at the beginning, I think you can do all of it, right? When should someone not, though? Because we're talking as season pros, right? We're people who know we can do content quickly, right? We can distribute quickly. We can articulate quickly. We can articulate well. We know what we're doing. That isn't everyone.
No, it's not everyone. It's not at all.
Not everyone wants the same thing either, which is just as
that's
important.
a huge thing, is that do you need to, do you want to, those two big directors there. But also, you're right, we are in the marketing sphere. You are in the market. It's
just for the record.
We're online visibility specialists.
Of course. We're not marketing.
And that's a very big thing. And we
don't use the dirty word.
Marketing's a thing, right? We're not that because we don't want to be in someone else's business and to get to under. We want to help you be more efficient, and that's a massive thing for us: is efficiency and time and space to be able to do the things you want to do. When it comes to a muggle, I know that's a question you asked before. And as a muggle, not everyone's got all of those skill sets. I completely understand that. But also, what are you trying to achieve with it? Where are you trying to get to with it? We need to obviously show best practice of what you could do and how far you could stretch content. Because obviously, if we can do that, we can help teach that as well. And we can show, like, we are doing this and we've reaped all of these rewards from doing X, Y, Z. When it comes to, I don't know, a forest bathing instructor or an artist or a plumber, they're not always going to have that skill set. But it doesn't always matter. I think we always show best, and I put a post on LinkedIn just yesterday, and all the marketers in the world are going, Emily, shut up. But in terms of email marketing, so I have a client I work with on a regular basis. It's a great story, isn't it?
No, I was thinking about the marketers all DMing you, but they didn't actually have
this is best practice for email marketing. Yeah. But he's been sending out a news that we worked on a strategy back in the spring, and we worked on a strategy, and he's been creating it, and he's doing it for himself, because we're very much about doing it for yourself if you can. And then about a week ago, he realised that all of his subject lines for the last 6 months had main newsletter, and he hadn't changed. He didn't know how to change his subject line. And then he was beating himself up about the fact that, I haven't thought about the strategy behind my subject lines, and I haven't thought about how to get them in the hook and what the hook should be and how long it should be and all the things that we kind of over-process in our heads. His open rate was 38%. Brilliant, fantastic. I'd love 38%. And his click-through rate was 4.6. Like, nothing had changed. Those percentages were fine. But we kind of put ourselves on this, you should be doing this, and it should be up here, and this should be the better, and you can't do this for yourself. But ultimately, yes, he could outsource that and get an email marketing company to kind of really shine and polish it. Would they always get the same return? I don't know. We don't always know that sort of grey area between the black and white. We don't know it. I think if you're at a point where you want to be out there a lot and you want to do video and you really can't pick up the camera, that's when, yes, absolutely, find someone who can help you to do that, because the block to the tech shouldn't be the reason that you're not doing something. So someone can always come and help you out that way. I think you want to say, Chachi in the corner.
No, I mean, I agree. I think you have to choose a medium to start with, though, right? Like for me, I just did video because it was the one that suited me best, right? Now, you would say, and I would say, I need to be doing more. Yeah, absolutely. But I need to be doing it more sustainably, right? So when I do email marketing, I'm going to do email marketing in my way properly, right? When I do blog writing again, it will be properly. I've tested it. I know what I'm going to do. I know how I'm going to do it. But I don't turn on those taps until I know I'm going to be able to keep those taps running. The same thing with the live stream, the same with etc. Like I'm in a very grateful place, but still a stage where time is the main barrier, because I only have a certain amount of time. We're recording this like towards the middle of October. This won't be out until December, the pre-recorded version, and that's simply because the only way I can be consistent is by doing it. When I have a window of time to record some shows, I record some shows, and then I bank them and so on. For people who maybe don't know you, what starting advice would you give them if they're looking to build their, I'll use your terminology, ecosystem, right? Or they're looking to start out on video, they're looking to start out with blog writing, etc. How? What should we do?
Well, all right. So I think the answer to this is also a carry-on point from what you were just talking about. You'll turn on the taps when you're ready. And that's really important. So it has to, you have to start with what are you trying to achieve? Yeah, that's the first thing, right? What do you want to achieve? Because if you go, I want global domination, then you get a list like this, right? And if you go, nah, I just want to, actually, we got someone we can talk about. So Callie, client of ours, member of the Digital Circus, the team community we founded. And I remember when we first started, she said something like this: I'm just trying to make enough money to take the family on holiday, right? So she joined the Digital Circus. We've been working with her. She comes to the group sessions. There's no one-on-one in it particularly, other than just answering the odd question. And recently she's got, it's all kind of kicked in and working. I'm getting so many inquiries organically now that she said, I don't need to post on social media. And we take that as a win, right? She takes it as a win because she's got, she can pick and choose what she does. And we're going, we don't see social media as a bad thing, but it can be a bad thing if you're feeling you have to do it to help you get to where you're going, right? Because then the mindset's different. But for her, she's like, well, I just do the odd posts for the people who are trying to validate me, but actually everything's coming in through the online ecosystem she's built. And that's really good. So going back to first people advice, what are you trying to achieve, all right? What do you want to do? Because we're never going to tell you to do something you don't want to do. What we are going to say is, though, regardless of those things, you do have to lay your foundations down. And this is something that a lot of businesses don't do. And the foundations are as simple as making sure your website's working for you. Because if we hear again, I paid someone $1,000 to build my website, but it doesn't do anything, we go, why is it doing nothing? You do. You don't. You say, why is it doing nothing? Why? It should be bringing you in kind of visitors into your audience, into your ecosystem. And then it's going to build it out from that. How are you going to nurture your audience? You've got to choose something. So it could be like social media. I recommend email. So an off-platform audience is always better than an algorithmic platform. And email is so powerful because they want to be there. They give you permission to email them and there's no algorithm, right? Or even what you could do a WhatsApp group if you only want a small client base, so keep in touch with them. And then you build it out from there. So that's what you do. You align it to your goals, start with the website and build out. And the simplest thing of your website is imagining it like your shop, right? Like Tesco's and everything else. The way we explain...
Or other supermarkets are available.
Other supermarkets are available. We can talk about Aldi in a minute. We like that as well. They've got a good example to bring up. But think about your ecosystems, and what you're doing is building your Tesco's. And then this inner circle is like your kind of club card customers, right? And then the outer circle of this ecosystem is all of the Tesco's advertising, branding, touch points and everything else, which we would call virtual doors into your ecosystem. You're just building it out like that. But the second you put something online that's not connected up, not optimized, not leading back into your ecosystem, it's just a wasted opportunity. It's just a standalone post doing nothing, or a standalone directory entry or whatever, just not really connecting up. So make sure it's connected up. Start slow, align it to you.
And know where you're trying to get to and how people are going to find you. The biggest thing. We talk a lot about keyword strategy with that kind of more SEO hat on, and I think so many people haven't even done that work to start off with. Like, what do you want to be known for, and how is someone going to find you? And I think when we talk about Google quite a lot of the time, it's just one huge bookshelf, right? It's one big library. It's a really clever robot. but it's not a mind reader. And I think if you don't know what you want to be known for, how is Google ever going to know what you're known for as well?
It's such a good analogy. If you think of Google as a library, okay, so you've built your website, you've written a book, not literally, metaphorically written a book, right? Your website.
Well, lots of people are writing
I
books
know,
these
that's
days,
why. Like, and it's like, what a lot of people do is, I've got my website, open the door to the library, Google, and throw it in and walk out.
Yeah.
Right? How the heck do you find that? Whereas what you need to do is almost anchor it down within the library, tell Google what space it needs to go on, so then people can find it. And then what happens is this unbelievable thing, Google will show it to people who are looking for it. Wow, like that, you know, it's like, it's there, it's all there.
Is that all going to change though? With AI?
Well, we have this conversation a lot, and like AI is changing the world. We know it's changing the world, but at this point right now, it still has to be human-led. There's an element of human-led there, and to a point where AI completely takes over the world when the robots are, and we're going to be, proper, War of the Worlds, which could be tomorrow, you never know. But we still have to have what is right now, and right now is the fact that we need to be really crystal clear. It's still machine learning, where it's looking at human content, feeding that machine, and we still need to be front and centre with that up until they tell us otherwise. So we can't predict the future.
Because the problem is, right, like, unless you're CEO of AI company, right, you could use OpenAI, you could use one of the others, Google, etc. You may know the future, yeah, but you haven't built it yet. No. You don't know it 100% is going to happen. So we might just be in a world like everyone's going, well, what happens when when I can plug as much video as I've got into me, and then I've got an AI version of me that looks as identical, has the same nuance, everything. But that might never come, ever. It might, sure, and you should be planning in some ways with your head.
Get
and
the
go,
crystal ball out, everybody.
Isn't this like 3D TVs? They said 3Ds were coming, they came, and then they disappeared.
And then they disappeared, yeah.
Yeah, because it didn't actually. I think. Sorry.
No, I say in terms of what AI especially on from the Google platform is right now, is that if you're looking for a short, sharp answer, absolutely front and center will be the AI generated answer, and it will give you that. It'll still give you the links to play. If someone's looking for an in-depth conversation, or they still need to have that human at the other end of that website to interact with, they're looking for a videographer, they're looking for a plumber, they're still going to have to get to that website at some point, and they're still going to want to interact with you, and they're still going to want to ask you questions and look at your FAQs and all of the things that we should be doing anyway. That's not going to change even if AI takes over the world, because they still need to talk to a human at the end of that transaction.
It's different intention, isn't it? Asking AI to write you a blog is very different to going, I'm looking for a plumber, I'm looking for an online visibility specialist, I'm looking for...
people looking for online visibility specialists.
The other thing, I think there's a huge opportunity for... We touch on lots of things in our model, but we can talk a bit about SEO and email marketing, content marketing, but SEO in this one. So if you don't optimize it, how does it get found, in our library analogy? It can't, or it can, but it will take a lot longer. The other thing is I saw a fascinating post about AI shopping, which, to be honest, I hadn't quite explored until I read this post. And it was like the opportunity for the small businesses from AI shopping, because the AI is using different search terms. So when you go local glasses to me or something like that, rather than it going glasses, it's going best glasses for 2025 in Hampshire and things like that. So it's using broader search terms, which is the world of the small business, because the big businesses own all the short tail keywords. Our small businesses, we want the long tail, because we get a narrower audience who will be more engaged because we're answering their search query. Whereas, supermarket, going back to supermarkets, will be owned by a supermarket, right? So a small supermarket won't own that, but a supermarket specialising in local produce in Hampshire, best in 2025, all of a sudden, AI is liking that. So there's a huge opportunity by ensuring you're there for when AI is looking for these answers. Yeah, that AI shopping was new to me. I found it quite interesting.
Do you think marketing's too complicated for solo people now?
We make it complicated.
I think business is complicated.
It's
so much bloody noise, isn't it?
This is why we started our business, is the fact that it's a really noisy space. And my LinkedIn or Instagram or Facebook or TikTok now is filled to the brim of adverts for marketeers who are telling you what you should be doing, or buy this here. And like, I don't bloody well know. I don't know. Like, it's too much. And if you are a muggle type person who's not really into marketing, it can feel really overwhelming. It can. I get overwhelmed, and I know what we should be doing.
I feel it oppressive is what I've been saying. Yeah. It's like if you're a business owner, a small solopreneur, freelancery type business, I feel that the kind of narrative and noise is like an oppressive cloud of you should be doing this. Yeah. And you've got, people like, I'm trying to think of big business, Alex Hormozy, Gary Vee, the big influencers going, you need to do this. You've got coaches on LinkedIn going, you need to do this. You've got marketeers telling you to do this. Yep. We're telling you to do something. And it's like, which one do you listen to? Because some are similar, some are not. It's like, it is.
And I think it really is simple. You can extrapolate as much as you want. You can be really simplified. You can do everything like we were talking about earlier. You can do all of the things. No one can tell you you're wrong to do that. That's why I always get quite frustrated when you hear the influencers just do one thing and do this. Well, that's fine if it works for you, but you may want to do more. And in fact, fill your boots, crack on, do you. And I think what's missing these days is that we're so focused on the structure of marketing that we forget the creativity of marketing. And like I look at our social, not ours, we look at other people's social media and it's like really transactional. Small business world is, I have a thing to sell, buy my thing, I'm going to target my ideal client, talk to my ideal client, and hopefully you buy my thing. But you look at the big brands, like we were talking about Aldi before, weren't we? Or any other big, they're so creative and fun and not taking themselves seriously or just connecting with you on that human level. They don't overthink the fact that they haven't done 5 LinkedIn posts this week and done this over there and sent that email. They don't do that. So we need to actually look at those bigger brands and go, how can we make our life simpler, show up the way we want to show up, and stop worrying about the fact that, TikTok's done this new algorithm change this week and that's done over there and that person's telling me to do this and I should do this. Like, breathe. just breathe and do you.
Done's better than perfect any day of the week.
Well, that example of the email exactly son, he got it out ultimately. The message in his email was brilliant. He still got people clicking through in that email. Yes, he could have been shiny with a really profound, opening statement.
I got really excited on our email. So we send a weekly newsletter on a Thursday. It's a kind of, we share some thoughts on kind of the business world and what we do with some hints and tips and some other and community news and blah, 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 it goes out. And I started adjusting the subject line and I noticed the open rate went up by 10%. I'm like, Emily, I've worked out how to increase a 10% open rate.
You had it.
No, I hadn't. And so the next week I followed the same formula, 10% increase, next week 10%, week after 10%, and then week after, same thing, back down to normal. So I was like, well, hold on, what's going on here? Look, the 6 weeks that it had gone up with the 6 week summer holidays. So we'd increased the 10%, So the point is, the subject line did nothing, but the summer holidays, people were sitting there reading our email who were usually rushing around. And it's like, that's fantastic. But there's me thinking I was really clever, securing the best kind of subject lines ever, taking ours up from about 38 to 48, when the reality was, it was just the summer holidays, which is good.
I think people... They don't, because sometimes people use it as an excuse, right? I'm slow because it's Christmas. I'm slow because it's the summer. I'm slow because da-da-da-da-da. But then I have a conversation with someone, and I'll just use MySpace as an example. So I have a conversation with a videographer. They'll be like, I haven't had any jobs in, things are really slow. Da-da-da. I was like, okay, but when did you last show your work? When did you last write a blog? When did you last make a YouTube video? When did you make a passion project? So on, so on, so on, so on. And I guess there's a level of a self-accountability that you need to have yourself. So like for me, regardless how busy I am, Brunton Media will be the top paying client in respect to my output, because I know, unfortunately, right or wrong, some clients will still work with me. Other clients will choose to go different ways, go different paths, whatever. So I need to make sure there's a bloodline constantly, refilling that pipeline. And even though now, as the time we record this, I'm basically not looking for any more work to a 25 at all. Not really at all. But grateful place to be. But I still should be having the marketing turned on so that when we hit 26, I'm busy still. Right? It's not going to be magic. It's not going to just appear. And I guess that leads into a question of like, is it just doing those things and building those reps that you like, I'm going to commit to doing video because I love video, I love etc. Or I'm just going to do email, etc. And do we sometimes get dragged away from shiny things? Like, oh, shorts are really strong right now and I need a podcast and everyone's got a podcast and then people are doing live streaming and da-da-da-da-da. And
that's the conversation we have so often with our clients, especially clients within Digital Circus as well, is that there is no magic bullet, right? There is no, but what you do need to do... There isn't a magic bullet, realistic. I know we've said and we've said human connection. It's doing the bloody work. It's just working hard, right? And like, you can, like, we're all adults. Well, majority of us are adults. A lot of... Hello.
Adulting is the biggest con in the world ever.
Well, we can tell. We have a structure and it works for us, right? And we're not going to say it doesn't work because but we spend a lot of time doing those things. It does take time. And yes, there are two of us. I get that. But it still takes time. We still run a family around it. We still try and do other things.
We have to make twice the wage.
We have to make twice the wage in our business. There is no plan B. So we have to do the work. And like, I can repeat it over and over to someone going, yeah, but you haven't done that. And you keep saying, I will get round to it. Just have some self-discipline and do it. And if you do the thing and it doesn't work for you, at least you can come back and say, I've tried, and then I'm going to maybe work on the next shiny thing if you really need to. But until the point where you just sit down, commit and go, this is going to take time. I have to find the time in my week. I only have these amount of hours in my day, but I'm going to have to sit down and do it at some point. Just do the thing. And then stop getting blindsided by, TikTok or Clubhouse. Is Clubhouse even still alive? No, it's not, is it? But we all run to it.
But it's okay when it fills a space, because we know people who did quite well out of Clubhouse.
Of course, but
it's fine.
But it's not long.
The thing is, I
term.
think it's a bandwidth thing, though. Right? Like, I had this conversation with Chris a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about, like, you should be doing the authenticity, the add value piece, etc., stuff like this. But if you can trend jack on top of all of that, then absolutely bloody should. Right, because it will add into your overarching the number of views I can obtain, which means conversion, blah 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 blah. But if it's to sacrifice the value add, just can it off, don't do it. Right, is my view, and it's purely a bandwidth question, and that's why I think you've got to have some level of tough love either from someone else or yourself, which is I think what you were talking about like you've just got to get it done. Right, I don't think. And maybe you've had this in friends and yourself as well, but like for me, unless you're close to me, I don't think people quite realize how hard I work. Right? Everyone's like, "Come on, you're invisible all the time. You're everywhere." Da, da, da. Yeah, but that's because I work literally every single fucking hour of the day, right? And it's not that I'm just like, because there's then the smart versus the working hard argument, right? But the thing is with AI, if you're working smart hard for the same amount of hours I am, and it's just compounding on top of it, right? So I think it's not just a binary of, I use AI and then I can go and chill for the 5 hours, right? Because it saved me 5 hours. What you should actually be doing is, it saved me 5 hours, so I can do 5 hours more work of the work only I can do, right? And then you actually 5 times more, or etc. Right?
Yeah, or the thing you love, like within it. So networking's a great example, and it's like actually even driving here. So we live half an hour away, and we're chatting to you for an hour, let's just say. And so that's 2 hours, but that 2 hours doesn't factor in walking, parking, popping, so it's 2.5, it's possibly 3 hours. Yeah. It's actually, if I'm brutally honest, an inefficient use of our day, right? Yeah. Because we squeeze everything in the school run, but actually we want to do it, we want to do this. And those systems, those automations and the AI, whatever you're doing, allow the things you want to do to happen. So whether you're replacing it with something else or adding more in, or you're going, actually I just want to talk to people. So I was chatting to an AI guy, James, I met from Ireland the other day, and we were talking about an AI CRM that looks at your entire online
Stop
presence.
Giving the idea away, because someone's going to go and build it.
Yeah,
and
but
we're
I'm quite
miss
happy
that
someone
one.
else built. We're not about to build it, right? But it was kind of, I don't actually want this, because it does something I don't want. I'd rather do so. But to the extent where it looks at your entire online presence, so it will factor in likes on posts, comments, email open rates, previous stuff, bookings, DMs and everything. And if someone went past a trigger, using AI audio, it could send them a voice DM, because that's our thing, voice notes, and it go, hey there, it's Alan here, blah, blah, blah. Would you love a virtual cuppa? I haven't spoken to you in ages, or would love to get to know you. Here's a link. And as much as I would feel that's not quite cool, what that would actually allow me to do is just focus on the chatting to people rather than working out who to chat to. And I really like that idea. I don't know how happy I would be with it sending a voice AI note, but we've played with it.
At least to trigger who you need to go and send a message to.
Absolutely. So if someone wants to build that, just give us a shout when you've done it, because we've got other things to do, like go on adventures, take people to Ponce Park for the day. Absolutely. We have to talk about some fun stuff at some point.
Absolutely. I mean, just quickly on the voice cloning note, like that you can, like now, as of today.
We use Riverside we've played with it. It's brilliant.
Alan said to me,
absolutely clone your voice.
I could not tell the difference. Yeah. He played something to me and he said, "Do I sound alright? Does my Microsoft microphone sound a bit tinny?" And I went, "No, it sounds really good." He went, "Yeah, it's not me."
I put a post out on LinkedIn with it. I put a post out. So I got the audio, and then over the top of it, I did a video of me doing like a phone jacker voice out. Like this, and put it out, and people go, no, it sounds just like you. So I thought it did as well.
Scary.
You know, so I think, I mean, moving back to the like what we started the conversation on, like we might get to there with video, right? We might, right? But the thing is, then I go back to my previous conversation about working smart. Okay, well then technically, if we've all got that ability, I could technically script this entire podcast if I wanted to, or get AI to, and then we could have a 45-minute podcast we weren't even there to do. Now, should we? That then comes the question, right? Because is the energy going to be different? Yes, AI can mimic us, but the nuance, is it ever going to... we don't know, right?
No, and also, in terms of your own sort of self...
It exists. Come back to it. It exists. I watched a video this morning on it.
But forgetting on the output, it's surely about your own sort of, I don't know, self-gratification of enjoying to do these.
As I was going to say, but surely if you enjoy podcasting,
you want to
surely that's counterintuitive.
You wouldn't AI it out if you enjoy doing it.
No, but what we're saying is like we can get so far from it, but ultimately, what is the end of it? What's the ROI? You know, the ROI would be, yes, getting some efficient content created, but the ROI also has to be...
You're so businessy.
I'm sorry.
You said ROI and ideal client
I wrote a blog
today.
that had ROI on it this week, and I kind of felt dirty.
Honestly, who even are you? You've changed.
It's like, it's what you're trying to get out of your business, and I think something Alan and I have been exploring recently in terms of time and space in your business and what your bigger picture is. Actually, we don't get into business to go, what else can I do to be really efficient today? Like you go
unless your goal is,
But also you choose your chosen field because of your love of the field, or the fact that you want to be outdoors more, or you want to chat to people, or you want to, whatever that is for you. I don't know what everyone else's sort of end goal is, but for me, I like humans. I really like humans. Well, some humans, not all humans, won't they? But I want to.
No, we like chatting.
I think in a world where I could not chat to another human being again, I'd be really, really flipping lonely, and I don't want that. So yeah, AI might be efficient, but I'm still going to want these kind of interactions.
Yeah, but that's for me. That right? Hold on. AI video. So I watched a Casey Neistat on YouTube this morning. I think it only came out last night or this morning. And there's a new TikTok. I think it's called Saru or Sura or something like that, by OpenAI. When you start it up, you scan your face like this, and then you go video of me, 1930s James Bond style thing, and then you get an AI video of you. And he did a whole video of it, and he was talking about it's cool, but it's slop, and he explained why. And he said I'm not anti it actually, but so go and watch that. That's worthwhile. So it does exist. Whether it exists for 1 hour long form, I don't know, but that'd be interesting to see.
It's how you take that and use it, isn't it? It's like if you're taking the piss out of yourself, absolutely. That's a great example of being able to use that kind of filterage type thing. We've had filters on your phones for bloody years. It's just not using that as gold for your business, and that's not expecting that's going to be the magic bullet.
I think there was also, there's lots of trends that me and James talked about for ages. James Gale, whose space we're sat in, but like for me, we talk about like there's a monkey vlogging and like stupid shit like that. There's this is actually really creative, and this is actually part of the creativity process, right? Yeah. And that doesn't take away from like me AI and myself. And I think actually, are we ever going to get to a world where we're completely AI? Probably not. I don't think society will accept it, to be honest.
Are we going to be?
Will we have the tech to do it? Sure, probably, yeah.
I just feel like we're going to be, you know that Disney film WALL-E, when actually they're in a spaceship, there's big fat blimps just going around because they haven't. That's how I feel we're probably never going to get to, but maybe.
Our kids can tell us. We won't know. What's the other thing I was going to say?
You're not the interviewer, by the way.
No, I know. It was just following on the points. But the AI thing, I think, it's there for the things that aren't in your zone of genius or you don't want to do. And I think that's no different to outsourcing, right? Mm-hmm. People outsource their social media because they can't get their head around it, don't know what to do, don't know how to do it.
Or just have no interest in doing it.
Or don't have any interest.
But they understand they need it for the business, right? Yeah. They want the visibility. They understand that opportunities will come if they're on it. Yeah. But the idea of them doing it is like, no.
Especially as, going back to, like, whatever your goal is probably the most important thing, with your why and everything else. And if you've got, Emily mentioned forest bathing, we've got a client who's a forest bathing instructor. She wants to go forest bathing, right? That's what she wants to do. She wants to take people forest bathing. Does she want to sit there doing short form, blog, SEO? Probably not. No. So why would you not utilise what is about to do it? Now, we always say to a certain extent you should still input, because actually if you truly outsource your social media,
It's never going to be you.
It's never going to be you, right? It's really difficult to get it right. And actually, AI would probably be more you than outsourcing it to an individual, right? A human being, which is...
Especially if you become skilled at training AI,
yes.
right? Which is the important element, right? Yeah. A lot of commonalities is people open ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini, whatever you're using, and go, write me a social media post for X business, right? And then they're like, why does it sound robotic? Why does it sound weird? Because what they're not doing is saying, here's stuff I've written, here's what I've said, here's my terminology, here's the words I use, here's the word I don't use, etc. And then once you do that, it's like, well, it actually will be pretty close. And then you should tweak it and you should read it and you should adapt it, right? And you mentioned Gary Vee earlier. He still writes 95% of his posts, right? Now, right? So yes, he's a big influencer, he has lots of team, but if he's capable of doing it, what's really your excuse for not doing it? Like, really?
Yeah. And this is exactly it. He's like probably the most hard-working person on the planet. I don't think he ever sleeps, does he, at Gary Vee? He never does.
Don't know.
But it's like,
do you live with him?
No, I'm close to one with the energy level. Thank you very much. I don't even know what my point was. Oh no, it's like, there is no excuse. And if you want it bad enough, you bloody well just do it.
Thing is, I think he does, because he talks about sleep all the time. He says I get 8 hours, but that doesn't matter. The 16 hours I'm awake is what matters.
That's what is mattering with it, exactly.
His output within the 16 hours is so efficient and so well done that he can outperform. And he's also been doing it a billion years, right?
There is that other point, right? If we're going to talk about social media for a second, and you know. Okay, so I'm one of the believers that volume is key. Actually, I'm okay with vanity metrics. I think they're an indicator. So if you've got one like and you've got 1,000 likes, I think it's fair to say that there's a potential that your 1,000 like account may bring you in more kind of inquiries. Could, right? Probably will, could.
Depends on how engaged that one person is.
I know, because someone will prove me wrong. You are right.
But if you were taking a broad generalization, you would say if I'm hitting 100k like I am right now roughly every month and someone's hitting 10k, I'm probably going to have more inquiries, probably going to have more people talking about my brand and my business and me than someone who's 20 or 30k.
I think that's fair to say. What was my point? But I think one of the challenges, especially if we're going back to small business owners, solopreneurs, is the long post, right? A lot of posts are long, whereas going back to Gary Vee, lots of his are extremely short and they're a repurposed piece of content. They're not fresh content. They're a video he did 5 years ago that whether he's got AI editing it or he's got an editor editing it, he's bringing back out, he's repackaging and everything else. And we shared some online visibility Christmas tips in a newsletter just to help people get their heads around it. And it sounds unbelievably crazy, but coming up with some optimized content, so content that will appear when people are looking for an answer, that could be around something Christmassy, will work for you on your socials, on your newsletter, and in the kind of search engine results every single year. Every single year. So it's once again, we're back to efficiency.
And it is efficiency. And I just think we, in a small business bubble that we all kind of sit within, there's this kind of almost, we protect our mental health, where we go, it's okay.
You're going there, you're brave.
No, it is, because we protect it from being...
I went to vanity metrics, you're going to mental health.
Protecting your time, you don't want to overload the system, don't do too much more, you don't need to put 50,000, quality over quantity, or all those things that we hear.
Is that an excuse, though?
It's not an excuse. No, I don't believe it is.
The anti-hustle noise drives me up the wall. And
I just think if you've got, and it comes back to being efficient, so if you've got long-form content, this is why you and I, all three of us, love long-form content, is that you have so much more opportunity with it. If you've put it through, I don't know, Riverside or whatever, and you've got yourself 50 clips, why would you not put all those 50 clips out?
So hold on, let's break that down, right? You do one video, okay? So you film an hour-long conversation, you put it on YouTube, gets 10 views, okay? Fine. You live stream it to 4 platforms, okay? All 4 of them get 10 views. You've now got 40 views, right? If you then take the recording, do a bit of tidying up and put it on YouTube in December, like you said, you've now got 50 views, right? You take that recording, you chuck it through, whether you want to do it manually or an open AI thing, you're sat here going, what the heck do I put on social media for the next month? And let's say you come up with 10 shorts, but all have 10 views again, and 10 views on each of the 3-4 platforms you repurpose it onto, which you can automate. All of a sudden, your 110 view has got 1,000 views. And if they're the same 10 people multiple times, then you're hitting multiple touch points with those people, so they're more likely to convert into warm audience.
And I don't think people should demonise doing more if you want to, because if you have capacity and you want to, fair play to you.
There was a lot of noise, wasn't there, for a while?
For a long time, it was just like do less and be more efficient. And
but I'm not hitting my goals. But
if you're only putting 3 posts on Instagram a week and you're wondering why you're not getting sales, mate, come on. Again, what else can you do to amplify? And I think, when we were advertising the Funpreneurs Big Day Out back in June.
Thank God, I've been working out how to crowbar it in.
But I'm there telling your close family and friends, could you please, if you see a post, share it. But the stuff you do as a small business owner. My mum's like, Ems, when are you going to share it? Like, I can't find it. Like, even my mum can't see that post because they don't see it. And we know what algorithms are like. We know it pushes you further away from people. So you have to do more because that person may not see that one post out of your 3 that week. But if you are consistently putting stuff out, that is still quality because the original content is quality.
But it's also like, what is value? That's down to the market to choose. That's quantitative in regards to like the person watching it, not you, right? Me giving as much business advice for an hour, you guys giving the business advice for an hour. If you're not a business owner, it's not very valuable.
Yeah, but they have that thumb. They can scroll.
It's just like, don't watch it, especially on an interest card base. You just won't be served it. It's you won't even see it, right? So you don't even know it exists.
Yeah.
But yeah, people are not going to be offended because they've seen that one short 3 or 4 times. They've already seen it or not seen it. They are just going to scroll past. I think we take it far too personally that we're interrupting people's lives. And like you said, most of the time they haven't even seen it in the first place, and you're not interrupting anybody. Yeah.
Do you know one of the other things? I think this all fits in. If we're sharing kind of thought process and tips, was make sure that we prefer target audience to ideal client, but make sure your target, you're only connected with your target audience. Don't do it. And I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you remove potential opportunity? So we don't remove people who aren't in our target audience. We just allow it to build because we want fans of our brand. We want people to know the name Yellow Tuxedo. We want people to talk about it. But then what you get is opportunity. And you said this earlier about people who say, oh, there's no business in December. Rather than saying there's no business in December, why don't you go, what could I sell this December? Because people are definitely spending money in December, right? They may be spending on something else. And let's use forest bathing. Nicola, hi Nicola.
She'll be watching.
She'll be fine with this. Let's use forest bathing Nicola again, right? Nicola takes people forest bathing. That's what she do. I don't know if Nicola would say this, but absolutely I could imagine she could go, December's not as busy for me, right? Because people are partying or whatever. But you could bring out a gift voucher. You could bring out some in-home experience that could be bought in a box. I know she does forest bathing in a box. There are other opportunities. A range of waterproof jackets Nicola could bring out that would be brilliant for the winter because she goes forest bathing if she wanted to. There is a plethora of
you got plethora. It only took you.
Well, it took us ages to get to Funpreneurs Big Day Out and plethora. That's one of our buzzwords.
We have like a business bingo lingo type thing, and plethora comes
Plethора's on our list. Yeah,
plethora comes out a lot.
So and that's the thing. I want to go, what can I do differently? And once again, it might take time. So you could have a conversation with AI and go, December always feels busy. This is my business. What could I do differently? You could ask your community you're a member of, like the Digital Circus.
We've had Decembers where we've thought we were going to be quiet. They have been our busiest months, haven't they?
Yeah. Well, you used to say December's quiet, and I used to say, can you stop saying that? Because there's no logic for December's being quiet. And then we literally got an inquiry on the 31st of November for this fantastic project that led us up to Christmas, which we then stopped for 2 weeks to spend it with the kids. Right?
I think the key, and I think originally it was Alex Emosi who said it, but if no one, like not every single person on the planet knows you, then you need to market more.
Yeah, I do agree.
Like, simple as that. And I keep having multiple points whenever I do a podcast, whenever I do an event, etc., where like, I think someone said it in the event I did in September. I forget who exactly it was, but it doesn't matter. The point still stands, which is like, well, actually, you're marketing too much. Someone said, I'm marketing too much. I said, okay. But then someone literally within the same room said, in the second after that, they said, yeah, but not every single person in the world knows Colton, therefore no, then he hasn't. Because the thing is, yes, I may not want work as of today's live stream, necessarily, okay? If the right project comes in and I can make it work, cool, yes, sure. But as I said earlier, I will want work in January, February, March, April, so on. And the thing that people don't understand or don't think about sometimes when they do marketing is you need to front load it by 3 months for it to then work. because it takes time for people to firstly see the content, then go, actually, hold on, do I even want to, what does this person sell? What the fuck? Like, who, what, do I even like this person? And then once they're there...
It takes a long time to go from,
It's also a really, some people are, really slow burn. We had a speaking gig 2 years ago now, when we were in Bournemouth, a speaking gig 2 years ago from someone who had been... She'd known us from our previous business, which was in the events industry. That was back in 2012. She'd been following us. She's one of those lurker type people who had never interacted with us, had never liked or commented but
we weren't connected on any
platforms. But she'd gone, I see everything you're doing. I really want you on my stage. Will you be there? And like, that was a 10-year burn, man. Like it was a really long, but you can't, work out when those opportunities are going to be.
But
there.
you could have stopped 2 years. You could have stopped 2 years ago, and it wouldn't have. You won't have, quote, hit the glass ceiling with it.
Totally right.
Going back to the Alex Hormozy talking about, does everyone in the world know? Look, we have to go, right. We are huge advocates on aligning it to your goal and business on your terms, right? So some people are not going to want everyone in the world to know who they are. But there was this other one I quite liked, another quote from an influencer who basically said, if you are not full up, market harder. If you are full up, increase your prices. Yeah. And I just feel we all get caught up in the noise, get caught up in the narrative, get caught up in all of this. And I think there are some someone once asked us, we were talking about our online visibility model, and they went, how much time a week would you spend in this, doing this? And we went, as much spare time as we have, because that we are putting into our business. Because if we're not doing that, then we should only not be doing that because we're full up, or we're at the capacity we are choosing to be at. And when we're at the capacity we're choosing to be at, then we're going on holiday. We're going to the park with the kids. We're going on adventures because this is our, that's what we want to do. So
but that's your decision to make, right? That's your life choice. And that's why it irritates me when people go, I don't have the work-life balance I want, right? It's like, well, especially if you're an entrepreneur, it really irritates me because I'm just like, then take on less work and be okay with making less money.
Adjust what you do, change your business plan if you need to, come up with a slightly higher ticket item, potentially, right? That might help with that.
I mean, there's a reason we're not in Barbados just yet.
No, of course not.
Yeah, but do you want to be on Barbados? Do you want to be?
I'm not going to say no if someone buys me a flight ticket. Okay, no, I don't want to.
You know we don't.
We don't want to, but we've designed it, and we talk about, it's again so buzzwordy, we talk about like what life-work blend, and it's going to be very much incorporated our lifestyle, and we can't, we don't have capacity to be 1,000% all the time. We can't, we'd burn out. But we do get the time with our kids. We do get to spend time together. Alan and I work together as best friends and partners, lovers, all that. That's really, I know. We've chosen that. However, if we want to be more, we have the tools, we have the knowledge, we could really scale it up if we wanted to, but we choose at this point to hold back a little bit. But when we want to be, we will be in Barbados.
Yeah. Well, what we have done, we've integrated, so we're evolving Yellow Tuxedo a little bit as well. So not only do we show people how to do online visibility, which really is about them having efficiency, simplicity, time and space. So when they are marketing hard, it's actually working harder for them. It helps it become more efficient. Yeah. So rather than throwing
higher leverage,
Yeah. But the other thing we're bringing online is back to this kind of whole time and space and efficiency. We're bringing on some events, right? So we do the Funpreneurs Big Day Out, which is about solopreneurs, freelancers getting together. It's kind of a day focused on fun to get out of your business. But what you actually get when you focus on fun is stronger relationships, stronger connection, creative thought processes. You get so much more when you're not focusing on those things and you're focusing on over here. And I sort of was chatting to someone recently about who they'd come to the Funpreneurs Big Day Out this year. We'd never really met them before. They were completely cold. They just came along, brilliant, winning. And I said, oh, how was it? She said, oh yeah, I sent some business over to such and such recently. And I said, oh, that's cool. She said, well, if I'm not honest, she said, once you've screamed next to each other on a roller coaster, your kind of trust level goes up monumentally with them. So it was easy for me to do. And that's complete, contrast to delivering an elevator pitch around a table. And we're looking, Emily's got a retreat coming online in March. Not online, it's not coming online. It's already
not online,
there.
It's in person.
2/3 full up. So be quick if you want to go to March on Emily's retreat.
Look at you crowbarring. No.
I'm crowbarring it all in, Emily. We're putting a trip to Morocco together. We're taking people up Pen y Fan because actually our love is adventures. We've always seen business as an adventure. So then it's like, well, actually, let's bring the more literal adventures in for the people who want them.
And I think that's coming full circle. Full circle.
You are Did you?
I'm sorry.
You're such a coach.
But it's about going back to the online ecosystem and getting your online affairs in order and having those foundations in place. It makes your life simpler. Once you've got that in place, you can go to Morocco, right? But you need to stop whinging when it's not working because you're not taking that time to build what's going to lift you up. And you have to put that effort in, and it comes right back to...
Sorry.
We can't... Oh, we could do it for you if you want to. But, you know, you have to...
Kids do need shoes.
do need shoes. And it's Christmas coming up. We need to buy presents. No one's going to do it for you. You have to put up your big pants, like Gail Tong would say, put up your big pants and just do the thing. Even if it was really awkward, even if you don't like the camera, if you're doing content, even if you don't like pressing buttons because you're worried you're going to break the tech, go and either find someone to support you doing those things or just get over yourself and do it.
Well,
really.
Ricky's Ricky Locke, long-term friend of Yellow Tuxedo, member of the Digital Circus. He's a great one. I was catching up with him this week. We're just kind of hanging out, chatting. And he's evolving his business. He's been doing it 5-6 years. He was a wedding and events magician, still is, but he's evolving into confidence speaking around the world. He's done a TED Talk recently. And he basically said, it's difficult to deliver this because it was basically telling us what we taught him was brilliant. But he basically said, the years hanging out and kind of proactively building his ecosystem have allowed for him to evolve his business now in the direction he wants. Because what he's seeing is, you know, on a random blog post for eOptimize 3 years ago, he's getting 3 inquiries a month just off that one blog post as an example, on top of everything else, because he's done he's done and some collaborative stuff and some social media over the years and completely built ecosystem. It all has its place. As people need those multiple touch points, they get to watch a video, listen to a podcast, read an email, do X, Y, Z. So his conversion rate's gone up, his inquiry rates have gone up. He's over here doing his TED Talk, becoming a confidence coach, working with, I can't remember the other team, he's CEO of the Confidence Club. How could I forget that? And all this other stuff. It's the direction he wants to evolve to. But his magician stuff, his wedding stuff, is just ticking over nicely for him.
But I think the equity you gain by being visible and being on marketing, you know what will work in the market because you've got feedback from yesterday, right? So I can tell you what the best performing reel of this week is because I look at it, because I put them out and I see the views. But also, in a time, I think Gary Vaynerchuk said this mostly, like in a time when things become harder, right, economically, either like where you are or just your own business because of XYZ, are you willing to put the extra work in to make sure that is not the case, right? It would be wrong of me to not look at the market right now and say I understand that people are finding it difficult, right? I get that, sure. Okay, but then my question is, how do we fix that problem? Not, people are struggling. Like, I was having a conversation with my partner yesterday, and I was like, people, like, because I think on the news it said, like, people are worried about their job security. And this sounds horrible to say, but I was like, are they? And it's not that I don't understand.
Problem, you watch the news, just don't watch the news.
Well, there you go. I guess the crux, though, is where I was like, I'm so engrossed in my world, and I'm so engrossed with, quote, how well I'm doing and what I've got going on, that it kind of took me, I was like, shit, fuck, really? You know, because I was like, I like empathetically, I'm like, shit, that's really bad, and like I wouldn't want anyone to feel that way. But like for me, I'm that. Then also, if that is you in that position, and you are listening to this, and that is you in that position, what are you doing as a backup plan? Are you online, etc.? Like, don't talk about, like, if you're at a company and they've made very clear to you, don't talk about the company. Here's an idea: don't talk about the company. Might be a good idea, but you have a load of other stuff that you can talk about, and that was going to be my next question, which is like, how do we weave that line of talking about personal? Talking about the person, right? Colton, Emily, etc., and then the business, and it's still being, quote, authentic. Buzzword.
I don't like authentic. I don't, because I just kind of think if you're not being authentic, surely you are surely you're just being you, right? So if you're having to say that you're being authentic, you're not being authentic.
I'm being my authentic.
Right. So I'm going to be devil's advocate here. So let's be honest. Some people don't find everything simple and easy, right? Clearly, we are happy being ourselves, sitting around the table, chatting, right? Fine. Others may not find that. But what happens with all these things is, like the anti-hustle culture, like the be authentic thing, they all have their place for the right people. Yeah. But I was speaking to someone the other day, and she was like, what's she into? I've forgotten. She was really interesting, actually. So she's a nutritionist.
Alan does more one-to-ones than I do.
I know, I just love chatting. So she's a nutritionist, And she went, well, I was going to be like a perimenopausal, I can't remember whether she said coach, but for the sake of this, I'll just say coach, right? Help me with it. But she said there was so much noise about perimenopause at the time. But I've got to be very careful here, right? But she said, I didn't.
Very brave mentioning that.
No, I know. I'm so nervous. But she said, I didn't want to do it. And I find that in this world, that there's peaks and troughs of noise. And for the vast majority of us, the answer is just crack on, be yourself, be a bit more efficient, make some more noise, right? Be a bit more visible.
Well, lean in and then do it longer, I would say. If truly, like, so I want to talk about marketing, I want to talk about video, I want to talk about doing, okay, I'm doing it for 10 years. That's my sprint. My sprint is 10 years. Let's see if you can keep up, right? There's lots of other people who are doing it, sure. But have you been doing it as long as I have? Probably not.
No.
Yeah. Well, it's like The Rock always says, be the hardest worker in the room, doesn't it? But then once again, that does have to align with your goals.
Yeah, exactly.
And we have quite a few clients who are, what's the polite phrase? They're older than us. And
More mature clients.
I think the term is on the way down, or on the wind down.
on the wine. Some aren't. Some are hungry for
we have
it.
a whole host of clients that we work with who are in their latter stages of their career life, who are not slowing down. They've got,
No,
and actually
far
they're
from
the
it.
best workers we have in terms of taking ownership and doing it. They've been through the career ladder. They've done things. They've maybe changed complete direction. They've maybe got to their
They understand working hard.
They
as
understand
well.
work ethic. It's an amazing thing to have because they've done that their entire lives. And then it's on that final sprint to retirement or not retirement, because loads of people don't even want to retire, is that this is my last career. The last thing I'm going to do, I'm going to make it count. And they are the best workers. I really,
Well,
really
Michelle Armitage is
Oh,
a
you
good
are dropping
one.
names today,
No,
aren't
well,
you?
not, because they're compliments, right? So Michelle Armitage had a corporate life. I think she said she was 10 years from retirement if she wanted it. She didn't. She quit. She wrote the book for the topic that no one else had written the book on, but she was interested in something, went to find a book on it. No one had written it, so wrote it, right? It was on design psychology and how you mix psychology with design, literal design. And so she wrote the book, and now she talks about that. She's bringing that into business. But I love that. She could have just done that last 10 years, but went, no, I want more out of my life than this. And I respect that. So.
We going back to your question about sort of bringing that person into the business, I think a lot of us spend too much time comparing ourselves to what other people in our industries are doing and what we should be doing, and then that whole transactional thing comes back out to it. Like, I don't know if anyone's seen any of our social media reads, and if you're watching live, some of you who are watching us would probably know this.
Hello?
The conversation about the bears.
The
bears, right? And this is a great example. I don't know if Carlton, you've seen our video on bears.
I'll be honest, I haven't.
Okay, so
I'm now going to go and watch the conversation
so
about
we
bears.
won in the summer one of those giant Costco teddy bears. You know, they're like the massive ones, bigger than Alan. And I was like, oh, crap. Thank you very much.
Well, Joseph won one at a fair. Our youngest child won one at a fair.
And then we went to
Named
another
the bear.
fair about a month ago, and our middle child was a bit upset, and he accidentally won. I think they felt sorry for him and gave him another giant bear. So we have two of these damn massive things, and we haven't got the biggest house. We're not in a mansion. We're not in Barbados yet. We've already said that. And then a couple of weeks ago, another giant bear anonymously arrived on our doorstep. Just someone brought, and we were like, fuck, what are we going to do with these massive things? And that became, again, it was a light-hearted bit of banter. It became a bit of content on there because it wasn't about online visibility. It wasn't about digital marketing or social media. We just put some posts out about the bear. And then what we couldn't have accounted for after that was the conversation from people outwardly who were watching our stuff, sending us bears in the post. We have had mini bears put, we've had Care Bears through the post, we've had people, and the conversation and content that came on, it's been hilarious. That's nothing to do with what we do, but they're getting to know us. They're looking at our tone and our fact that we don't take ourselves too seriously, and the fact that we are
just human beings.
And also, it was content gold. We did a reel in the end of us beating up the bears. Adam actually put his shoulder.
I still have a bad shoulder.
He's got a bad shoulder. He kind of threw it on the floor and kind of rammed it and hurt his shoulder.
Approaching 50 and doing a big elbow on a cuddly bear on the floor is not a good idea.
But we didn't go, do we have permission to do that kind of content? Does it fit with our content strategy? How are we going to tie it into some sort of really convoluted business message?
I should have stood up and gone, join the digital circus.
But I think...
Because some business people would have said that. They would have seen that and they would have gone, what's the ROI on that?
That's it. And that's what pisses me off.
And for those who don't know, it's return on investment, right? But like...
It really pisses me off when people do that,
Every single post in their head, in that person's head.
What's the business learning?
What's the business ROI? What's the business ROI?
And they'll put and I'll see a post that's different on LinkedIn in particular with this, and I get really excited because I can start to see someone just being a little bit more confident to go, I'm just going to share this today, and then I read the entire post and go, oh, there it is.
Do you know
There it is at the bottom. I'm like, you didn't have to do that.
Do you know the challenges? We've always talked about this. The challenge with a black and white marketing strategy, and I understand it's a bit like the law, right? When you're kind of doing, the law has to be black and white, but you know, it's that classic. Yeah, but I was doing 34 in the 30, but you're doing 4 miles per hour over. Like, no, I know it was, but it was clear, it was open, you know, surely, no, you're over, right? There has to be a line, right? And marketing is very much like that. There has to be a line. You have to look at the statistics. But sometimes what's ignored is we're all humans, right?
When you're telling your story, it's not about you. If you are sharing something that you've been through or you're going through, it's self-indulgent unless you're doing it for the people you're speaking to.
You work with, I would say, a lot of thought experts, a lot of people who have a story to tell. Why do you think so many people struggle to A, tell their story, or B, actually help that story connect to an audience?
Because people don't value their own stories. The number of people that say to me, but I don't have a story, who'd be interested in my story?
What do you think is specifically missing in marketing today?
What's missing in marketing today? I don't know, I was thinking about this, and maybe there's an element of trust, I think.
I think, of course, we don't know, AI changes every day, etc. But I think as it stands right now, the time of broadcast, the time of recording, I don't think it will ever replace a human in the concept of strategy, strategic thinking, etc. Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode of What is Missing in Marketing Today. Hope you're well. And today we're going to be talking to Jackie. And Jackie helps people with, I guess, is it more speaking confidence, and is it like actually understanding like how to get a story? Just to start there.
Yeah, it's all about that.
But before we get into, I mean, obviously speaking and I think content as well, I mean, what do you think is specifically missing in marketing today?
Well, firstly, I have to say I'm not a marketing expert, but I help people apparently market themselves effectively with their voices. What's missing in marketing today? I don't know. I was thinking about this, and maybe there's an element of trust, I think, and that is off the back of AI. You know, nothing against AI. I love it. I absolutely do love AI, but I think people are just a little bit wary of what it is they're watching, because I think there's quite a lot of disinformation and lots of people trying to be somebody that they're not in order to impress. And I think we as consumers are getting a little bit wise to that. So I think there's an element of trust that's missing.
Do you think, because a lot of people talk about AI, they say that maybe we're all going to be out of jobs, or maybe it's going to replace, I mean, specifically AI has seemed to be targeting the creative sector as a whole, right? Maybe by proxy or maybe by accident. But would you say that is true? Are we all about to lose our jobs, and we're all, you know, the universal income argument is necessarily going to happen, or is it more actually in the middle ground?
I think we'll adapt, as we have with every other piece of technology that's come along. I think what is different with AI at the moment, as you say, it suddenly us creatives are thinking, oh, we didn't understand that somebody could possibly take away. I mean, we're all creative as human beings. Every single human being is creative. But if that's your job, if you're a writer or an artist or a singer, songwriter, whatever, there suddenly is something that could take away that element of creativity, your IP, your intellectual property, and I don't think that's actually happened before. So I think in terms of being creative, I think maybe there is something to worry about. But otherwise, you know, robots have been doing jobs for ages. When computers were invented, you know, we all thought that was going to be the end, that we'd never have a job again. But I think we adapt, and I think AI will be similar.
I think there's kind of two camps right now for me personally, right? From the people I speak to and the people I connect with on a regular basis, there's kind of the ones who are using it to become more efficient and they're utilizing it, and you know, maybe they are using it for research and they're using it to help them write and you know, etc. And we can, I'm sure, go into a bit more use cases. But then there's also the other camp, which is like, no, I'm not going to touch it. And my worry with those people is I have a feeling they might, because they're not in using it and they don't understand it and they're not even at least playing with it, their concern, well, my concern for them would be they might get left behind, right? And they might be in a position where actually maybe they're missing opportunities because they could be more efficient with AI, but also actually their idea of what is a job, so their idea of a camera operator, their idea of an editor, etc., might cease to be as valuable to a client or a market, an end consumer, because they haven't understood that AI can actually replace certain elements of that. I think, of course, we don't know, AI changes every day, etc., but I think as it stands right now, the time of broadcast, the time of recording, I don't think it will ever replace a human in the concept of strategy, strategic thinking, etc. From what we've seen, right? As an editor, yeah. As a support, as a junior, sure. Would it? I mean, there's a lot of conversation in the video space about, am I ever going to be able to put the hours of material I have of me talking on camera into an AI, and then it will be able to basically give me this infinite feed of me, then it will look and sound and have the same mannerisms and etc. And actually, should we have that? Well, I guess is the question that comes from that. You know?
That is the point, isn't it? That there is that element of trust. Is what you're watching actually in real time? Is that actually the human being that's thinking on the spot in that moment? I mean, those are the things that we won't know as consumers. That then you kind of end up feeling duped somehow. And I think the people that don't touch AI, exactly as you say, will get left behind. But it's an element of fear. It's an element of touching it and it all falling apart. You know, certainly my parents' generation took ages to get into the computer world because they suddenly thought, well, if they press a button, they'll lose everything. And I think it's similar with AI, because people aren't going in and just experimenting and exploring and seeing what it can do, that actually they're frightened of breaking it, so they don't try.
Do you think there's also kind of this is the way I've worked for years, this is the way I am, this is the way I've done it? You know, I've been hired as a camera op for years, I've been hired as an editor for years, so no, that couldn't, you know, I mean, is it a level of pride, I think, or level of like, no, this couldn't be replacing me, you know?
Well, yeah, I'm sure there is a level of that as well, but I think people are frightened of change. You know, and especially if there are people out there that have been in the same doing the same job day in, day out for years, and it's kept them safe and it's kept them in their comfort zone and, you know, family fed and all of that. If suddenly something is threatening that, then that's when people kind of there's a fear around it, and then they would rather fight it than actually understand it.
You work with, I would say, a lot of thought experts, a lot of people who have maybe experience or a story to tell, perhaps. I mean, why do you think so many people struggle to A, tell their story, or B, actually help that story connect to an audience, would you say?
Because people don't value their own stories. The number of people that say to me, but I don't have a story, who'd be interested in my story? But the part of my job that I absolutely love is going, okay, well, let's see. Let's start unpicking what it is that makes you, you. And once you start getting underneath what they think they should be, that you suddenly then find these amazing stories. And then one of the very first questions I always ask when I'm working with clients, no matter who they are, what experience they've had, the age, gender, whatever, culture, whatever, it's what were you playing when you were 9 years old? What were you doing when you were a child? What lit you up then? And usually I find that whatever that is that they were playing in the playground, whatever they, for me it was grabbing everybody, right, we're going to put on a play, let's, and I'd write it and direct it and star in it, obviously. And then we'd play it, perform it to the class at the end of the week. So that was what I was doing, and that I can see that progression in me from that moment. And I think everybody has an element of that, no matter what they're doing, even if it is a sort of a day in, day out kind of job that they've done forever. There's a reason that they get up in the morning. And usually, especially with thought leaders, thought experts, subject experts, they are expert in that area because there's something in there that lights them up. There's something in there that they're passionate about. And you can follow that story. But they don't value it until they speak it out loud to someone like me, that I can then go, now that's interesting, and I can see that I can then join the dots, and and then I start drawing out the stories, and so then when they get in front of an audience and start sharing their story, they can relate it back directly to what it is that they're doing and why it's important to the people that they're speaking to.
Do you think, because a lot of the conversation I have, especially with like accountants, lawyers, etc., right, quite dry businesses perhaps, they go, well, yeah, but my day-to-day and my story is really boring. Yeah, but what I do is actually really boring and really dry and really just, I look at spreadsheets, I look at law, I look at etc. Is their story boring, or is there elements maybe they're not seeing?
Do they feel that other people find their jobs boring, so therefore they're, but you could, I would say nobody works in a business like that for 20 years. Nobody spends all those years getting qualified to do something that they're bored with. And so I think that's a cover. I think they say to other people, "No, I have a boring job. You know,
don't talk about
listen
me
to me.
because it's boring.
It's boring.
You know,
I just look at spreadsheets." But inside, there's going, "I look at spreadsheets. So, I'm so excited. I look at spreadsheets. That's what lights me up." And so there's a reason for that. And I always love to get to, what is that? What is it that makes you get up and do that every day? And there's always a story. Always a story.
Do you think we sometimes, does it come from that I don't want people to look at me like, I've never really personally struggled with this, but I know many people do, which is the like self-promotion, especially as a business owner or an entrepreneur, we try and put ourselves out there a lot and say, well, that's what we should be doing in my view. But, it's the reason why I get the opportunities that I get. It's the reason why, quote, I'm as successful as I am, etc. But like, is there a hurdle there? Do people just like, oh no, it's a very British thing, right? It's very, I couldn't possibly put myself out there.
Yeah.
Do you think that's why?
Yeah,
that's why we have a deflection of like, oh no, I just have a boring job and I look at spreadsheets. Is that because maybe it's deflection to say, well, that's why I'm not doing it?
Yeah, a lot of people don't like blowing their own trumpet, do they? I certainly don't. But there's something in people's. People, you can be an introvert, and there are obviously, introverts and extroverts and people that are somewhere in between. But generally, the introverts are the people that don't necessarily socially want to sort of get out there and connect and be in loud spaces and all of that. But actually, they still have a story to tell, and they still have a reason for promoting their business and promoting what it is that they do. So I think it's not so much about them sort of getting out of their comfort zone, but just taking baby steps. What is it that they can do that will just take them a little bit further forward, and find a story or something that they can tell, even if they just start with a camera and just talking to a camera, just in little, and talking to family and friends and just starting to explain what it is that they do to other people. I mean, I have so many people say to me, my sister, constantly, I don't really know what you do. It's like, well, let me explain. And everybody has that opportunity to explain what they do to somebody else. Just get used to doing it, and you will discover it's not until you start speaking your story out loud that you get feedback from other people. And that's really useful. Back when I started Power to Speak 4 years ago, I made the conscious decision to get feedback on what were my superpowers, what other people thought were the great things, that what was I really good at, but also what am I really bad at, where could I improve? And I thought, well, I'm going to bite the bullet, and so I asked, I think, 4 or 5 friends, 4 or 5 former clients, and 4 or 5 networking buddies, say people that I knew through networks. And so I had about 15 different versions come back to me. What do I do really well? What do I, where can I improve? And I was amazed. And I don't think it is quite a brave and vulnerable thing to do, because you don't know what you're going to get back. But I wanted them to be as honest as possible. And actually, the good certainly outweighed the bad. And the bad I could improve on. I knew where that was that I could then improve. So I always recommend people do that. Because sharing your story is a vulnerable thing to do. And that's why people don't want to do it, because they're frightened of being laughed at or being told they're stupid or they're not good enough or whatever that imposter voice is saying to them. But actually, once you start speaking out loud and actually asking for feedback, you'd be surprised. And a lot of the words, you know, there was a theme of sort of different words that were being used by different people that I could then hold on to for social media and for my blogs. And it just built my confidence around sort of stepping into different, whether it was a networking event or, you know, meeting people or approaching potential clients. You know, I had then the confidence because I'd had that feedback.
It reminds me, and I forget where this story originated, so if it's a bit fluffy, I apologise, but I remember someone said to me, I think it was in a networking room or it was a business friend or etc., it doesn't matter, and they said, well, ask around people who your network is and ask, when you think of me or when you think of my brand or my business, what do you think of, right? So we'll do the exercise here really quickly. I mean, when you think of me and my brand and what I'm doing, what do you think of?
I always think of that hat. You always
it's gone.
The hat's
gone.
But no, I suppose that and the waistcoat. So I mean, you had that kind of the personality that came through the way you dressed, which, you know, you still a very dapper dresser. I'm not saying that, but actually, when I think of your brand, that makes me think of a brand that's creative and curious, which I think is good.
You know, and I think the reason why I asked you is I didn't necessarily want to put words in your mouth, but I think that's a key example of like how I've positioned a lot of what I do and how I do it to imply what I am, right, and what I feel like, and hopefully it will then, if you did choose to work with us, you did choose to trust us to do some marketing or trust us to do some filmmaking or etc., then you would understand that it would be to a level, to a standard, etc. In the same way, if we flip the table, if I come to you, I'm going to think, okay, well, Jackie's going to go deeper into my story than maybe I would have done, because she isn't going to have the hookups that maybe someone would have, right? Speaking personally or anyone listening, you know, they might have, oh, but I can't talk about that because maybe that's a bit too raw or that's a bit too much, or maybe I'm oversharing. I mean, how do you ride that line? Because I think sometimes we should share certain things that have happened. My view on it quickly is like, if you've healed from it, happy days, use it as a story. If you're healing from it, no.
No, absolutely. No, and that's absolutely right. Those stories may well come out in a session with me, but I will always say to people, you don't have. That's not something that I'm going to say to you. Well, you need to tell people that. That absolutely not. No, if you're not ready to tell everything, then when you're telling your story, it's not about you. If you are sharing something that you've been through or you're going through, it's self-indulgent unless you're doing it for the people you're speaking to. If you're just wanting sympathy or wanting people to know what a terrible life you've had or whatever,
things are really hard.
It's all about you then. And actually,
really business, things really hard.
And but what you need to, that's fine and relevant if it's relevant to your audience, because if it's not relevant to your audience, they'll switch off.
Well, you could tell the same story. So, this is how I overcame being, you know, I've discussed it in podcasts before. I've discussed it saying, well, 24 was really challenging and really difficult. Okay, but here's actually what I was doing wrong with marketing. Here's actually what I was doing wrong with networking. Here's actually what I was doing wrong. And this is how I've done it better this year. And this is what I, funnily enough, this year is a lot better than 24, right? So I think it's within that context, right? But it was wrong of me not to, I guess, hint at your story a bit, right? You began in fashion. You then moved into acting. And then you help people, I guess, shape their voice, understand their voice. Would that be fair to say? Yeah. Did you always want to? Like, have you, I guess, the question that comes from that is, in your current career path, is it where you expected it to be when you were maybe acting or in fashion specifically? Is that like, you just go, okay, well, this is the path I'm going to go on and this is where I'm going to end up? And if so, how did you sort of get to where you are now?
Yeah, does anybody actually end up where they think they're going to end up? When I, as I said, when I was 9 years old in the playground, I was writing, directing, acting, literally producing. I was doing all of that. And then when I got through my teenage years and went through grammar school and O-levels, as they were back then, and I went to my careers teacher and she said to me, what do you want to do? And I said, well, I want to be an actor. And she sort of head tilted to one side and went, I don't think so. She said, do you go to the theatre? And I was like, well, no, not very often. I lived in North London. I wasn't anywhere sort of near that sort of places, those sort of places. And I wasn't doing a lot of drama. I was doing sort of bits and pieces at school. And she said, no, you don't want to be an actor. She said, if you wanted to be an actor, you'd live, die and breathe the theatre. What else can you do? And I'd said, oh, well, I'm not bad at art. So I ended up, and I loved fashion, you know, I always loved dressing up. So I ended up going to fashion college because for better or for worse, the woman had just literally crushed all of my dreams in that one meeting. It was like, well, obviously I can't do it. That's me done. I can't do that. So I became a fashion designer, which was fun at college. Once I actually got into the business, and I was I was in the sort of rag trade end, so I was literally churning out stuff for Topshop and Miss Selfridge and H&M and all of those sort of places, and just they would fly me out to Paris and to copy the stuff on the catwalk to then come back and reproduce for our high street. And I thought, this is no fun, this is not creative at all. And a friend of mine was working at the Royal Shakespeare Company in costume. So I kind of moved sideways into costume and I worked there. But obviously, I was at the Royal Shakespeare Company. So I sort of was literally looking through the curtain, watching the actors on the stage going, oh my God, that's where I need to be. So I went to drama school when I was, 28, actually. Well, actually, no, I was closer to 30. So I went off to drama school then, came out and did the Fringe. I did Edinburgh Fringe and all of those things, London Fringe, did a couple of bits and pieces, went off to auditions, did some acting, but actually to subsidise that, I got into teaching. And so I was then teaching kids drama and doing Lambda exams and all of this stuff. So I never taught drama in a school, but I was acting coaching, basically. I was running little clubs and things like that. And I think I found I am a natural teacher. There's something in me that wants to actually put my hands under people and kind of guide them.
Guide and teach.
Yeah. And not so much in that kind of curriculum, this is what you need to learn and this is how you need to learn. But everything that I learnt at drama school, over the years, I've seen how fundamental the training is to everybody. Whether it's the breathing, the voice, you know, when you're taking on a character, you need to find out their motivation. What's the intention of everything that they're doing? What's the story you're telling? Who's the audience? And everything now comes back to what I do now. So in lockdown, right up until lockdown, I was still running. I was working more with adults then. I was acting coaching with adults. Also going into schools with adult theatre companies and doing sort of work within schools. Lockdown happened, all that work finished. And I then thought, no, I don't want to go back to that. I want to do something different. And so I took a coaching course, because I knew, as I say, there was something of the coach in me. And it was during that course I was in a breakout room and we had to explain. By then I was working with people, thinking, you know, how do I work with people with their voices? Because I'd been in lots of Zoom calls with business owners. You know, I think we met on one of those, you know, in one of those sort of networking spaces, and everybody was like, "Oh no, we have to make video now. We have to put ourselves in front of a camera. We're on Zoom all the time. People want to know what my 60-second elevator pitch is." And I could see that there was a fear there. Yeah. And so when I did the coaching course, I knew by then that that's kind of where I was going. And the exercise within this room, there was only 3 of us in this breakout room, and we had to explain to each other what it was we did for work, or what we were planning on coaching. Mm-hmm. And so I explained what I did with people, and I said, okay, that's my minute. I've told you what I do. Now explain back to me, what did you get from that? What did you understand from that? And one woman said, you help people market themselves effectively. And I thought, oh, I hadn't even considered that I was helping people actually market themselves. And the other woman said, you help people show up powerfully in the world. And I thought, oh, I like that. and so power to speak. It was then all around, you know, the fact that it is empowering when you give somebody that voice. And certainly in the 4 years that I've been doing it, it's just the transformation that I see in people when that kind of penny drops and they go, oh, actually, I can just be me. Yeah. They take ownership of all of those stories and all of those experiences. And when they show up with that courage, then the confidence and the excitement of actually sharing that comes from there.
It jumped to mind while you were speaking, so I think I'll mention it, but I remember watching a YouTube video a while ago that said, like, during COVID, when there was a lot of money floating around, working in the arts seemed to be like just the thing, right? There was a lot of filmmakers, there were a lot of marketers, a lot of speaking engagements, etc. But like, I think the thing that sometimes people misunderstand or misthink about sometimes is actually being in the arts, whatever your definition of that is a privilege, right? Working for yourself is a privilege. And I think for me, having the work-life balance is a privilege, right? Like, and I can go a bit deeper into like privilege, right? We live in this a part of the world where I don't have to worry about a bomb landing on my house. I have clean drinking water, etc., etc. I can go down that road as well, of course. But I think for me, it's really important to establish when you are in a privileged position to be able to upgrade your kit, to be able to invest in the business, to be able to first come at it from a point of view of saying, I am in a privileged position and I am grateful for the privileged position I'm in. I guess the question that comes from that, though, is in marketing, in when people speak, in when they come across, maybe they don't mean to do it, but do they sometimes come over, not maybe at the start or maybe in their own way, but maybe they don't come over with that level of understanding, that level of privilege first, or maybe they should someone lead with that level of understanding that level of privilege first, or being grateful for the opportunities that they have?
Oh, that is deep.
because I think sometimes I'll use the word entitled. I paused because I didn't know what word to use, but I think the best way to describe it is some people can be very entitled. I'm entitled to people watching this. I'm not entitled to anyone watching anything I do. I hope they do, and I hope they take value from it. But that's actually down to the quality and the value that I add, which is subjective upon the audience, not me. My job is to do the best I possibly can in the grateful opportunities I have to hopefully add value to someone else.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how many people creating content in a privileged environment really understand that that's the case. I don't know how many people are actually. I think maybe with what's going on in the world at the moment, people are now kind of thinking, well, actually, my life isn't actually that
exactly.
Bad, I'd much rather be here than there, kind of thing. So yeah, maybe we are becoming more aware of that. I often get people say, if we're going through a talk or they're speaking to an audience, I mean, generally their audiences are potential clients, potential customers. That's the reason they get up and they speak to people. But they don't want to be seen as arrogant. But what I say is, it's more as long as you're confident, you're doing it. What you're speaking about is, like you were saying earlier, people don't like to blow their own trumpets. They don't like to sort of say, look at this. But actually, in some cases, you need to have that. I don't want to say arrogance. Arrogance isn't the right word.
I think it's belief.
But it is a belief, yeah. But it's arrogance with humility. Has this kind of it's the confidence to know that what you're sharing is of benefit, is of value. To know that the experiences that you've had and the accolades, awards, whatever it is that you're sharing, you're not showing off. You're actually saying, look, this makes me credible. This means,
and hey, I worked for it.
Yes, yeah. You can trust me. I have the discipline to get myself to the. I am running a 5-day. I have done for the last 2 or 3 years now, a 5-day acting course for stunt performers.
Okay.
So stunt trainees, people that want to get onto the British Stunt Register, and actually. On day one, they come in and they're very, very nervous, as they would be, because they don't want to be actors. They want to throw themselves off buildings and get into fights with superheroes. That's kind of why they want to do it. But they have to act. They're on set. They have to be able to act. So on day one, on the Monday, they come in and they're very, very nervous. They're like, oh, but these guys are athletes. Guys and girls, they've been through the Olympics. They've done, these are like proper gold medalists. Some of them in all sorts, gymnastics, horse riding, all of that stuff. But ask them to speak. and tell you what they've done, they don't want to do it. So on the Monday morning, it's like, it's like, hold on a minute. On Friday, I'm going to get in a stunt coordinator to talk to you on a Friday afternoon. By Friday, you need to have your 60-second elevator pitch. If you got in a lift with Steven Spielberg, what are you going to tell him that's going to make him want to work with you? So through the week, so by the Wednesday, they have to do it again. By the Wednesday, they're now speaking their stories out loud. So we're now finding out that they are, gold medal. One guy had been training with Tom Daley for the last 7 years. Got to the Olympics. Yeah, gold medal, parkour, European champions, all of this. And as soon as they speak that out loud, they get the reaction from the rest of the group, going, "Wow, that's amazing! Didn't know that on Monday." Yeah. And so by Friday, they've now taken on all of this feedback, and they've seen people kind of go, "Oh, lean in and listen." They want, the people want to know more, and so. It's not arrogance. We always say to them, name drop. Don't name, if you've just worked on Tom Cruise's film, don't go into a pub and start mouthing off about how great you are and you've worked with Tom Cruise. That's not the right place to do it. But if you're on a lift with Steven Spielberg and you've just worked with Tom Cruise, that's going to impress him. Not like, "Oh, aren't you great?" But actually, I can trust you because if you've worked with that...
I think they'll see them as a colleague then. It's that quick...
Yeah.
Can I see you as a colleague, or are you just a person?
Yes.
Right?
Yes, yeah. But it also is that credibility. If you've worked on a certain amount of films, and it goes any business, if you can prove, or if you can mention a name that somebody else knows, then they can ask that person how you are to work with. They know that you've turned up for that job on time, whatever, all of that reliability. So don't be frightened to blow your own trumpet, because it really does aid your credibility and your trust and all of those things that you need to build with your potential customers and clients.
You obviously work with people, I guess, in a more public setting, right? When they tell their stories, they're more, I imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, but I imagine they're mostly in front of rooms. They're maybe having it filmed, or they're doing a virtual equivalent, right? So they're speaking to a group of people. Is there crossover between like speaking in front of a room and delivery and creating content?
It's all content, isn't it? I mean, it whatever you write. I mean, this is the other thing with the process that I go through with my clients, is that it might be that they'll come to me because they've got a 15-minute talk that they're giving in a room somewhere, or on a conference stage or whatever, and it might be about personal branding. It might be about software design. Whatever it might be. But we'll still go through that process. I'll still ask them what they do when they were 9 years old, and every story that comes out is relevant, and even if it sort of gets thrown over the shoulder and like we won't use that yet, they've owned it. Once it's they've said it out loud to me and I've written it down on a piece of paper. It's there in black and white. You've owned this story now. This is yours. And so by the end of the process, they might only have 15 minutes for that particular presentation, but they've done all of that work. That means that they can then create content from it. Yeah. So then they've got a blog, they've got a story to tell, they can get on video and make some videos, they can do a Zoom webinar or whatever. They now have all of that content. So there is a crossover. I think there's a way of using both.
Because the reason why I asked that question is because when I started doing public speaking, whether that was through a Zoom or as part of a conference or as part of like my own events, I was like, yeah, I'm going to ace this, right? Been on video 10 years, piss, right? Like, been on podcasting forever, etc., etc. Then I had this moment, I was like, shit, hold on, this is different, right? This is not the same. This is like real people, and they have real reactions, and they like, if a joke doesn't land, I will have the feedback instantly. And I think that's why I think sometimes there's this, like, I think they're more adjacent skills, but I think for me, I think you should develop both, right? Because I think there's obviously byproducts of what happens across, but when does it go wrong? Do people focus too much on perfectionism, would you say? Because I'm speaking as a content person who helps people with content a lot. Everyone's like, I'm not going to do that. I'm only going to overthink it. Can't do that. I don't have the podcast. Don't have this because it's not perfect, right? I don't have the perfect live stream. I don't have the perfect camera setup. I don't have the perfect microphone. So should I still do it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, done is better than perfect, isn't it? And there's no such thing as perfect at all. But having said that, I am the world's worst. You know, I should be making more video. And I do make video, but they're still all on my phone. So I'll do it and then look at it and go, oh, no, that didn't come out right, or my hair doesn't look right, or, you know, it's a bad day, bad hair day, or whatever. And so a lot of those things still sit on my camera. So it's a very vulnerable thing, but I think you do need to just do it. As I said earlier, just a little bit at a time. Just get feedback. I used to hate seeing myself on screen. Most of the acting stuff I did was on stage, so I never saw myself on. It wasn't until Zoom. It wasn't until lockdown when we were all confronted with our own image on on a screen.
Oh my God, is that how I look like? Oh my God,
exactly. Is that what I sound like? All of those things, but over that year on and off of lockdown, I saw myself a lot on the screen, and you get used to yourself, and actually now, I don't look too bad. I can get away with that. But going back to what you were saying about how you started out in that sort of space of suddenly standing in front of an audience, having done video for so long, I'd been on stage as a character for so long that when I then had to stand in front of people as me, then that was like, when I used to introduce the kids shows or the adult shows or whatever, we'd put on a performance at the end of the term or whatever, I'd have to stand up and introduce everybody, and I'd got that. My heart would be going, I'd be the sweaty palms, it's like, I don't know what to say, I'd have to read it all. But over the years, and especially now, when I started Power to Speak, I thought, now I'm going to have to walk the walk. I'm going to have to talk the talk. So I have now pushed myself to do as many podcasts as I can and get onto stage if I can, put together talks for myself, just so that I can say to people, look, I've been there, I've done it. Yeah. And so it just takes practice. It just means that you see so many people, I think, end up procrastinating over what it is they're going to say because they don't think they're going to be good enough. They think they're going to be judged. That they're going to bore people with their story, and so they don't practice. They're worried about actually saying it out loud, or they put off for so long what they're going to write is that they'll do it all the day before with their visuals and all of that stuff, and then suddenly wonder why on the day it goes down a bomb because they just haven't given themselves enough time to really work out what it is that they're saying.
I think, for me personally, anyway, I think the only reason, so there's a couple of things. One is focus on that 1%, right? For me, I would rather have imperfect action that then leads to a 1% rather than I'm actually comfortable, I'm actually good, because then I'm not moving forward, then I'm not doing something unique, I'm not positioning, or even if you just look like marketing positioning, I'm not then marketing myself or positioning myself as the go-to expert of what's missing. That's why the podcast is called What's Missing in Marketing Today, because I want to talk about what's missing, not what everyone knows, right? And I think for me, it probably will be the same 5 chunks throughout the next series, but it will be the nuance of each guest's input or my input on the day, etc., that will be the reason why someone will potentially then go, okay, we should what we got. But I think the reason why I think some people stop is, I guess the way you think about it, and this would be in your position as well, they want to do it perfectly and they want to be consistent because maybe they hear, for me, you had to be consistent for it to work. But I would rather someone started, got some feedback, stopped, then carried on, then rinse repeat, rather than they just don't do it. And the way I would maybe rewire having stuff on someone's phone, because I'm sure you're not the only person, right? And I'm sure there's lots and lots of people. For me, this is going to sound really weird, but I don't even think about the concept of posting it, because by the time I thought about the concept of posting it, I could have already posted it and I could be moving on to the next thing. And I use market data to tell me what's good and what's bad. So something I'm doing right now, because I've got a hub strategy with the podcast, is I'll put all the podcast clips out before the episode is actually live to test which of the clips is actually the best in regards to an audience reaction, and then the best 1 or 2 will go on the main account. Because of the nature of having 2 accounts, you can sort of test bed it. So I'll give you a quick example. at the time of filming, Sarah's episode came out at the start of this week, and a couple of the clips did really well. So there was 2 outlier clips. When I put it on the main account, it got 4 times what it did on the other account. Now, the other account's new, and it's deliberately designed in such a way where it's just for podcast clips. It's also a test bed, etc. But the thing I found really interesting is when I did that, I think it was like 500 on the test account, and then it got like 2,000 on the main account, right? But it was because I didn't need to question whether the creative or the clip was any good, because I already knew, because I knew it had already overperformed. So it was like, okay, cool. So now I'm going to serve it to my audience as kind of a test bed already, but also I experiment a huge amount. So I think the reasons why I'm quote a good marketer is because I experiment, because when I get something that works, I run with it, but then simultaneously I'll experiment with another 4 things. I guess the question in your space is, if someone's listening to this and maybe they have a talk coming out, and they have maybe an instinct during their talk performance. So they have their prep, because they have that preparation, they know that they should be preparing, but they have an idea, right? They have, maybe the audience, this would be really valuable, this idea would be really valuable, but I haven't prepped it. Should they use it?
No. I'm thinking you've done that, haven't you?
I have.
and it
so I'm partly asking selfishly, because I have done that.
Yeah. And lots of people have. It really depends on your audience and what you need your outcome to be. Because what happens in that moment is that if, for example, you've been given 15 minutes and you're on a whole raft of other speakers, you've got 15 minutes, you've honed your talk, you've prepped it, you've practiced it, you're there, you're doing it, and then suddenly something pops into your head. You speak it out loud, and then you've got to find your way back to where you were to finish in that 15 minutes, because time is really important. Yeah. And people don't seem to understand that actually, either they'll think, right, I've got 15 minutes, I need to cram in as much as I possibly can in that 15. I need to tell everybody everything. Now, give yourself space. Is make sure that if you've got 15 minutes, you've only got maybe 12 minutes worth of content, so that you can really speak in a measured way. If you then come out of that because something else has popped into your head, then you've kind of messed up all of the work that you've done, really. Because what it also does is it takes you out of the moment. And the whole point of putting together a talk that is structured is the whole thing is a story, from beginning to end. It's not necessarily a series of stories, but if you've prepped correctly, you should have the hook at the beginning. It's that whole journey that you take them on. If you suddenly come out of that, it would be it would be like if you were watching a film and then suddenly the lead actor stopped and turned to the camera and sort of said, actually, I was just thinking about this. Sorry, where were we? Let's go. But it kind of takes the audience out of that journey that you're taking them on. It can work, and if you are a seasoned professional, there may be, but actually if it's not something you're used to, then don't do it. Because what you want at the end of that 15 minutes is people asking you questions. You don't want to fit everything into that 15 minutes. You need to put in enough teasers, and you need to be interesting and entertaining enough that actually they want to come up to you afterwards and find out more. So you don't need to put everything in there anyway.
I agree. I think it's the context, right? Like anything, it's context, right? I think for me, every time I've done it, it's been, okay, I had a plan to do, let's say, camera confidence, for example, right? And then I find that the audience I actually have in front of me isn't actually that fussed about camera confidence, or maybe they're already quite confident. Okay, cool. So let me go back into the stuff I already really know and go, right, okay, would they actually more care about the stuff that's now working on social media, right? So I think in my stage where I'm at, I can do that because I have a set of stuff that I know really, really well. And I don't really need to prep that much because I have it passively in my head. So I know what's going on with Instagram. I know what's going on LinkedIn. Algorithmically, I know what's going on. So if I'm ever asked a question randomly out of the blue, what's currently hot on social media right now? Okay, well, short form is normally the answer that most people would give. I would say actually live streaming is probably actually the thing that's hot right now. And the reason is it's counter AI, right? So bridging back to the start of our conversation about AI, it's actually anti-AI, because for AI to be live, it's nearly impossible as of today, right? I'm not saying it's not going to be, it might become da-da-da. But from my understanding of the technology, from what I've played with, it's nearly impossible for a live stream with people on it to be AI'd, from what I know. And that's one of the reasons why I think it's the unique thing to do, because also it takes a lot of confidence, it takes a lot of planning, it takes a lot of prep, but also it could be the reason why you're found, because it's a different algorithm than the video, than the shorts, than the reels, etc. But do people come to you confidently when they look to speak? Or if they don't, how would you recommend they become confident? Is it just simply that prep? You just do it over and over and over again?
I mean, just coming back quickly onto your point about you in that space. Like me, if you are running a sort of an interactive workshop presentation type of thing, then read the room. Always read the room. The number of times I've been into a class with everything, a workshop with everything noted out. This is like 5 minutes for this, 5 minutes for that. To throw it out the window every time, because you are interactive and you're feeding back. You're getting that feedback. So then yes, and we have that knowledge. We can answer those questions. If you're in a Q&A, then obviously you're talking off the top of your head. You're improvising. Absolutely. And that's fine in those situations, absolutely. But if you have a structure, if you are a keynote or part of a speaking presentation, you've got a certain amount of minutes, you want to make an impression, stick to what you've planned.
Is that style, though? Do you think people, because I really love improv.
Improv is a big part.
I personally prefer to do improv. If I ever can, I'll do improv.
I will always say, memorize to improvise. Yeah. And improv is I'm an actor. It's one of it's one of my favourite things. And the number of business people that I get improving in one of my sessions, because I run a monthly speaker club, and it's a big part of that. And people are uncomfortable with it, and I understand that. But actually, it is a big part of just getting people to understand that it's not about reading a script. It's not about learning a script. It's about telling stories. It's about, if you've got data even to put in there, nobody's going to remember your data, but they will remember how you made them feel with that story. That Maya Angelou quote, which is fabulous. So improv is great, and if you have been doing speaking as long as you obviously have, then maybe yes, but that's because all of that is memorized. Yeah. It's second nature to you. And so people don't come to me confident. No, they don't ever come to me confident. That's the whole point. And I think even the most confident, outwardly confident people, when they get into a room and we start sort of digging down, it's like they everybody has those voices in their head that tell them they're not good enough, nobody's going to listen to them. So it is all about, I like to say that I get people comfortable and confident with what they're about to say. And that comes from really it's a self-awareness. Confidence comes from within. And in fact, the word confidence comes from the Latin confidere, con being with, fidere being trust. So confidence actually means with trust. And that trust has to come from you.
I was going to say, it's that. So that I trust in my ability to be able to do the thing, whatever the thing may be. In this case, it's speaking, but it could be driving, it could be backflipping, it could be etc.
So it's a self-awareness. It's an inner confidence, because you are self-aware of your own being, your own stories. Once you've taken ownership of everything, all of those experiences, then it's easy to share them with other people. Because you've dealt with them yourself.
For those who've enjoyed this conversation, who maybe want to see what you're doing and see some of your content, see some of your older content perhaps, where's best for people to reach out to you?
Well, saying that, because we had a conversation earlier, I podcast myself for a good few years. So I have a YouTube channel, which is Power to Speak, on YouTube, and there's all my older conversations that I've had with lots of wonderful people, such as yourself. And I did a speaking about speaking live for a while, so they're all on there. They were the half-hour live streams. So yeah, I'd love people to go back and have a look. They can find those also on Podbean and Apple and wherever they want to find them. Otherwise, the website, powertospeak.co.uk, all my stuff is on there. You can sign up to my newsletter, which goes out every couple of weeks, with lots of tips, techniques, and stories of my life. And otherwise I'm on LinkedIn. Come and find me on LinkedIn. It's kind of where I live.
Fab. If you were going to speak to yourself 10 years ago, and if you were going to give advice to that person, what advice would you give them?
Oh, God, what was I doing 10 years ago?
Somewhere in the middle of acting and
Somewhere in
fashion, I'm sure.
Well, no, that was a bit longer ago than that. But thank you for that, Carlton. No, I don't think. I think 10 years ago I was working as an arts. I was working in arts development, so I was running workshops. I was teaching drama. So what would I have said to myself? You can do this. You can actually become your own boss. You can build a business around helping other people. And I do. That sounds really cheesy, but actually, what I do, I love what I do, and it's because I actually can see people taking that next step. And I think I don't think I ever envisaged myself 10 years ago with that ability. And maybe that goes back to that breakout room and just having somebody say to me, you get people to show up powerfully in the world. And I would never have known that 10 years ago, but that's not advice I would give to myself, but I'm very glad it's happened.
Fab. Thank you so much for coming on.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
And if you did enjoy this episode and would like to see more like it, make sure to be subscribed to the channel. YouTube thinks you enjoyed this episode, so why not check that out? And I'll see you very, very soon.
The only reason why it's consistent is because I'm being consistent with the output. I'm constantly looking at, okay, how can I up the quality? How can I do something different?
I often just encourage people to use what they've got and start showing up and start posting video content with that strategy in mind and continue to, test and change and see what works.
What do you think is missing in marketing today?
I think there's a lot of distractions from different things that come up. So I think sticking to a strategy and being consistent in that regard rather than jumping on this latest craze and hype and all that kind of thing is definitely a trend I see happening.
I'm focused on a very few set of pillars to get work now, right, from a marketing point of view. Paid ads, content creation, and testing my creative to then using paid ads. That's basically roughly what I'm doing. Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode of This Week in Marketing Today. And what is missing in marketing today, more specifically, today we're talking to Andy. He is someone who does a lot of video strategy. He's a filmmaker and also, of course, an agency owner. Andy, thank you so much for coming onto the show. Thank you so much for joining me today. And before we start off, before we get into your story a little bit, what do you think is missing in marketing today?
I think there's a lot of distractions from different things that come up. So I think sticking to a strategy and being consistent in that regard rather than jumping on this latest craze and hype and all that kind of thing is definitely a trend I see happening. There's obviously lots of good people doing things there as well online, but I think there's still that hype that's been going on for a long time online in the online marketing space where it's like the latest craze, AI or whatever else. And lots of businesses obviously popping up recently with AI and stuff. And it's, some of it's free, obviously, some AI, but there's you see more and more people now like trying to monetize it and stuff and create their own AI, products and services and things. And so I think that can often distract marketers and actually do them a disservice rather than actually enabling them because they actually might be, instead of being empowered to use that and have a strategy attached to it, they might not actually have the strategy side planned out enough. And I often just encourage people to use what they've got and start showing up and start posting video content with that strategy in mind and continue to, test and change and see what works, find out more about your audience, do that market research and just test what you think people will want and see. And then obviously also ask questions and start conversations is like, what do you want? And those kind of things, that's the fundamentals of marketing. So I think if we just come back to the fundamentals of marketing, then that's just obviously a great place to start. It's the foundation. And then those other things can come into it and be useful. But I think a lot of the time it's just people jumping straight into the...
Yeah. Do you think, I guess my next question will kind of come along, like, should we trend track? Because I think some people within context and within, like, bandwidth, like, my view on it very quickly is, like, if you can do it whilst doing the stuff I'm sure that we'll touch on in respect to like the traditional marketing pillars, I think you should look for opportunities to get yourself out there a little bit more, and you should always try and be more visible, etc. But I mean, like, just building off your initial kind of answer, I mean, do you think people, they jump to trends maybe because it's easier?
I think it's exciting, and it's obviously shiny, and it's like it does get you more of your attention, and a lot of people talk about attention and like, oh, you have to do short form now. Yes, you have to grab people's attention, and it's like people don't watch for more than like 30 seconds or things like this, and it's people not understanding that if you understand the person that you're talking to, you can get them to consume long form content. And I think there's just different things like that are going around, and it's been going on for years, obviously, like people talking about their perspectives of what they see working, and it's like, yeah, that does work, but it doesn't mean that you have to always do short form. And it's like other audiences will want to watch that long form content, especially when they're like really interested in that one topic. So I think sometimes those different things that come into it, they're like different advice from different people. It just distracts you and gets you off the path of actually doing the most fundamental stuff, really. And it's not necessarily, to me it's not about traditional versus modern advertising or anything like that, because everything's kind of combined now anyway. So yeah, outdoor advertising is digital, radio is digital, and all this stuff. And like, these are the things that I've learned from Mark Ritson. So it's like, I'm kind of just really talking back what he talks about here, but I just really resonated with the stuff that I learned from him. And I did his mini MBA back in 2021. And that's what helped me to understand marketing and understand the importance of strategy. And also it's like, it goes from diagnosis to strategy to tactics. But then, you know, some of this content he talks about how it's just oftentimes jumping straight into tactics and things. So yeah.
I think the tactics side, right, is like this new shiny. It's like that. Oh, we're gonna do video. We're gonna do live stream. We're gonna do etc. I'm sure, like, because we're both video creators and etc. I'm sure we'll get on to like the reasons behind why video, but and then maybe even why you should do live, etc. But like, I think for me, the reason why some people don't do like the strategic stuff is, I hate to say it, but it's like, it's the boring stuff, right? It's the stuff at the top, which sometimes will actually mean you don't do the live stream, don't do the video. It's the reasons actually sometimes about why you won't do something rather than why you would do something, right? Because I think it's very easy for me to say, or you to say, who are quote seasoned professionals, to say, oh, well, you should do video, oh, you should do live streaming, oh, you should do this, you should do that, etc., right? Because we can naturally go towards that. We can naturally do it quite quickly because we have a skill set in it. But if you're looking at it from a very basic level, I guess the question that comes from that is like, well, firstly, how would someone get started, like from a strategic point of view? Like, why market? Like, in a really nutshell, really basic way, like, why does someone, and what does that actually mean? Like, for maybe someone who's maybe on the fence and like, okay, well, what does marketing actually mean, like, at a basic level from your perspective?
Yeah, well, the thing about marketing, it's such a broad category. So it's there's many different things inside that. But the thing that most people think about is the communication side. And when it comes to video marketing, for example, it is the communication side that is kind of the main thing. But there's obviously things around still behind that, because even if it is video marketing you're doing, it's like before that, there still needs to be the market strategy underneath it that's like just marketing in general. So there's different parts of marketing. One part of it is pricing. You got to figure out what's the correct price for my target audience, what's the most relevant, and based on like testing and saying your prices to people, and then also like market research of asking questions about, is it just price or is there something else going on? And that's kind of sales as well, but it's like sales and marketing kind of, you know, go back and forth from each other really. But then the price and the objection handling and different things like that, that's stuff that's fundamental marketing again, but going back to that, which then once you understand that and you're doing your pitches or you're doing your call to action and your video content, then you've done that work. I'd say it might be more boring work, but it's actually the most impactful and powerful work. So if you can recontextualize it in your mind rather than it being boring, think about how it's impactful, because we all want our businesses to thrive. So then if you're passionate about building a business, remember that is a thing that you do actually enjoy, because you'll get something out of it, and you want to be in the process of building a company and growing it. So like, if you just remember yourself that you're growing and building that company, that's the passion and the excitement that'll remind you that it's not actually a boring task I'm doing, because there's context to it and motivation to do it. So the task itself doesn't matter if it's boring so much if you know that what you're doing it for. I think that especially helps for people like me, myself, neurodivergent and stuff. So when we've got a meaning behind things, it helps us to motivate us to do tasks. And because I've got ADHD, task initiation is another struggle for me oftentimes.
Yeah, I think for me personally, I've found it, like in the past anyway, like very, I guess in some ways frustrating when there isn't, and the reason why I bring it up is because I think there is a strong correlation, and this might be a commonality, where there's not necessarily I do this live stream, I do this video, I do this marketing effort, whatever it may be, right? I do this pamphlet, I do this print ad, etc. And then I instantly get a return, right? So the phone rings instantaneously saying, oh, hey, Andy, I love that video you did, etc. I mean, for me, like, if you're doing something now, in 3 months to 6 months, you might see a return, right? And the key there, and the reason why I say might, is because it depends on, as we've already alluded to, the strategy, how you're doing it, what you're doing it, etc. But what would you say are like I guess just focusing a little bit on video then, why should, I guess there's this kind of a two-pronged question here, like number one, like why should, in your view, someone do video as a whole, right? Why, as a medium to create content, put themselves out there? But then number two, what would be the reasons behind A, why they shouldn't do it, or B, what are the hurdles they might run into when it comes to their fears, their worries, their concerns, in respect to actually like doing this thing that we call a video, right? Because I think so many people don't do it because they're worried about it or because they're concerned about it. I mean, from your perspective, just to reiterate the question, why should someone do video? And then secondly, like, what kind of are the fears and the worries that they might run into?
I think because something stood out to before what you said, I think I could tie it into what you said before, because obviously what you talk about before is ROI. So any marketing thing we're doing, obviously ROI is often a motivator to do marketing, but then that's usually a short-term thing, return on investment. But then it's like something like a sales activation, or where you do a discount, or you just got like a campaign that's like short-term and you're trying to like get people to buy that particular product. And then there's also long term, which is the brand building. So there's those two sort of objectives, like categories of like, we've got objectives in building that brand and long term value, and then we've got the short term of like just getting this product sold. If we've got loads of a particular product to sell, for example, it's like a physical thing that we want to get that sold, then we can, obviously one strategy is to do discount, but that's kind of like the last option you should really consider, because you want to think about what's relevant to the audience. Like we were saying before with pricing, if you set the pricing originally, then you'll know that it's the right price and you can just keep it at that price and keep just pushing it. And then this brand building side is more emotional and more what it feels like of the brand and what you stand for, values and all that stuff. And that needs to be a message that's communicated over time, and a story that people understand who you are and what it feels like to experience that brand, either in the marketing or in the product itself. So I think those things are important in whatever marketing you're doing. But then if you were using video, there's some of the benefits are that if you're a person like talking on camera like we're doing, it's like it can humanize the content rather than just text on a screen. Personality can obviously come through text as well, but it's like, I feel like it feels obviously more real. It's like a simulation almost of like real life. So I think that's one of the benefits of video content, and aligning that with the marketing stuff, with either focus on sales or sales activation or brand building. Yeah. Usually a combination of the two is the best approach. And then just to tie.
I mean, I agree. I mean, I think for me, whenever you look at maybe doing like a short-term campaign, as you like alluded to as well, like the video strategy or the ads or like the specific creative, so the thing you're going to be showing that audience is going to be completely different in how it's designed, in my view at least, of like how we would create it if the objective is actually short-term sales. Like we're recording this and it's going out live at the start of October, and a lot of people are thinking about Christmas, right? Like now, to be honest, I'm pretty much booked for Christmas, right? In respect to the campaigns I'm doing and the stuff I'm doing, etc. And the reason why that's kind of happened is because I did a lot of the Christmas marketing beforehand, right? So
to give the audience some more context, I mean, for me, like, I start talking about Christmas, and there's kind of this joke in marketing. I'm sure you've heard of it as well, and others would have heard of it, where like you're starting to talk about Christmas towards the middle of the summer, because by the time you've done the prep and etc., and like maybe the actual production isn't until October, November, but all of the planning and everything else that goes into it will be towards that summer transition. But I think for me, like, the point that I really wanted to, I guess, echo but also add to is, what is your objective? Are you in a position where, for whatever reason, you're trying to develop cash flow quickly, you don't have a strong pipeline, etc., then actually maybe marketing isn't the solution. And that, for that specific case, I think for me, in that case, it should be more cold outreach. It should be reaching out to your, creating an ideal offer, creating a glance time offer, that kind of thing, and more looking at that, because that will have a shorter return window in respect to the amount of cash that can be generated and collected by a business for work done. So let's say, for example, I'm in a cash flow crunch, and I'll go, okay, so I'm going to do a video, promotional video deal, for example, for X price. Cool. And then I'm going to go to like 150 people within my network and say, hey, would you like this thing? Right. And if it's kind of more of a binary yes or no. But for me, the role, and this is why I think sometimes people get things wrong when it comes to marketing, is because like they don't see them as separate tasks, right? You've got to do marketing to get people to the point of sale. And I think for me, like, the overarching perspective when it comes to video itself is it humanizes, as you say, of course, but it also allows people to get to know you and build that parasocial relationship faster than like us. Like, there's kind of there's two ways, and it's about the depth of connection, right? So you meet the person, you have meetings with the person, you go to networking, etc., which will lead into my next question, or you consume their content and you build that parasocial relationship. But a way of building a parasocial relationship is by having one-to-many, e.g. a video, e.g. piece of marketing that can help nurture, can help build trust, like and trust through your audience, to allow you to then, so I'm going to spend time with you talking today, but actually this is going to sit online, and it's going to potentially be a multiple set of touch points with multiple sets of clients. And then that's not even before you then start pulling out the smaller chunks, etc. But for people who are maybe listening to this who are like, okay, cool, I'm going to start doing video, how should we start? Should we just jump in? Should we just record a quick video on our phone and post it? Like, what do you think?
It all starts with diagnosis, basically. So like I mentioned before, so you can diagnose where you're at, where the business is at, like what are the challenges you're facing currently and all that kind of stuff, and like get a bit of a map. You can also then think about what you want to get to, and then map that out, and have, use different tools. So like project management tools or things can be useful, like diagrams and different things like that. And once you've had that, then you can sort of think about like what could be the quickest thing we could do if we wanted to do that. Like if we wanted to, we want to get like good at creating videos, so maybe we could like do something really simple that moves in the right direction, but it's not so specific at the moment to actually get into that vision. But it's us practicing the skill of it. You could do something like that, for example, and you could just keep it really, really simple of like, let's just get on a video and just say, hey, we're thinking about doing more video content, and just like, we want to hear from you what your struggles are right now, like challenges and things, like let us know in the comments, or like give us your experiences of what it's like been like in the past with other content we've done, or other interactions we've had or whatever. And just see how people react. Because I know that sometimes some people actually get like a really good response from that, and other people don't get anything. So it's worth testing things like that and seeing where your strengths are and stuff. Because sometimes people have got a massive network and they've just never created content, or maybe a few written posts every now and again, but they're not really put video content out or content like that. And then just one thing like that can often get a lot of different people commenting and things, and obviously you can share it around and things. So that's one way of getting started. And then going back to your vision and your diagnosis of like, where are our challenges and where are our strengths, and like, how do we go and lean into the strengths and sort of make up for the challenges that we're facing at the moment.
Do you think, I mean, my next question was going to be around consistency, but like for me, when someone's looking at what they're doing, the key to whether someone's going to be successful for me is that element of consistency, right? Like, so I'll give you a very quick example. One of the reasons why I would argue that the like the podcast, or like what I'm doing with the YouTube channel, or what I'm doing with the business, etc. Like the only reason why it's consistent, or the only reason why it's consistently working, is because I'm being consistent with the output. I'm constantly looking at, okay, how can I up the quality? How can I do something different? How can I, how do I attract someone in that first 4 seconds or 5 seconds or 10 seconds, depending on where you look at your hooks, etc., depending on what platform we're on, etc. But from your perspective, I mean, is it just about having those consistent reminders going out and having that consistent content to show up for your ideal audience? Or is there actually more to being consistent? And then if so, how would you recommend, from your experience, people actually are consistent when it comes to video or when it comes to marketing as a whole?
One thing I was thinking about when you were talking about something else earlier was like about, you mentioned about like getting your personality across. And I think that's a big benefit of video. And if you've been to like a networking event, which I've been going to quite a lot recently, and like connecting with people, connect with somebody and then they see your content after they've met you in real life, I think it's a powerful combination. And it's and just having that going out there, even if it's nothing to do with your business, I think it's still a powerful tool to use so people that get used to you and feel comfortable with you. It's like building that trust. But it's I think, even though I've talked about strategy and things like that, I've also recently been thinking less about it as well. And I think partly it might be to do with being neurodivergent, because I always like seem to find it natural to break rules and to test new things that people don't expect. So like for me, I've been more like less strict about strategy and less strict about certain ways I show up to sort of say I do video content and all that, because I know that just showing up and being myself will like I say, will build trust, and people will go into my page and they'll see my other content I've done about video content anyways, and they'll see, like, read my headline, read my bio, whatever, or on my website, whatever, and then they'll find out more about me naturally. So it's like having that faith a little bit that I don't always have to be showing up like a maniac talking about video content all the time. It's like I can just like be myself, and I can talk about the things I care about, which more of the stuff I'm planning on doing more content around is accessibility, inclusion, and leadership. So like these topics are the ones that I'm interested in, I'm passionate about. So then me talking about that is just an extension of my personality, and it all motivates me to create more content. And then there's also going to be those moments when I go back to the expected thing that I talk about, which is about video again. But then because I always use a lot of video content anyways, and I'm filming myself, people will see the video content. So they'll see the quality of the content that I'm filming. And that's already showcasing my skills at the same time as me showing my personality. And I think for me as a video person, that's one thing I often remind myself about. So I don't need to stress myself out to think I need to be giving these video tips like everyone else does, or I need to do this, or like showing up in a certain way and like strategically positioning myself in a certain way. Like I'm still working on that, and that comes with time, I think, a little bit to refine things. But it's like I don't have to be too obsessed with that. And like I say, I like to break the rules and just test new things.
I think, the things I just pull out of that I completely agree with. I think sometimes when we look to either do video, we look to do content, it has to be in this model of like loads of people online, Gary Vaynerchuk, etc. Like people who I follow a lot, like they constantly talk about add value, right? But I get where they're coming from, and yes, you should, right? Is the answer, but the caveat is, actually, if you're looking for long-term sustainability and long-term growth, and it's kind of a cliche now, but people do buy from people, right? So when I'm looking for a supplier, when I'm looking for whatever it may be, I'm looking for a position where I can get to know the person behind the brand, right? Yes, I need to know that you're a good, like in your case or my case, yes, I need to know you're a good videographer. Yes, I need to understand that you're good at X, Y, Z. Sure. So personally, yes, you should have some of that content out there. Yes, you should be sharing your knowledge. Yes, you should be sharing. But I think for me, it comes back to, and this is something I touched on last week with Chris, it's just about bandwidth, right? We discussed at the beginning a little bit about trend jacking, and this is where I think you can really have that kind of creative spark and kind of that creative element. But we did mention at the beginning about, like, everyone wants to talk about AI, everyone's looking to use AI. I mean, are you personally using AI? If so, like, how? But also, should we? Like, why do you think it's such a big talking point online at the moment?
Yeah, like initially I was thinking to myself, I don't use it much, and now I'm thinking I do, because it's integrated now into a lot of things we use. So I think everyone uses it now to some extent, without a lot of time, without realizing. like AI is obviously built into search engines now. It's built into video editing software like DaVinci Resolve that I use. So it's like I do use it, but I don't really use it in much of an intentional way of like using one specific tool and like in that kind of way. But yeah, it's become a part of my workflow. Like definitely some useful features in DaVinci Resolve, like move background removal of noise and things like that.
Do you think it can go too far? Do you think people can use it too much?
A tool that's used for this, for like I say, go back to the strategy and because I think you mentioned earlier, like sometimes it's about what you don't do in your strategy, and you just think of like, as long as I'm clear about what I'm not doing, it'll become clearer what I will do, because it's like I have less options and the choice overload is reduced, and you become more clear, you have more clarity, and you're like, I know I'm not going to do that or that or that or that. Yeah. And especially if you're thinking like as a default perspective, not to jump on hypes and just think about your strategy, then you're going to be like more grounded and be like, what's going to be best for the strategy? Yeah. And then you make that decision. And then if it is one of the hype things, you can go, okay, I can use that and test that out as part of it. But it's not like a crutch.
Mm. I think you have to experiment in marketing. Like that's the first thing I would say, and then the second thing though would be everything I put through that I'm thinking of doing, spending money on a trip, whatever it is, a piece of gear, so on, right? Or even nowadays, to be honest, looking at some client jobs and looking at some projects that I'm like maybe asked to consult on, or asked to help with, or asked to produce, or whatever. And I think, is this gonna make my boat go faster? Is this money worth the time, energy, resources? A. B. Is the client the right fit? Right? A, B, or C. Like, how is their attitude? Like, how do they work? What is the value exchange good in respect to either how much you're making or potentially the benefits that client could potentially work with you, etc. Like, but also, do you like them as people or person, depending on how you're working as well? Because I think sometimes something that I definitely struggled with in the early days was doing a load of things, like all the things that we say we should be doing as business owners, right? I need to be super, super visible. Okay, so that means I'm going to go to 100 networking meetings. I'm going to go and do 15 one-to-ones a week. I'm also going to do content. I'm also going to do this. I'm also going to, put some banner ads out. I'm also going to do some paid ads. I'm also going to do this. I'm also going to like put letters through or leaflets through people's doors, etc. But the issue is, actually what ends up happening in my experience is you end up doing nearly all of those things badly. Instead, what you should do is you should say, okay, well, firstly, how do I want to spend my time? What's a good use of me as a founder, me as a leader, etc., spending my time? Okay, so for me personally, me being in content, I will never be able to outsource. Everything else about the content I can outsource. How it's edited, how it's SEO'd, when it's posted, all those things I can outsource. Me personally being in the content, talking to you today, I cannot outsource. I never will be able to outsource that unless we get to a position where, of course, AI can generate my content for me. But again, I would argue those who already have an established brand will be the ones who win from that, because actually it's me AIing myself, if that makes any sense, but it would only be used in a context to allow me to accelerate what I'm doing. So it would still have my nuance, it would still have me, but that only matters because of the years of work I put into building brand, right? But I guess the question that comes from that is there an opportunity with AI to potentially, like, I guess, infinitely scale? Or is it something which you're looking at as, okay, I can look for efficiencies, but actually, because I'm seeing kind of two camps. One is, yeah, let's use it, let's optimize it, and then let's use it to go out in volume and use it, etc. But also people are going, actually, no, we're not going to use it, and we're going to stand and say, I mean, I was on a very marketing websites, an old marketing person who I used to know a long time ago, their website today, and they have an AI policy. I didn't go into it, but I assume what that says is either this is how we use AI, or we don't use AI at all, right? I mean, looking forward into 26, 27, 28, do you think that more companies are going to do that?
It's about adaptability, really. Like we're saying with marketing, you do have to see what's going on and adapt. And whenever something makes sense, like I say, if it fits with your strategy and you think that could work to help us, that's a good thing, as long as you're not scrambling around and don't know what you're doing in the first place. Like with the overall strategy, you're all right to test and adapt. And And I'm trying to think what the other topics that you are AI and
It's specifically, I think, for me, like about, do you need to be doing everything, right? Like I gave that story of, I was doing loads and loads of things, and then I was doing them really badly. So for me, I'm focused on a very few set of pillars to get work now, right? From a marketing point of view, paid ads, content creation, and testing my creative to then use in paid ads. That's basically roughly what I'm doing. I'm dabbling in a bit of blog writing, etc., etc. Like that's one of my unique kind of like testing things, and then I'm building out the YouTube channel potentially as another revenue stream, but also as another marketing source. So that's personally what I'm doing. Do you see people going down that route and just doing a small set of things very, very well, or do we think does one think that we need to be a bit more diversified as a whole when it comes to our marketing?
I think it's more the first version, but also thinking about with your company, Brunton Media, it's your name, but at the same time, I think your content could be still not featuring you because it's a business. Yeah, and I think that's the way I look at my content is in the future, I want to get other people involved and it be a team effort. And I do enjoy doing it, but I don't feel like it has to be always me on camera. And as I go forward, I want to do more collaborations with different people. I'm going to be like putting more events together and things like that. That's definitely a part of my like journey going forwards in the vision of what we're putting together. And different communities I want to target and create those movements together in a way that gives back, and then also to where to get my name out there and promote myself. I think it's a good thing when you can find ways to do both those things together. You're having a positive impact and you feel satisfied by the interactions with people, networking and being creative together and things, collaborating. But then you're also obviously putting your name out in the brand building side of things. And that's what I'm thinking about is like things like podcast episodes, but also like creative sketches, like comedy sketches is something I want to do more of. And I'm going to be working more actors and things like that. And it kind of goes into the filmmaking path, which is something I've always found tricky to actually execute on, because you kind of need like a bit of a team generally to make that work. Especially, obviously, you're working with actors or whatever to really bring a story together. And it's something I want to experiment more with, and at the same time, like be building my brand and stuff like that. So, yeah, excited to do that.
I think for me, this is something that I've heard a lot commonalities through episodes and etc. before, which is, I guess, the founder weakness, which is clients get to know, like, and trust you, right? So they get to know Colton rather than they get to know Bronte Media, right? Now, I was having a conversation with a client yesterday, and he was talking about the image perception of a Gmail account, right? Now, this is the first conversation I've ever had with a client where it's been actually like had a conversation or etc. with me about kind of, is there a level of perception? But for me, I can see it as when it's like Colton is the company, the Bronte Media, right? Like that's the main face. When you're starting out or when you're building it as a family business, then you should lean into your personal I guess nuances or who you are as a person, right? Because the likelihood is that when someone rings you, they're going to still ring you. When they connect with you on shoot, etc., or like when they hire you, they're going to work with you, right? The interesting step will be what potentially I do or you do or one does when they step beyond that, right? So first employee, second employee, third employee, etc., and getting to a position where, yes, Colton is the quote managing director or the person who is the top of the company, but actually it's how you, I guess, manage that risk from a, like, if they're speaking about on behalf of Bronte Media in videos, for example, like how would one, because I know there would be a side of my head from like a comms manager point of view, which would be like, can I trust this person to represent the company, right? And I guess, would it be as powerful as me saying it in a video, like just building off your point, or is there a risk for that? So I guess the question that kind of, is that something you're thinking about? Is that like a risk that you can see other companies potentially run into? And if so, how do we maybe eliminate that risk or maybe bring that risk lower? Would you say?
So the risk, what's the risk again? The risk.
So I guess the risk, I guess, like in crux is me as a founder. I have to be in the content. I have to be on the shoot. I have to be on the sales call, right?
which then can be, and also as a founder, I was just thinking when you're talking, as a founder, you create the kind of blueprint of the company and brand and everything because of your personality. So all your values become the company values, which then, and you're the leader. So then what you stand for and what you care about is how you create a culture. And then that's something that I've become more interested in, the idea of creating cultures, and become more passionate about. I wanted to step into that and be a leader and stuff. And like in my past, I never saw myself as a leader. And over time, I've seen like what leadership really is and understood it more. And now I see how I already am a leader, because we all are a leader in some way. In like a leader of yourself is one part of it. A leader in your family, because you influence everybody, whoever you interact with, friends and family. Like you are leading situations, or sometimes avoiding leadership decisions, and you know that you can look out for the opportunities and to step into that. So I think if you have that blueprint of your business and brand and stuff, and the values, it just ends up coming across in your content if you speak. But then if you clearly communicate with the people that you work with in the business, and they're already in the business and understand the culture and everything, then when you point a camera at them, hopefully it's going to come through. And if not, you can.
I think it's a new skill set. That's something that I've found as I've got to work with new people, and whether it's freelancers or whether it's internal staff, etc. And this is also true when you work with clients as well, right? Like you'll become, to an extension, especially if you're handling their marketing, handling their socials, etc. You'll become an extension, and you need to at minimum understand their tone of voice, how they come across, what their maybe prestige is, what their understanding, like how they want to be perceived in the world or in the market. And I think, for me, that's maybe where that deep work, like building off what we discussed earlier, like that strategic side, where sometimes people get stuff wrong, right? We don't go into depth enough into understanding who's my ideal profile, who's my ideal customer, but also what market, quote, sectors are we looking to target, are we looking to talk to? But for maybe, those who are maybe watching this and listening and saying, well, okay, I'm a small business, right? And I don't have like 100K or £1,000 or £10,000 or whatever it may be, right? They don't have that nominal, what they would perceive as a large figure or a large budget to get ahead. I mean, how would you recommend they either start or, quote, get ahead without necessarily just throwing money at it?
Yeah, there's always something you can do, like I mentioned before, with that idea of starting with, you've got a strategy and you've got a bit of a plan and a map and everything, but then you just find like a simple thing out of that and think, is there something in there that we could move towards the vision, or something that's, I don't know, just anything really that you think in a way we could just start, and it can just be simplified and not overthink it, just to be like, let's just make a video about, even just a video about making a video, because it's the actual process that matters, not the actual results so much, because that'll happen eventually over time. And I think a lot of people too obsessed with the idea of being professional and stuff, and it's like sometimes people's content feels like AI, even if it's not AI, because it's trying to be overly professional all the time, because AI thinks in a structured way of like, very specific structured way of like, this is the way it has to be. So then it's like, it seems like people have that as well, like locked into it, these ideas rationally, rather than something beyond that that could be more emotional or could be more authentic and intuition going on and things like that. We step out of the fear and we just take action, and we just see how it goes, and showing up in a way that's not that you're not scared, and you're just empowered to take action. People will resonate with that, and they'll respect you for it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think just what I was thinking while you were talking, I mean, I think for me, it's about what do you want to optimize for, right? Are you trying to optimize for the algorithm, right? So getting that click-through rate, getting that high watch time, etc. Or are you actually trying to, quote, optimize for the human, right? For the connection, for the person who you're likely to connect with, even if it's one or two or three. And I think sometimes we don't feel great, right? We don't start the podcast, we don't do the video, because the nature of it is going to be, when we start, it's only going to be 5 views, it's only going to be 3 views, it's only going to be, my mum and my friend and Andy who likes my content, right? But actually, in reality, if I kept going for 2 years, I kept going for 3 years, number one, I'm going to get better every single time, I would hope, through time.
but also it's going to slowly build momentum, right? Those 3s will become 5, those 5s will become 10s, those 10s will become 100, then thousands, and so on, right? If you're consistent, in my view, right? And I think it's consistent in how much you're posting and what you're posting, but also like how you come across. And this is why being authentic to yourself is really important. I'm aware of times, I think, let's wrap up soon, but for those people who, have really enjoyed this conversation, who, really want to connect with you, where's best for them to do that?
Say LinkedIn, it's the place where I'm the most active. So yeah, just connect with me on LinkedIn.
Fair. And if you were going to talk to yourself 10 years ago, if you were going to give advice to that person, what advice would you give them?
Well, I think the biggest advice would be to get diagnosed for ADHD. Because I didn't know that back then, that I had ADHD. So that's the biggest impact that's been on my life, is to understand my ADHD. Yeah. And then in terms of business and things like that, I think learning about the fundamentals of marketing earlier on would have been a big help. And then also like about the time things you talk about, like putting your energy into things that are specific about, what your strengths are, putting time into that, and then finding like support systems around other things to get help with. Like I'm working with the VA now, so like if I'd have started working with the VA earlier on, I know I would have, been able to accelerate growth quicker and become more effective with my time and energy. And I also don't think of time, and I don't think of it as time anymore. I think of it as just energy. So I just think like, what energy do I have in this moment, this present moment, and use that based on what I want to get, what I want to achieve and stuff like that, and what are the priorities and different things like that. So I'm like sometimes I'm just thinking of like, even like when I'm out and I'm at a networking event, I'm thinking, should I take longer and get a bus? Or should I just get a taxi and get back? And recently I've just been getting taxis because I'm thinking energetically, I'm thinking, let me just get the taxi and get back into stuff. And I've still got the momentum to finish work I'm doing or whatever, rather than saving money and do it and getting the bus or whatever. It's like different things like that, like time is on one hand and then the other is energy. And I've been sort of like noticing the difference when I'm making decisions based on what feels good in the energy.
Well,
and that's also like my personality too.
Yeah, it's just as a final thought. I mean, for those who've got this far, I mean, thank you obviously for listening. But like something that really stood out to me from what you were saying, that also agrees with like someone else who I really respect business wise. He said, well, you need to specifically understand it's about efficiency, right? But also about how you set your mindset up when it comes to like what you're going to do. So there's kind of like two modes, the way I see it in business. A, we're trying to cut costs, we're trying to limit our risk, right? We're trying to bring down that overall cost. Or B, we're trying to push forward. How can we make more sales? How can we bring in more revenue? And I think once you're in that growth stage, now this isn't to say don't have cash discipline. This isn't to say don't have a cash cushion, don't do good money management, etc. But I think it's a different shift in your mind, and that kind of builds off like what you were talking about, the bus versus taxi thing. For me, the taxi thing is obviously a more efficient thing when it comes to time, but also it's about flow state, right? If you've got, say, this really great networking meeting, or you come off this live and you're like, actually, hey, this was a really cool takeaway, etc. Like, then you should potentially put yourself in a position where you can like get back to the studio, get back home, so you can then film that video while that energy is there, rather than, oh, I'm gonna have a downtime, chill, go on the bike. So, but also you might want that decompression, and I think they're the two differences. But
Come and relax straight away, and it's relaxing to have a taxi. It's more convenient. I get in it, go straight there. It's less complications going on, or risks of things going wrong, or whatever. And then I can actually decide to rest or work when I get back. So I like having that because it's flexible, and it's like for me to figure out how to work flexibly. That's been a big part this year for me, knowing that I'm neurodivergent and realizing I need more time to process things and I need more space and flexibility and that kind of stuff. So that's like a massive learning this year, which I would have told myself 10 years ago. Definitely those kind of things.
Fab. Anything else you want to mention before we part ways, Andy?
I guess going back to just reiterating the part about energy versus time, and like thinking about what the energy and how it feels like, and following that can be a powerful place to sort of leap into. rather than us thinking about time all the time. Because sometimes I'll be pressuring myself through the day, thinking like wanting to do things all the way through the day, like because I'm thinking of it based on time, like I should be working from this time to that time and this time to that time, you know. And it's like but then I don't need to think of it that way. That's just a structural way I think. I can actually change that and flip it on its head and be like, what energy do I have in this moment? And then flip into that. And then do I need to rest? Maybe rest. And then when I come back into things, I've got more energy again now. So then each task I'm doing I can be more effective at doing it. And yeah, and then having other support systems around me, I've asked people to do things for me that I don't really want to spend my time doing, or I have resistance. Like some things that are like reading documents or things where I've got to think like that stuff, and it's very serious stuff. Whatever. Some people are a lot better than me at doing that, and for me, I'll just get overwhelmed and I'm like, I want to avoid it, and it's hard for me to actually face it. And they can do it really quickly, and it always surprises me because I'm used to doing it myself, and how much of a pain it is for me to do. When I see them doing it, I'm like, whoa. And they finished it and sent it back to me, and I'm like, that was crazy. So yeah.
Magic. Well, thank you so much, ladies and gents. I hope you took value from this episode. If you did, well, be subscribed. YouTube thinks you enjoy this video right here, so why not click on that, and I'll see you very, very soon. Take care.
If you're not getting much back, you're learning something. So the more you put out, the more you're learning. It may be a slow process. Don't take the negativity too seriously.
What do you think's missing in marketing today?
I've really doubled down on social media. I've been posting every day. So if I look around at similar sized places, you find that they are not dedicated to social media, which I can totally understand.
How do you personally either deal with or look at hate comments or trolls, or is it, because we post stuff on the internet. The internet can be anonymized, can be keyboard warrior, can be trolly, etc. How should someone deal with a hate comment or a hate, etc.?
Some of the stuff is disgusting, what they say. But I embrace it with love. Unless they have said something like racist or used extreme foul language, I'm not going to delete it.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to a brand new episode in What's Missing in Marketing Today. Today, we're on location, obviously, and we're here at the New Inn in Amesbury, and we're going to be interviewing Nathan or Nat? Which would you?
Nate is good.
Okay.
Nathan is good.
And we're going to be talking about his marketing. It was, I think, I wasn't necessarily going to start here, but I think the main reason why I reached out to you about doing this is because you've clearly been doing something. Because I think 5 conversations with me, but like, well, these guys are really shit on marketing. Mm-hmm. But before we get into that, what do you think's missing in marketing today?
If we take the New Inn, for example, I've really doubled down on social media. I've been posting every day. So if I look around at similar sized places in the area or even further afield, you find that they are not dedicated to social media, which I can totally understand because it's time consuming. If you're going to do videos, you need a bit of self-confidence. It's scary putting stuff out because there's so much negativity in social media. So I totally get it. But I just think so many more places could benefit from concentrating on social media, being consistent, and not worrying if it's not perfect, because it's never going to be perfect. You just have to get something out and it will develop, it will snowball. So I think that is the main thing that is missing from similar businesses in our field, in the area.
Do you think, I guess it's a commonality, like people say to me, like, it's a lot of work, and maybe it's the ROI question or return on investment question around, like, I'm going to put all this work into social, I'm going to put all this work into posting, and then what's it going to, like, return me back? Do you think that's why people maybe don't?
Probably, because in the short term, you might be posting, not getting anything back, not getting any traction. So I can understand that's why people may not do it as much. But people just got to realise if you keep on, then it will happen. And just by the very fact that you're putting stuff out, if you're not getting much back, you're learning something. So the more you put out, the more you're learning. It may be a slow process, and don't take the negativity too seriously. The negativity I see now as it's gold. because if someone's a negative troll person posting on your content, well, they found it. It means it's getting out there. And also, the good people, which is, I'd say 99% of people are good, they would come back and reply underneath why they think that they are wrong, and they'd stick up for you. They might come back. But every time someone's commenting, more people are seeing it for what it is. So we're just honest, and people can interpret it how they want.
I think, for me anyway, I think you're, especially in the way you approach or have approached your marketing as a more document rather than create methodology, I think that's really unique as an overall, not even necessarily in your sector, but as a whole, from what I've seen. I mean, did you always look at that? I mean, like, how did you sort of think about it when you were taking on this space and going, well, okay, well, you know, this is why we're going to be successful because we need to do that? Or was it actually just sort of naturally happened, I guess? I guess the question becomes is like, has your success been, quote, lucky, or was it more planned and predicted because you knew you were going to market and then the result would have been that you're building that community?
A bit of both. So I'll go back to the methodology that I want to post every day. And from the moment we get the keys, I mean, you could have thought we got the keys, but there's nothing, you know, to film about yet. The pub's not open. But every day something's going on. We're painting, we're doing the floor. I mean, it might be boring to some people, but for me and other people, they want to enjoy the journey. So many people have come into me since the pub's opened and said we've enjoyed the journey and how it's developed. And some people have even said, well, we missed that part of the process. So that it comes from that. It's just posting every day and just things happen. We film it. I've got 5-6 things probably lined up in my mind that I want to do, because just make sure you got something lined up. But then things just spontaneously happen. I'm looking around and seeing someone's doing something interesting, like discovering the cellar, for example, was the big one, or even simple things like putting up lights or laying a new floor. There is a satisfaction to seeing something that isn't right, it's tired, strip it back, and then see the end process in a short video. People find that satisfying. I find that satisfying. Why
do you think people don't do that? And then you can either target this at your sector or in general. I think because I think there's so many opportunities to document rather than create necessarily.
Because you're in it and it's every day. It might be boring. People thinking, who's going to be interested that I'm painting this wall? Who's going to be interested that I'm laying this floor? But when you frame it and you look at it, and even the wall in the car park, a tired old wall, but to see it gone from a tired old wall to being brilliantly whitewashed, I mean, that's satisfying. And then the hanging basket's going up. And then that's just a small piece. And all these small pieces make up from a pub that had been closed for a little while. So it's tired, it needed a bit of work, it needed some love. So every one of these pieces of jigsaw, which is interesting in itself, slot together, and then you can see the whole picture. And people said that they've followed the whole journey, every video. So that is nice feedback and motivation. And also it feeds into itself, because people coming back, making nice comments, and then that gives you motivation to keep going. So there's a synergy that is feeding off each other, which leads into the fact, like, the community is what has made this happen. Me sharing a journey and a community coming together, understanding what we're doing and getting behind it. To the fact that people brought in gifts, beautiful gifts that they've made, stuff that's up on the wall. Even people have brought back stuff that they've stolen from the new inn from 15, 20 years ago, saying, oh, we really buy into your story. Like, it reminded me that I took this when I was younger and I want to bring it back. So all around the walls and shelves, it's going to be gradually full of old stories and histories from the local community and the people in there.
I think for me anyway, that's what will stand you apart from, you know, the corporate pub, right? Mm-hmm. But I think as well, like, maybe people who are watching this who are maybe not in the hospitality industry but are in maybe other industries. I mean, what you're talking about there and touching on there is the storytelling aspects of our daily life, right? Yeah. I think especially now in a quote harder climate, people want to connect to stories. They want to connect to people who, I guess, are building community around their businesses.
Yeah.
Did you, I mean, I guess the question that comes from that is, what advice would you have for either your sector or general for people who are looking to build a level of community, a level, because it can be quite buzzwordy, right, in that respect, and the concept of building story and something that maybe we both understand because we've been doing it a while, but for those who maybe haven't and maybe are starting on their journey, what would you say to those people?
I'd say the advice I'd give people, I did it myself, is especially at the start, I don't so much now, it's like look at people that are telling the story well in your industry, in your sector, and look at it from the outside, because a lot of things that you think might be mundane are actually interesting. If you're not confident on video yourself, there's plenty of people around you, the bar supervisors or even customers, that there is people that will go on video, and that is part of your pub as well. That's part of your story. So try and find those people. There will be someone around.
I think you just have to sometimes put out that intention, right? You said very early that I'm going to post every single day.
Yeah.
Right. That's, for me, that's something which I've done for many years, but I think that's rarer, right? Yeah. I think people sometimes struggle, like the keys that I hear from people I work with or etc. is like, we don't know what to post, we don't know how to post it, or we don't have the confidence to post it.
Yeah, they're the key things.
How would you, I guess, fix those problems from your experience? So maybe either pick one or three, and I'd be curious to hear how you would personally recommend people try and fix that if they are looking to maybe daily post, or is it actually, go to weekly posting, get that done for a couple of months, then go to 2-3 times a week, and so on, and build it up from there?
I'd say go into posting daily and commit to it. I mean, you can write a list of stuff that you think's interesting, you can ask people, and you can work through that list. The thing is, if you're going to post something, if you've got nothing to post that day and you just randomly think of something, you may not think it's that good, but post it anyway, because that's happened to me before and it's been like one of the most biggest posts. Just because I've put something out, I think, well, I don't know if it's that good or people are interested, but I've just posted anyway. And occasionally they can be your best post. And conversely, you might have a really good idea and think, I've got this story and I want to put it out there. You put a lot of time into it, and for some reason it doesn't take off. So I think you should commit to doing every day. I mean, everyone's different, but I think that forces you into actually posting and learning.
And being in that, I guess, in unconfident action, rather than, oh, this post has to be perfect. This post has to be, the thing which is going to get loads of views, right? Yeah.
Don't worry about it, because you're going to be posting the next day. And if it's not perfect, it's going to be buried within a week if you're posting every day. And you're learning every time. That's the beauty of it.
No, I agree. Looking a little bit more towards the pub, then. When you reopened it, was this the vision you had for it originally? Or has there been, I mean, you mentioned the cellar, right?
Yeah.
I think it's one of your highest performing videos, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it is.
Yeah, I think it's over 700,000 views on that one, and subsequent ones, which
I mean, is
fantastic.
It, was when you took it on, was like, okay, I've got this vision, I've got this plan. Yeah. Did that stay true, or has things changed and adapt since we sit here today?
Yeah, I think it stays true, and it's been our vision. At which point I want to say that's my partner Gemma, who's the driving force of it, great business mind and organiser and manager. And then there's Kirsty, our other co-owner, who has a background in catering, and she's a chef, so she's been brilliant, like getting the kitchen organised. And her partner Adam, who's been doing some maintenance and some DIY stuff. So as we talk forward, I want just to acknowledge that it's like a massive team effort, especially Gemma being the driving force. But that being said, me and Gemma and the others, we have had a similar vision, and it has come has come together as we expected. And on the opening night, I knew it was going to be, say the soft launch, I think it was on the soft launch. I knew we were going to be busy. So I made it in my mind to take a moment and just like step outside and see it, which I'm glad I did, because I quietly snuck out the door. I went over the road and the pub was lit up for the first time, and you could see people in the windows mingling, enjoying, and you could hear the quiet sound of people laughing and talking come across the road. So that was like a special moment. I just sat on the steps opposite the outside the church on the steps and just took a moment to watch it, because that's what it was about. So that was our vision right there.
How did that make you feel?
Satisfied. Yeah, it's a nice.
Because I think that's kind of like a plastic. You put all this work in, and there's no guarantee. Like with a lot of projects, especially like with like in your example with the pub, you put all this work in beforehand, and then it's pretty piss. It's either going to work or not.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a great warm feeling, and I was confident it was going to work because we had so much positive feedback from the community, and that fed into the fact that we'd work harder and get it open quicker and do more. So that was a rolling effect, which was great. And while we're working on the building, I'll be working outside sometimes, inside. The amount of people that walked past and said, "We can't wait till you're open. We love what you're doing. We love the stuff you're doing on social media." It's, you know, same people walk past every day and ask how it's going, popping in and showing their support, which was great. It was really, really encouraging. And even walking around the road to get a coffee, you'd get stopped 2-3 times. How's it going? To the extent it felt like I was like mini famous in Amesbury, which was really nice because it felt like people were getting the story, getting what we were doing, getting behind it and understanding it as a community and it's for them. We're just custodians of the place and this place is for them to come and enjoy, even if it's having coffee and cake during the day, if they're playing crib or they're playing pool or darts or whatever, or starting a football team or supporting local groups. That's what it's there for. I
mean, that's really nice for me to hear, because obviously traditionally, what like a pub was a communal hub, right? That was traditionally what it was meant to do. And I think with maybe the advent of the internet or the advent of like, again, like I don't like leaning on quite harder times, but it would be easier to say that, you know, pubs are maybe slipping away and out of the community. So I guess in some ways you're an example of, no, we can kind of, I guess in some ways is it more the community actually? Because then my next question was going to be around like, when you look at the marketing you've done, some would say maybe the uneducated percentage, but some would say, oh, you've been lucky. Right, but I personally believe you've made your own luck with execution and learning rather than, oh, you're lucky. But do you count it as that?
I think there is bits of luck, but the thing is you need to capitalise on those bits of luck. I mean, for other people those things may have happened and they might not have seen the value of converting that into a story, into sharing it with the community and the public. I mean, even with the bad things that happened, I knew I was going to post and I thought, I need to be honest. If we're going to have ups and downs, so in particular I'm thinking about the day after Gemma fell down the cellar and I was shaken up by it and I was upset. But I thought, I want to force myself to do a video, I want to talk about it, see what happens. Because so many people said they enjoyed the journey, then I'm robbing people of the journey if I'm just saying the good bits that happened. I want to tell them everything so they can share with us the, you know, ups and downs.
Do you think that's, I guess, natural? Because I don't personally think, because I think social media especially is known for, here's the highlight reel.
Yeah.
Here's the holiday, here's the car, here's the new camera, here's the etc. Right? Yeah. Here's all the good stuff. Yeah. But we don't talk about when maybe business isn't booming or things unfortunately happen, etc. I mean, was that hard for you? like to actually capture those elements and actually think actually, I guess in some ways, is there a moral question around like, yes, this is part of the story because it happened, but should we post it? Should we not? Because the thing is, like, obviously you can capture it and then choose whether you use it or not. How was that sort of for you? I mean, I'd be curious to hear sort of, was it always something that's like, no, actually this is going to be just part of the story and we'll choose the right time to share it?
Yeah, I had to step back and think about what my ethos was and what the ethos of the pub was. And that's honesty and transparency. So I thought we'd do it. I had to have the permission of Gemma. She doesn't like the limelight. That was the worst thing that could happen, her falling down the cellar. So the story is, we got a glass panel in the floor now, which looks beautiful and it's lit up. But there was a short time when there was a hole, it was exposed. We're still working in here, very conscious that it's there. Gemma was the person who was reminding people, watch out for the cellar, watch out for the cellar. And I just have this vision of her walking over towards to put something on the table, to decorate the table. And I can still see the image now of, I know what she's wearing, like black leggings and a black hoodie with the New In Amesbury written on the back. And just seeing her there 1 minute and just like disappear was like sickening, because I know it's like a big drop. It's probably 6.5, 7 foot, rough terrain down there. It's rocky, stony. So that, a real sinking feeling, and I can still, it's like an indelible image in my mind. So the moment she fell, I rushed across, and looking at that now, it makes me feel sick that like I actually jumped from there to the floor. I don't know how my back survived, but just jumped straight down there, and I was with her for the duration. And when I jumped down, I shouted for someone else on site, Tom the electrician, who called the emergency services. At the same time, I called a paramedic, a friend of mine who's retired on the Friday, and I'm calling him on Monday, and said, please get down there. And he was just down the road in Durrington, so he was here in about 10 minutes, which was reassuring, because I knew, the basics of what to do to keep her still. Her breathing was really shallow to start with, and she had a big concussion. So to have him there and to tell Gemma to stay still, which is a mission in itself, because she's saying, I've got a meeting in an hour, all this dead time. She said, I just need to get up. We've got a pub to get open. And we're saying that Des is brilliant. He's reassuring her to stay still. We need to get her out properly. So the ambulance crew arrived shortly after, and they said, we need the fire brigade to get her out that small hole. And the fire brigade arrived, and then they said, we need a technical rope rescue team. So over the next few hours, this pub was full of emergency services, and they were all fantastic. This road out here was just lined up with emergency vehicles. So of course the jungle drums on the local Facebook groups were going wild with speculation of bombs or fires. You know what it's like. So that's also why I had to shortly after say, this is what's happened, just to knock that on the head. And as soon as we knew Gemma was okay when she went to hospital, I could put that out, and we had a great response. People that we didn't even know said, is there anything can we do to help? We'll come and we'll bring you this, we'll bring you that, we'll sit with Gemma. It was fantastic. People we know, people we don't know. The amount of flowers she got was incredible, which was really heartwarming. Yeah, and it makes me feel a bit emotional now, because that's what it's about, community.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I don't know if the response, the initial response as a human is always, oh my God, this thing's happened. Is the person okay? Mm-hmm. Right? But then I guess it takes another level of, leaning into your values, your trust in your community to say, well, this has happened. Mm-hmm. She's okay, but, this was obviously an accident, etc., in that respect. And I think I think it takes a level of, I'll use the word trust, to tell that to your community, because in another world, in another way, your response was very positive, but there could have been a world where the response could have been very negative, right? And it could have been very, oh, this, that, you know. I guess that bridges me on to a nice question, which is like, how do you personally either deal with or look at, quote, hate comments or trolls, or is it, you know, because we post stuff on the internet, we put our, maybe sometimes our vulnerability, especially in this case, out on the internet, and the internet can be anonymized, can be keyboard warrior-y, can be trolly, etc.
Can be, yeah.
You know, in that respect. And I think if people haven't been, quote, seasoned on the internet, then they maybe won't necessarily know. Like, everyone reacts differently, right? But I mean, if you were going to give advice to people, what would you, how should someone deal with a hate comment or a hate, you know, etc.?
I can understand why that would put someone off, because it is, some of the stuff is disgusting what they say. But I embrace it with love, unless they have said something, you know, racist or used extreme foul language. I'm not going to delete it. I'm going to leave it there, and I thank them for taking the time to watch the video, and thank you for taking the time to make a comment and put a heart at the end. Other people see it and that they would like it. I mean, your initial reaction is quite different, but over the years, that is the way to do it. Either they don't say anything more, or occasionally they say, sorry, that, you know, oh, I didn't mean that, or they twist it back round. Very rarely do they double down. I mean, they can, but I'd just like double down on the love. And it's all good. You have to understand that some people are not, have problems in their own lives, and maybe they're using that as an outlet.
Do you think that's a common reaction? To, quote, kill them with kindness?
I don't think so, but it's the only way to do it.
Because it would be very easy from an emotional reaction point of view to go, well, I'm going to start having an argument in the conversation now.
It is counterintuitive, but it is 100% the best way to deal with it. Then don't give them the power to make you feel angry. Just accept some people are like that. And the thing is, you just got to just know that 99% of people are good, and they're going to say positive things, or if they don't agree with it, they will say nothing. So just, I mean, you need to have trust, but I can totally understand why people would get angry about it. My partner Gemma and other people would, but I say it's a good thing. Someone's seeing it, making a comment, that's fine.
Looking forward. What are you specifically looking forward to? I mean, we're recording this just before Halloween. Is it just Christmas? Is it going to be into the new year? Like, what's coming for those who may be watching this when this comes out? It may actually have happened by the time this comes out.
Okay. So every single event we're going to look at, and we're going to keep driving forward. We haven't just opened the doors and that's it. We got the we've got a sports bar open now. Sky TV just went in yesterday, so we'll start advertising that now. We're confident that's up and running, because it's a nice games room with a pool table, dartboard up there. There's more work to do in there, pictures up and bits and pieces. I think that the amount of response that we've had from the games room, sports bar, is been fantastic. So we got a bigger room that's a function room. So that'll be the next project. So potentially we'll start clearing that out. And I think that may be at the new sports bar because it's bigger. We'll be able to get a lot more TVs in there, dartboards. The response for darts teams has been unbelievable. I think, you know, potentially we could have 2 or 3 darts teams and a pool team. So that's another thing to look forward to. And then over the summer, I showed you the garden, which we just made serviceable for now. It was all overgrown. That's a nice space. And by the time spring comes around, rocks around, then that'll be a beautiful beer garden. So that will always be stuff going on, and we're also led by, you know, what people want. So as people buy into it and spring comes around, we see what people want. You know, maybe a pizza oven out there, or do a barbecue, put the marquee out there, have an outside bar. All these stuff are, you know, we got lined up in our mind. But if people are going to use it, then we'll do that.
Do you think people, I mean, you're clearly investing time, energy, resources, money, etc. consistently here. Do you think that's rare in the hospitality industry, especially at the moment? Because it would be very easy for you to go, well, I put in X, so now I'm going to start wanting to pull some profit back.
I think maybe. I don't look around too much what other people are doing, but there are some people that are doing what we're doing. Specifically in Amesbury, there's a new owner down at the Kings. He's investing some money in it, making it better. That brings me on to, with the pubs, you need each other. Coming into this area, I thought I'd need to work on everyone to work together. Because I know in previous years there's been a lot of backbiting and people competing each other in Amesbury. But the thing is, if you just have the new inn by itself and there's nowhere else, people want to come to a pub and have a meal and go to another place and come back, or go to another bar. So you need the whole of Amesbury to be working together, and I want to make Amesbury busy again with the help of everybody around. Because we're not competing against each other, we're competing against people going further afield, out for a meal and a drink. We're competing about people staying in and buying cheap supermarket beer. We're competing with the cinema, we're competing with so many things, the internet, everything. But Amesbury needs to work together because we're not competing against each other. We need 4 or 5 nice venues, which we have got here. And everyone has been so helpful. When you open the doors and everything's brand new, no matter how much you plan, you forget something. On the first day we opened, someone asked for a bottle of wine, and we were like, oh, we haven't got a corkscrew. That's one basic thing that we've got. So I popped over to the George over the road, and they were like, no problem, here's some, have these. And same with the other venues. I'll try and list them all, like the Kings and the Dunkirk and the Anthropos and the Bell, and sorry if I've missed anyone, Piazza. They've all helped us with things that we might have forgot or change or support or sending people here, which is great. Even the offer of, we'd take some menus, and it's been fantastic. And that everyone buys into the same thing. It's been a great community amongst the bars.
As I say, do you think that's... I personally think in some cases that's maybe more true now, because things have got harder, because people need to band together a little bit more. But I think initially, the initial response, especially when people, I guess, first start, especially in like my industry, or the same would be true, I expect, in yours, where they're very self-focused, right? I've got my business to run. I need to make sure I'm making a living, etc. And I guess they don't, in some ways they don't appreciate or understand the reciprocity of, hey, there's other options, and hey, you should go and check out these other options. I mean, did you always have that mindset? And if you did, do you think that's rare in your industry?
I think it's rare. I'm always trying to sell this point. Our background is security. Gemma runs our security company now from top to bottom, but I've done the security for 30 years on doors and bars and nightclubs. But I've seen so many bars open and close, and so many bars do well. And to see people trying to compete against each other like a club down the road, and like trying to undercut each other or go against each other on nights, you're thinking, this is crazy. If they just pull together, they're so much more powerful if they work together on grouping together, putting on nights, working out who's doing what. They'd be so much more powerful and bring more people to that area rather than the next town or the next city, or doing something completely different. So that's something I've always believed in, because I've seen it firsthand, and that goes for anything, community. Wider afield, like with anything, it's so much more powerful working with the people around you rather than going against it.
there's been a lot of talk, and you may have kind of already mentioned it, but there's been a lot of talk about, I know I alluded to it earlier, about pubs are dying, right? Community houses are dying. You know, what's your view? Do you think they are?
Well, it sounds like it if you hear anything in news, which I tend not to listen to anyway. It would seem that way, but for me, I think that taking on a new inn, I just thought, you know, that's all background new, that's irrelevant. I know this pub is beautiful, it's historic. The community needs it. It's part of the British history and institution to have a pub, nice pubs in a town. It is unique, and it's part of the fabric of the place. It might go up and down, but it's in our DNA. So I just took this as like a separate thing. I mean, it may not have worked in other places. We live quite close to here, so we have people that we know in nearby villages and people in Amesbury we know. So we did have a head start in that way. So yeah, I think that's important.
What do you think traditional or other pubs potentially get wrong with either marketing or in general?
I find it difficult talking negatively of people or things, but
or maybe what they could do better then.
In general, you think the big brands lose something. I mean, they've been successful and they've done fantastically well because they got to that state. But when you get bigger, then you do lose some of that independence, and you might go into a big chain and you may see different bar staff every time. That's the beauty of having an independent pub when the landlord and landlady and you have consistent bar staff and owners, and they're actually there on site, because that is a big part of the pub, following that journey, getting to know them and the characters, and knowing even if you walk down the road and you're just going to pop in for a pint by yourself, you've met your friends or people you know may not be in there, but they know the person behind the bar, or they know the landlord, and you probably wouldn't get that in a big high street chain. Probably not. You may do, but less likely.
If people are interested to see more of your journey, where would you recommend they go?
The big one has been Facebook, but also we've got Instagram, YouTube and TikTok, and they are all the New Inn Amesbury. Under that should come up at top if they search for that. It's all documented on all four of them, but Facebook is probably the most popular. So yeah, they can follow on any of those 4 channels, and that'd be much appreciated. We've had people following from all over the place. A lot of American people said they've seen it and they've liked the journey, but you know, it's a bit far. And some people even said, like, when we come to England, we really want to come and see the place. And over the road to George Hotel, they have a lot of foreign visitors stay there, and they've been coming over to look at the cellar and some of the history. The history's always been here, but no one, well, maybe that's unfair, but no one's sort of showcased it for a little while. I've started to put pictures up on the wall of old pictures of landlords, landladies, what Amesbury used to look like, so people can come in and enjoy that.
Fab. Thank you so much for coming on. And if you were going to talk to yourself 10 years ago, what advice would you give?
Yeah, that's a difficult question, because you think if you told yourself something, then you wouldn't be in the place that you are now. And I'm really happy where I am now with the pub and the people around me, how this has panned out. With Gemma, my partner, extremely happy and very much in love. So if I went back and changed something, then, you know, I probably wouldn't.
Thank you so much. And if you did enjoy this video or this podcast and you'd like to see more, make sure to be subscribed. YouTube believes you enjoyed this one, and I'll see you very, very soon.
I've got my video goggles on as well, and I'm completely biased towards video because it is the most impactful content on social media. Full stop. End of.
Key question for you. What do you think is missing in marketing today?
What's missing in marketing today is emotion, authenticity, and consistency.
If you were going to talk to Chris 10 years ago and you were going to give advice, what advice would you give him?
The more that you are unashamedly you on social media, the more impact you will have in terms of reach, in terms of engagement, in terms of sales, everything.
Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. I hope you had a good day, video night, wherever you are. Today, we're back with a brand new What's Missing in Marketing Today episode. Today, I'm going to be talking to Chris. I imagine all things about social media and all of those wonderful places to put our content. But first, Chris, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for the time, and thank you so much for coming on, of course. But key question for you: what do you think is missing in marketing today?
Thanks for the invite. Really appreciate you hosting me today. What's missing in marketing today is emotion, particularly emotion, authenticity, oomph, and consistency.
When you say oomph, what do you mean? Because I think sometimes some people will take that as energy, right? Some people will take that as how we show up. Other people will take that as, I guess, like the amount or volume or energy. Like, that's why, if you don't mind just unpacking that briefly, I think it'd be really helpful for the viewers.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem at all, Carlton. I think by oomph, I do mean energy. I mean true commitment to the cause. I think for far too long on social, people have seen it as a tick box and not this kind of ongoing personal or business brand commitment. And if you are truly giving it your full oomph, your full energy, your full commitment, you will get so much more out of it. I'm so aware of the fact that might be perceived as fluffy, but I think, in fact, I don't think I know that people can see right through cold, corporate, boring, emotionless content. And so it's so important, and it's critical actually now that the content that you're sharing, you give it your all, you give it your full oomph. So that's what I mean.
Magic. I mean, you're very seasoned. You know, you've been on social media for over a decade, starting out as a side hustle, creating your own agency. What was the turning point that you thought, actually, hold on, this could actually legitimately be the career of my dreams, so to speak?
I became addicted. I became obsessed with the platforms, the algorithm, the opportunity, particularly because really with social media, you can honestly go anywhere and get into any audience and reach any person anywhere. Like how incredibly remarkable is that? And I think when I first started on social, I was gaining traction really quickly, and I was connecting with people in places that I could never dream of. And of course, most people that tune into this podcast will understand the 6 degrees of separation, right? And I think that process is sped up so much more because of the power of social. And so I am just obsessed by it, and I'm excited by it. And I just truly believe that anyone can create impact for themselves or their business through organic social media. And the opportunity of that is bigger and better than any opportunity in the history of the internet, in my humble opinion.
Do you think people don't do it because they're worried about what if someone sees me? What if Gary, Sally, my mum, my friends from high school, etc., etc.? Like, is that why people don't do it?
Definitely, Carlton. I think a huge amount of work needs to be done in terms of self-discovery and your why and your own self-psychology and having a coach. So many people come to me, Carlton, they say, yes, Chris, let's do social media. Let's get going. I want to do this. I want to go there. I want to achieve this. I want to achieve that for myself or my business. And on paper, that sounds amazing. But often comes the stumbling block of getting themselves out there, seeing themselves on camera, being okay with how they sound, understanding how to, have some confidence in your conviction
being okay with people judging you. And that's something that is really, really tough for so many people. And I actually think is a great place to start this conversation with Carlton, because before you get into all of the technical, geeky social media strategy, tech platform, algorithm stuff, content creation, how are you showing up? How confident in your conviction are you? Are you okay with people judging you? Are you not okay with people judging you? Are you way too tuned into the vanity metrics? Oh, this post only got 2 likes, therefore I'm never going to do it ever again. So there's a lot of mental work that has to go into it, Carlton. And also, again, that's not a tick box. It's not a one and done. It's a continuous thing. And the unsexy truth about social, and certainly becoming successful on social media, whether that be for your business or your personal brand, you are going to get people that criticize you. You are going to get people that disagree with you. You are going to get people that leave you snidey comments. But with that growth comes huge opportunity, both financial and just general impact in whichever way you perceive that to be for yourself or your business.
No, I mean, I completely agree. And I mean, I think, but I'm also aware when saying that, though, that we come from a place of privilege because of the years we've been doing it for. If someone's listening to this and they're maybe concerned about, okay, I've got my first hate comment, what do I do?
First of all, pause. I think so many people just jump into it, Carlton. They'll get a bad comment and they'll react emotionally immediately. Hold the line, folks. Calm down, breathe. First step. Second step is linked to that is make sure it's okay to just sleep on it. If someone leaves you a comment like that, just sleep on it, come back to it the next day. Okay, this is all quite starter pack stuff. But where I think people then make the mistake is when they go back to that comment, they will react perhaps in a passive aggressive way, but perhaps they will hard disagree with that person. But the thing that's always worked for me, both personally and professionally, given what I do in the media world as well, is that I always respond with empathy, with kindness. And I understand that the reason why that person is leaving a comment on your business page or on your personal page, they're going through some stuff right now. Okay. So coming at it from a genuine place of empathy and killing them with kindness. And from a business side of things, it's an opportunity for you to show off your exceptional customer service skills by going back to that angry, frustrated customer or someone within your network or your audience with genuine kindness and empathy and care. And it can only help your brand, and understanding that actually, if you respond to that comment, it's going to help your post perform better and stay in the feed for longer anyway, right? So there's a whole lot of stuff on that, and I could go deeper into that, Carlton, but that's what I'd say to begin with is sleep on it. Kill that person with kindness, right? And don't make any harsh, strong statements and react emotionally. Just create some space, have some digital downtime.
I also I completely agree, but just to add to that for those who are listening, I think for me, it's about like whether you're willing to give that power back to them. I forget the initial quote, but it was something along the lines of when someone drops a comment on your post, on your video, wherever it is, if you respond to them, you're giving that power back. So if you can see it as kind of a power exchange, when they comment, they're giving you that power to see how you react to it, etc. And if sometimes you don't need to comment back. Sometimes you don't need to necessarily engage in that conversation if you don't feel it will necessarily be, I guess, mutually beneficial for the conversation, or like you're not. Like, there's a balance, I think, between building community and building real relationships with people, and then also having people who are just there to maybe stoke the fire, maybe get a little bit controversial, etc. They're there for maybe rage bait, right? But you've had a lot of experience with, managing other accounts and working with other accounts, etc. And, in my notes here, I've got, you've managed over 250 accounts, which is across multiple industries, which is a big, big thing to say, right? Is there like a specific lesson or a specific like thing that you've noticed in that process that's like, this really works? Or is it very specifically industry based? Is it very specific timing based, would you say?
In terms of content, in terms of responding to criticism, what do you mean?
In terms of, I guess the question comes is like what because then it's like maybe someone's listening to this and go, well, why is everyone on social media, right? Like we want it to work for our business, okay? But some people have said to me, you need a niche, right? You need to niche down and do just content about X, okay? But
at the moment, and this is a video I have up and coming, I'm going to talk about a hub strategy very quickly. You have a core Instagram, same is true in every platform, but core YouTube channel, core Instagram that you put your flagship content onto. Then you have spear or supporting accounts. So I have one for this podcast, I have one for my aerial work, etc. And they all then get invited as collaborators whenever there's a main post principle. But for me, like, you can niche, but because we're an interest-based graph now rather than social-based graph, in 95% of the case, I think LinkedIn's the only exception. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'd be interested in your thoughts on it. But like, for me, in most cases, we're interest-based, especially on short-form, infinitely scrolling feeds. In that respect, actually, followers become irrelevant. So actually spinning up these other brands, spinning up these other accounts, you could actually get some decent numbers. And even if it's just awareness traction to push to your main account, where you can then have more value-led content or, quote, conversion content, etc. And that's quite techie. But I think for me, that's like the key, I think, to understanding what content, like what this piece of content, what a piece of content serves. So I guess to like reframe it into a question, in your experience across all of those accounts and across all of your industry, do you find there is commonalities when it comes to strategic content pillars?
The unsexy answer and the truthful answer, and I would be waving a big red flag if someone said that there would be something that works for all 250 plus accounts, right? I think that's a little bit disingenuous. In fact, it's massively disingenuous. And the reason why, Carlton, is on social media, there are thousands of variables, thousands. And we're talking like the algorithm, we're talking about the type of content, the headline used, the question, the value, the audience, the timing, the media. I could go on and on and on and on and on and on and on, right? And so I think what I always like to do with our clients is, to begin with, you have to understand who you're talking to, the audience, right? There's no point getting going and serving up content that's not going to convert because you don't understand who your audience are, right? So that's the first step. Who are your audience? Who are your people? And then the second thing, and maybe the thing that could apply to the majority of those, is having this kind of mindset and oversight and umbrella, if you like, of serving and not selling. I think that's really important. Of course, there's times in content where you would add in a call to action or, send someone somewhere to do something. We have to do that to make money, right? But having that mindset of serving, not selling, across a board of whether it's a business account, a personal account, small, medium, large organizations, that's something that I would say works for the majority of those accounts. Of course, execution of perfection, consistently turning up, not getting bogged down in this kind of perfectionism mindset. I think people have this misconception with social, Carlton, that the perfect social media post exists. And I'm holding my head because it happens all the time. And someone's like, oh, well, that wasn't that good, or that didn't work.
Yeah, but my feed looks beautiful, Chris.
And we're now away from that, right? And I think, and I'm so happy, Carlton, that you have the understanding around, interest-based content and followers being almost not applicable now. Like, they look good, they make you look more credible, but ultimately, if you are leaving a consistent digital footprint, I'll call it, across a variety of platforms where your audience are hanging out, using keywords within your copy that people can hang on to and find you via, that is where the impact comes with social. I think across the board, some other things in terms of actual, you've mentioned, I think they're content pillars, Carlton. I always like to add in storytelling, tell a story, because people can connect with that. Brands don't do that enough. Make sure that at some stage you are telling someone to do something. If not, they will not do anything. Okay. So that's important to add in. Social proof is always good. So adding in, again, like what's worked, why has it worked, someone else talking about how good you are rather than you. I call it weeing everywhere, which is quite cruel. We do this, we're the best of that, we are number one, weeing everywhere. People are weeing everywhere all the time. Stop weeing everywhere, okay? And make it more your, and really address the reader. So that was quite rambly, Carlton, but I hope that answers that question. It's quite hard to give you a specific answer, but hopefully that.
No, absolutely, it definitely does. I mean, I'm going to be quite biased, right? Because I've done video for like coming on 15 years and commercially for like 8 and 9, but I have noticed a trend across like either people wanting to do it or the platforms wanting you to create video, right? And I think, is that just the natural, like, it's the closest thing we have to me meeting you, me watching a video with you, building that parasocial relationship? Or from your perspective, I mean, is there like other reasons or other things why someone should consider video as a format, and or why they maybe shouldn't?
Yeah, I think, I've got my video goggles on as well, Carlton. I'm completely biased towards video because it is the most impactful content on social media. Full stop. End of. We could finish this podcast on that note, right? If there's one thing that people do today, film a video, even if it's a selfie shot, iPhone style, that's fine. Do that over a static. You'll see more engagement, reach more people, have more impact. I come from a commercial sales background. Really, I've always done social, but I that's kind of like where I've really made a dent. And when you show up on camera, Carlton, it is so good for demonstrating expertise. It accelerates relevancy, relatability, trust, because it feels real. And in this AI bot, cold corporate fake world that we seem to be drifting into, it is more important and more impactful than ever before to jump on video. So this isn't just me saying do video because it gets you more engagement, it helps you reach more people. It's, well, actually, even if you only had a LinkedIn network of 4 people and you showed up on video, it would definitely be more impactful than just normal static stuff, right? Because of a sales piece versus an algorithm piece, if you like. So for sure, I'm a huge advocate of video of all shapes and sizes. I think there's a place for long form, definitely. I certainly think there's a place for short form. I think overall, though, Carlton, people are hugely overthinking it. They're getting bogged down in the tech, and they're not, working with someone like yourself in terms of the tech setup, so they can just get going and talk about the stuff that they're good at and that they know about. And I just want people to get into this mindset of execution over perfection, and relatability, being real. Even if you're walking down the street, and I know it's brave and it makes you look a bit silly, but even if you're walking down the street and you're just sharing a few words about your day with your camera and you're posting that as your content, that's a good enough start. It really.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And very quick story. I've been a professional videographer for, as I say, like nearly 10 years. I do a couple of phone videos every now and again, and I'm almost willing to bet, I haven't checked yesterday's one, but nearly every single phone video, I think, it's really bad for me to say, but I think it over-indexes in respect to views for, like, on Instagram especially, but even on LinkedIn and other places as well. Like, I've noticed there is a algorithmic boost for phone content if it's executed well, right? Granted, right? And in the one that I'm specifically thinking about, I did tell a very cohesive story. I did give a very specific setup and then a very good resolution, but that was because I'm in the process of creating good content consistently and doing those reps. So whether I'm filming it on a camera, and the reason why I mention it here is because I think some people, they look at like what I'm doing with like the trailers and it looks good and it sounds good and I've got professional mics all the time and then I'm flying a drone and they're doing all this stuff, but it's like I don't have that, so I can't do it, right? I don't have the microphone. But you do have a phone, right? And I think if you just, it's more of a psychology thing. That's why I love to talk about the psychology behind video, because for me, it's the main barrier for someone not wanting to or not being willing to put themselves out there, because actually you find about some insecurities, and it's actually a really strong self-belief and self-esteem and self-growth perspective yourself doing video, which is a kind of a byproduct of actually all the business benefits that we've already kind of alluded to. But I think for me, I mean, if you were going to, and I know when I come on your show I went into depth on like the psychology, but from your perspective with your experience, I mean, what outside of doing it, what would you say to someone who's like either maybe looking to start doing their first post, tipping their toe in, or they maybe want to start on video? Like, what would you say to those people?
Talk about something that you're genuinely passionate about. Don't overscript. Don't write everything down. Be okay with buts, and maybes. You will stumble. You will stutter. You will. There will be a moment where you accidentally say something you shouldn't, and keep it in. keep it in, because it's real and people want real. Again, back to my previous point, AI, robot, cold corporate world that we're drifting into. People are craving real more than ever before. And this is why influencers do incredibly well, because it's so real. It's so genuinely authentic most of the time. And so I think if I was to say to someone to start out, like of course, you know, press record in your office, whether it be, you know, in the workplace or at home or whatever, and just keep the camera on and record your day, and maybe record some of your meetings from an alternative angle, and see if there's a snippet from that you can take out. Maybe you're not looking at the camera. That's okay, because doing something is better than nothing. And I'm like so far on the other side of the fence with this. Like, some marketers are like, oh no, you know, it's got to be absolute quality, da. But the problem with that is it's too slow. It's a lack of speed. And just like a balanced diet, Carlton, like I'm a big advocate of doing professional stuff as we are right now, but then also for speed. If you are walking down the street, if you are, you know, out and about somewhere, if you've just walked out of a networking event, whatever, and you've got that moment, that spark, that energy, that inspiration to get on camera, don't wait, get going. I just think so many people are overthinking it, Carlton, which is quite basic starter pack advice, but they absolutely are. I'll tell you a quick story on this. One of my consultancy clients, I was going through this process with her. We were running through various static. We'd established our top line strategy. We had images, we had graphics, we had design, we had some polished video. And I was saying, hey, look, Cassandra, I think we should really shift more towards this kind of real, relatable portrait selfie shot style content. And she sent me a couple of videos. One was her at home, and one was her at the beach. And the one of her at the beach, you could barely hear her, to be honest with you. Like, you could hear what she was saying, obviously, but it was quite hard to hear. However, when she shared that one, you use that word over-indexed, it was so real. The wind was in the background. You could hear the waves. And most people, they wouldn't have used it. They would have gone, it's too difficult to hear me, I won't share that. Whereas actually I would say, if there's a car in the background beeping, if there's an animal, if there's a bird tweeting, if someone walks in, you know, like it's like the classic BBC Reader where the kid walks in, right? Like, use that, you know. I just think so many people are overthinking everything, and it's I mean, maybe it's a wider societal, deeper issue, right, around our own self-image. I think it's getting worse because of social. That's maybe like the dark side of it, but if you can just be okay with who you are and unashamedly sharing who you are with the world, then you will reach so many more people and be able to spread your message and create more impact.
Something that I understood a handful of years ago when I did a video talking about marketing funnels was actually the job of a marketing funnel is to basically repel or exclude a certain sector of people, right? The wrong certain people. Because I think when we look at marketing, we go, I'm trying to attract the right people, right? But we don't always look at the other side of it, which is that repulsion side. But something which I've found really interesting as I've grown and I've developed is like I'm talking to more business owners who are getting busier and busier with the operations of a business and et cetera, et cetera. And that's probably one of the reasons why they, to be honest, they bring me in, because they want the professional content, they want the feel, they want the sound, but they don't want to have to worry about what lens are we shooting on, what light are we using, what microphone are we, so on, right? But for some business owners who say they don't have time for social media, they don't have time for content creation, what would you say to them?
I would say, like anything, it's whether you truly want to commit to it or not. I would say that it's more attainable than ever before to work with a genuine specialist that isn't going to charge you, you know, through the roof like a large generalist agency that doesn't specialize in. And you, as long as you go through an appropriate in-depth onboarding, consultancy, strategy, agreement process, if you like, and you're able to define exactly what you want to achieve, where you want to go, how you want to do it, your tone of voice, then you could outsource it. But I also truly believe, Carlton, with the tools and technology that are at our disposal today, I've got a lot of concerns around AI, right? But then also I am an advocate of using AI in terms of ideation, in terms of building out content pillars, headlines. There's so many things that we can get from it. So it's easier than ever before to get consistent on social, whether you do it yourself through tools, through techniques, learn techniques, or you outsource it. You know, you don't. I think there is this kind of there's this real thought with most people that it's like this huge unattainable expense to work with a specialist on your social now, but that's certainly not the case in my humble opinion anyway. So again, not maybe a one and done answer there, but an honest answer, which is that you can absolutely commit to it, whether it's yourself or whether it's through a.
I think for me, my answer would be like leverage, right? Like, it's what are you leveraging? How are you leveraging your time, assets, resources, etc.? Like, you could, using like what I did for a long time, hire someone to follow you around with a video camera and document rather than create in a Gary Vaynerchuk style, and or actually, like as you've already mentioned to it earlier, record what you're saying in a meeting. And this does one of two things. A, it gives you infinite content opportunities, especially if you're going to use things like ops clips to do the editing for you, because you're only doing it for short form. But also, it actually means you're going to show up better for that person in the meeting, because you're not going to spend time talking about how's the weather, how is the dog, etc. You're going to go, okay, how tangibly can I add value to you? Right? How can I tangibly add value in that hour? Because A, you're creating content from it, so you want to add kind of generalized information, you want to create the most valuable content you can. But also, I've found personally, people take more value from the meeting because you are kind of in that performance mode, I guess you could say, right? But this does kind of link in, I guess, and it'd be wrong of me not to ask you around. You know, you've been very fortunate to speak on stages. You've been fortunate to, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but like run your own radio show on the BBC and co-host it and etc. I mean, like, for people who are maybe listening to this and that's maybe like an avenue of their business, so maybe they have a speaking opportunity or they have been invited on the radio, but they're not sure, well, like, what's it going to do for my business? And like, why should I? And like, do you see that as important for you personally?
Brought that up, Carlton, because it links with your response to my last answer, right? Which is that if you're going to do public speaking, or you have a media appearance, or you're guest writing, or you're doing something like what we're doing now, okay, the reason why I'm committing to this is, of course, not just to share my expertise and my experience and help serve, not sell, really just help people reach new audiences. It's getting content as well. And you've mentioned Gary Vaynerchuk, huge advocate, very grateful to have met him a couple of times now, a really real massive inspiration for me. And one of the things that he talks about is content pyramids. And many people just, and it again links back to your having the time bit, Carlton, they don't realize that us doing this, what is it now, half an hour, 45 minutes, we'll do maybe an hour today together. This will give me content for weeks. I could pull out of it a long form video. I could pull out of it multiple blogs. I could pull out of it, I mean, with your help, especially Carlton, so many short form video snippets, right? That I could run evergreen on my personal or business account for maybe the rest of this year, for goodness sake, right? And it's a massive frustration of mine, actually, Carlton, as well, because when people get these opportunities, public speaking, media, podcast, etc., they don't maximize the opportunity and they don't use it to their advantage. So they do it, they reshare it, and that's it. And it just kind of dies or fizzles out. And they don't realize that actually by doing this today, I'm getting loads of content that I can use over and over and over again. And that is an incredibly useful trick that so many business people are well, not just business people, all people are missing out on the opportunity from. And of course, by me doing this appearance with you, it's going to highlight me as the expert, the person of expertise. Whereas if I'm doing this on my channel and it's just me and it's on, here you go, me, we, all of this again, people don't quite believe it. But the fact that I'm doing this on your show can actually create so much more trust, so much more respect, and really build you as the key person of influence. I think a book that I'd highly recommend to, and I'm sure loads of your community already know it, Carlton, but Key Person of Influence by Daniel Priestley is a brilliant book to read, to really understand and simplify personal brand. And it gets you in this thought process and concept and strategy of, using these opportunities to build you as a key person of influence so people trust you more. And if they trust you more, they buy more of your products and services. It's a simple mathematical equation, if you like. Mm-hmm. And so again, that's why I would hugely recommend that when you do these appearances, you really, really milk them for as much as you possibly can.
And also I think, sometimes people see like filming a talk at the front of a room or filming a podcast as like just a cost. And until you break that framework down and you look at the visibility that you're potentially going to get, and I think at the moment we relaunched the podcast account, I think it's now like 24 or 22,000 or so within like 2 weeks or so, just under 2 weeks in regards to like monthly views. Now, yes, we're using a strategy which involves a level of volume to create that, right? Each reel is maybe only getting 300 or so views at the time of filming, sure, but the point is, how many people, even if we take 1%, okay, that's close to 2,000 people that potentially could convert in my business within the next 3 months, right? And that's just on Instagram alone. You then add the potential revenue opportunities that come from having a monetized YouTube channel and etc., and like building side revenue, especially if you're in what I would call a up down business, so like you're very project by project based. You could build yourself an opportunity, and I'm personally doing this with the brands I'm building and in the content I'm creating, where you could have infinite marketing content because you're going to put it out on all your social media, linking out to your YouTube, etc. But also, if you strategically think about it enough, and you can build a strong niche for that YouTube clarity, which is what YouTube specifically cares about in all the research, all the people I've spoken to right now, and that's why I have a different channel for the podcast rather than Brightner Media, etc., is because algorithmically YouTube wants to have clarity over who to serve those videos to, right? But the key there is once it gets to the point where the YouTube channels are big enough, they will become their own revenue stream. And it might be £100 a month or etc. Sure. But that what does that do to your business? That changes your baseline revenue. So if you are project by project based, that means you can potentially pay for another SD card, or you can pay for another microphone, or you can pay for a bit of lighting, or you can pay for a bit of consulting, etc. Or just hold on to the £100, right? And it's about, I think for me, how you think about that from a longer term. But do you think people sometimes underestimate like the other opportunities that could come from like either that or the lurkers that could come on social media from creating content, Chris, do you think?
Yeah, for sure. I was going to say, though, something that you've brought up there, which is a huge gap for the majority of people. Unbelievably, they are not using and making the most of the second biggest search engine in the world, which is YouTube. And YouTube Shorts right now are so hot. They are absolutely flying. They are getting so much organic reach. And so even if you were to set up your own personal YouTube account under your name, right? And you just share all of these little videos that you do from various appearances, public speaking gigs, talks, meetings, whatever, wherever, however, getting your name on YouTube and giving these AI tools, hey, by the way, something to grab onto because then you're the expert, boom. And that is a massive gap for so many people. So again, link back to your previous question, Carlton, we're doing this in a funny order today. That will hugely help people. So definitely jump on YouTube and really, really capitalize on that opportunity by using that video content. And the great thing is with YouTube is by tweaking, tailoring, optimizing, making something, amending something, is that it can go viral like that. Okay. So with LinkedIn, with Facebook, with Instagram, if you edit something, if you edit a social post, it will penalize you, right? YouTube is phenomenal because by simply adding a new thumbnail, changing the headline, adding more to the description, all of a sudden your video can blow up and it could completely change your business forever. And that's not pie in the sky, blue sky thinking stuff, right? That's very real and it's happening for so many people. And so again, another takeaway for people listening to this is please jump on YouTube. Yeah. Please start publishing to YouTube.
Yeah. And I think, we've talked a lot about like the commercial benefit of doing content, the commercial benefit of like why I should be looking at marketing, how I should be consistently marketing, but you've done some incredible work through your Big C initiative about, specifically raising,
I believe this is correct, do correct me if it's wrong, raising up to about £40,000 for the charity involvements and etc. I mean, how specifically is that kind of, I guess, purposely shaped your work, or like how did that kind of come about? Like, because I think that's really rare in the business landscape, but also in the social media landscape as a whole. I don't think we sometimes think, hey, I could actually do something really good and really meaningful here.
Love that, Carlton. And we're talking here about business and doing all this, but hey, actually, what charities are you passionate about? What do you want to change in society? What legacy do you want to leave? You can use social as a tool to support with that. I'm so proud to say that we've now got up to over 50,000. I think we're almost knocking on the door of 51,000, right? For a cancer charity that supported my mum before she sadly passed away in 2007. And my mission is I want to get to 100 grand before I retire, right? And I will get there. But the takeaway and the learning from that is all of that money was raised because of the power of social media, specifically the power of building a engaged community. And we jumped on YouTube lives. We were talking to our subscribers. We did a 24-hour watch along, which was phenomenal. And we raised, I think it was like annoyingly, it wasn't 24,000. It was 23,000 in 24 hours. And that was on YouTube, one platform. So again, like, if it's not enough to already jump on social media for your business, what about the stuff that you're passionate about? What about the charities that you want to help and support? It's definitely the right thing to do.
Do you think AI is going to change this?
Yeah, I do. I think AI has already changed a lot of social media. And I think that it's one of those things that you can either lean into, you can sink or swim. And I think that many people are already swimming with it, but then also some people are unintentionally sinking because they're using AI. They are they're really rubbish with their prompts, Carlton, and they're just kind of spewing up stuff and throwing it out there. And the algorithm is understanding and picking up, that's AI content. And there's certain things that you see and you're like, you've swallowed a thesaurus overnight. You're using the rocket emoji on every single post. You're using multiple line breaks in weird orders. It doesn't feel like you anymore. So I think AI has changed it, but not just for the good, but for the worse as well. And honestly, not even just saying this because I'm on your podcast. It's why video. I mean, I didn't think video could be any more I didn't think it could be any more valuable. AI coming in has made video work even more valuable for you and your business. Because of course, AI tools are developing all the time, right? And it's going to get scary really quickly at what it can do, even in video. But right now, there's this opportunity where doing video as you, for real, there's going to be this nice soft squidgy stage where you can get so much impact now before these tools and technologies catches up with it and are able to dupe you to a quality where you can't tell the difference. I don't think that's going to be long, by the way, and I'm quite scared by that, to be honest. For the world, not for me or my business, everyone. But for the next year and a half, 2 years, I think there's a real moment where you can jump on video, make loads of money, create loads of impact, help support causes that you care about. I think AI has made things really good in terms of getting people going, ideation. But I actually also think it's really showing people up, and it's making jumping on video even better for showing off your expertise, your knowledge, your wisdom, your skills, because that's something that AI can't do.
Yeah. How shouldn't we be using AI?
How shouldn't we be using it? Putting it. I'm not going to try not to swear, just in case you're monetizing this. By putting a rubbish prompt into ChatGPT, copying and pasting any old nonsense, right? If you put rubbish in to ChatGPT, you will get rubbish out of it. And people aren't even proofing, Carlton. It's so scary how lazy humans are. It's so scary. They're literally putting a rubbish prompt in, getting a rubbish answer response out of it, copying it, whacking it in LinkedIn and sending it,
Yeah, that'll do.
fact checking it. And some of the stuff I've seen, it's like the worst thing to do for your personal brand. It can literally destroy your personal brand in an instant because the facts are wrong, the stats are wrong, they're not right. And it's because partly of the prompt, but also what AI is currently still latching onto. So as I say, I'm not an AI denier by any stretch of the imagination, but I think that's where people are getting it massively wrong. They are not understanding how it works, and they are shortcutting it. They're thinking it's accurate, and it's not. It's actually, you spoke earlier, Carlton, about, video / social attracting or detracting for your personal or business brand. And my goodness gracious me, is it detracting from some people's businesses right now?
Algorithms change constantly, right? There's constantly a new thing, there's a new trend, there's a new, like, Reels have just launched, Stories have just launched, Snap Spotlight has just launched, etc., right? Like, it's a full-time job on its own, right, that I'm sure we both spend quite a lot of our time because of the nature of our business. But to the person who's maybe not in the space every day, what advice could you give them as we go into 2026 and say, okay, well, this format, this trend, this idea, this concept, this thing is underrepresented and is the quote opportunity right now on social?
Well, I think what's always going to be safe, is educational content, serving, not selling, especially when the content that you're creating is non-time sensitive. That consistency is going to be more impactful and work over and above trends. I'm really cautious with trends. Trends are fantastic at creating virality and going big, getting loads of vanity metrics. I'm not sure jumping on trends is something that a business should be leaning into too much, because actually I think it detracts away almost from your commercial objectives. Heck, I saw a competitor the other day post something on their social, which was so detracting away from what good customer service, client service looks like. And I was like, oh dear. And it's because they jumped on a trend that, like, other people are doing, but you don't have to jump on every trend. So I think video works. I think doing lives works and will work very, very well. If someone is able to do content where they are getting connected, exposed, and accelerated into another network of people that they want to reach, is also good. So Instagram collaborations, live broadcasts like this, very, very good thing to do. But Carlton, I do fear that question will almost strike fear into people, and they will go, oh no, I'm overthinking it again. I can't do the right thing. So again, I just want to go back to basics: execution of perfection, give value. I'm creating now, as we speak, 52 videos, and I'm going to do one per week for the rest of next year. Like, I'm practicing what I preach on that. And I'm not worried about the trend at the time, because I want to leave a digital footprint. I want to leave little magnets, branches for my audience to hang on to with keywords of service areas that I want to sell more of. That's what I'm all about, right? Leaving this footprint that people can grab onto. So trends are great. You don't have to jump on all trends. And in terms of like what's safe for 2026 and what is going to work still in 2026 is short form video content. Make it real, make it authentic, whether you do it professionally with someone as good as yourself, Carlton, or whether you selfie shoot it. But again, balanced diet point. Do both. Why not do both? Yeah. Work with you, Carlton, or another video provider. Won't be as good, obviously, to batch create loads of video content, evergreen, non-time sensitive. So you're talking at least once per week, and build it and build it and build it. And that's how you can grow your account.
No, I completely agree. And I want to build off just before we wrap up the trend thing, because I agree, but I also kind of disagree. And it's kind of a bandwidth question, right? So I'm going to caveat my answer with, if you have the bandwidth to do this and you have the systems in process to be creating all the polished stuff, all the value add, everything that me and Chris have been discussing for the last hour or so, then yes, do that first. That's always going to serve you. That's always going to be a good idea. However, if you want explosive growth from an awareness point of view, and you have the bandwidth to jump on a trend fast before it becomes saturated, then you can commoditize a load of attention that will then lead into your value-led content. And that's where it really comes down to, in my opinion, a yes and thing rather than a yes or thing, right? We've alluded to Gary a lot, and I will link some resources down below for those who are interested, but like, this is one of the things that Gary talks about a lot. It's like, yes and you should talk about your hobbies. Yes, and you should talk about, I think he had a video that got like silly views, like millions and millions, and it was like him talking about like a fruit, right? What ROI is that? Well, actually, probably quite high, because what happens is people, if you look at everything you do as a part of a marketing funnel, you need to ask what piece of your content is going to do. You can trend jack and get a strong piece of awareness content. No, it won't convert. No, it's not going to miraculously mean you get hundreds of millions of pounds in your bank because you've converted it. But what it will do is it could give you a boost in followers and or a boosted initial interaction. And if you have your leading to a book that's actually on Chris's bookcase behind him, where Gary talks about your profile hygiene, right? If you have your website, you have your email, you have your phone number easy accessible on those profiles, when you get something that gets 1 million, when you get something that gets 100k, there's going to be a percentage. Again, if you take 1%, you're going to be in a position where you're going to get some more work. You're going to get even 1 or 2 more people who potentially will become clients. So that's kind of my, I guess, counter argument to trend jack, and that's why I caveat it with the bandwidth thing. But Chris, for those people who, because I'm aware you've got to go very shortly, but for those people who want to connect with you, if you want to see more content, you want to see some of this video you've already alluded to, where's best for people to reach out to you? And do you agree with what, that strategy as a whole?
Well, I was going to say, I just looked at the time and I went, oh, that's a shame, because I've got so much more to give. And for people that have kind of liked the cut of my jib today, I'm serving up a ton of value over on my Reeve social media YouTube channel. I'm doing live broadcasts, one of which is with this guy. Incredible value in terms of video psychology, which is the most important thing before you get going. We'll leave that alone for now. Connect with me on LinkedIn, Chris Reeve. I'm showing up there really consistently and just providing free value for people to use and jump on. And yeah, just back to your previous point, to I guess sort of somewhat finish on, Carlton, in a funny old order again, is we could have done an hour-long Gary V loving, couldn't we, right? But this attention thing, right? And I think that's something else to tap into, is without attention, nothing else happens. And so I would just say, like, preach to your previous answer, Carlton, bang on the money. I'm saying yes, and I'm not saying only do proactive, non-time sensitive evergreen content. This is my tap, by the way, that I'm turning. But I'm also saying turn on the reactive tap, which is the trend tap, the reactive tap. Just don't do only one or the other. Do both, but it has to be attainable with you and your business, Carlton, which is where I think we're totally in the agreement of. I'm just so fearful that some trends that people are jumping on detract and they turn off your ideal customer profile rather than turn on. But I'm in total agreement with you. Do proactive, non-time sensitive evergreen video content. Do trend content as well. And hey, in that book, Attention by Gary Vee, his latest one, it's full of geeky social video, psychology of social content that can work incredibly well for you and your business. Carlton, I just want to say thanks for your time today, but also I want to take the time to say, on behalf of your network and the audience and the community that you're building on your podcast, thank you, because this is really rare that someone is taking the time out of their day to genuinely share so much just purely because they're passionate and that they want to help. And I really wish that there were more experts in their field that committed the amount of time that you do to actually just helping people. So thank you, sir.
No, that's so kind of you. And thank you so much for the time. If you were going to talk to Chris 10 years ago, right, and you were going to give advice, what advice would you give him?
Be more you. You cannot be anyone else. Stop trying to be someone else online. Stop copying your competitors. Stop just doing what the other people in the industry are doing, because actually, if they go yin and you go yang, if they go black and you go white, that is really, really impactful. And the more that you are unashamedly you on social media, the more impact you will have in terms of reach, in terms of engagement, in terms of sales, everything. It all comes back to the more you that you are, the more impact you will have on social media.
Thank you so much for the time, Chris. And if you did enjoy this episode of What's Missing in Marketing Today, make sure to be subscribed and all that lovely YouTube stuff and etc. as well. But thank you so much for coming back and joining me. I'll see you very, very soon. Do you think that filmmaking either will continue to change and or has already changed with the advent of AI? If you're getting into filmmaking now, it's potentially quite challenging.
It's going to be very difficult for juniors coming in to know whether they can even trust AI. It is a big question mark at the moment for me. We'll get to a point where we truly won't know what's real and what's not.
Marketing is for a specific job to give you the permission to sell to someone. And then sales is the ability to add value at a monetary balanced cost to you.
And I do think as a creative, especially if it's a project you're not being paid for, you need to be brutally in line with what your voice is trying to say and not be swayed.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode of today's podcast. Today we're going to be talking to Phil all about filmmaking, his journey in filmmaking. And I guess, Phil, I mean, I was going to ask you specifically like how you got started, but I think why should someone specifically care about filmmaking as a whole or video as a whole right now, would you say?
Well, I mean, it seems to be that video is everywhere, and it's a really powerful way to sell or to get a story across and just to generally get a message. And I think people are, well, I mean, the fact that we've just at our fingertips got video content that we can just scroll through and on tap, it seems. I just think it's probably the most effective way to get a message across.
Do you think that filmmaking either will continue to change and or has already changed with the advent of AI? And equivalent, like to give you some context, I was watching a video earlier today all about the fact that like junior editors and getting into filmmaking, like we're both like I would say probably more established, but if you're getting into filmmaking now, it's potentially quite challenging in respect to like those you don't necessarily have those junior roles because they are being commoditized or replaced by AI.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. And I was at an event the other day and they drew attention to the fact that, as you described, those junior level roles are being filled with AI. But what's interesting is that those at the latter parts of their careers, once they disappear, the experts that actually know and have the knowledge, it's going to be very difficult for juniors coming in to know whether they can even trust AI, because they haven't got some old fogey next to them that they can vet it and check if it's correct. But in terms of AI, it is a big question mark at the moment for me. However, I'm starting to see whenever I speak to people about LinkedIn, they're frustrated at the fact that every post seems to be AI. And I do question whether we'll get to a point where we truly won't know what's real and what's not. And so people will need further proof on and evidence as to what's real. And I think what will happen in terms of marketing is that people will just start meeting up more. And so you might find that video loses its impact because we just won't believe it. Perhaps these kinds of conversations that we're having now will become a better way to market. But it's really hard to know. And it is a worry, I'll be honest. And I think it's important to embrace the technology and not get left behind. But I feel like it could go either way.
As I say, I mean, for me, I think it's kind of one of those things where you've got to kind of use it to like leverage what you're doing, but also be aware of where it's going. So then you can maybe pivot, change, adapt what you're then doing as a filmmaker, what you're doing as a marketer, etc., either for your clients or for you. I mean, I agree with your like the perspective or the analysis, I suppose, that people are more pushing towards in-person events and more community-based stuff, because I've noticed that with my own in-person event, but also in general, people really seem to, I guess, resonate more in some ways with in-person connection as AI becomes more dominant. But I guess maybe the longer-term thought process is,
Like, is there a marry? Like, can we marry the two in the respect to, like, actually a lot of the stuff and a lot of the grunt work will always be done by AI, and does it maybe cross out? Maybe the line is that maybe when it doesn't cross over into like the creative stuff, I guess, do you think, could it replace the creative thought process? Because I don't personally, I think it will struggle to do that, and if it can't, then we're actually fine as filmmakers. I think we'll be just kind of optimized by AI in some ways.
Yeah, there always has to be in some form some sort of director or operator, and I just think what will change the most is the location at which we're doing our job. So rather than like today going out and filming in person, it might be that we're sat behind a desk and we're the ones providing the prompts. But we can only really get our heads around what we know today. And if you consider how advanced it is already, give it 20 years, it's just going to be so radically different. And I do believe that it will be advanced enough to do all of the creative legwork, but it's just whether we as a race will choose to accept that or not. And I think that's where we are unique, is that we'll be emotionally driven, and I don't think, and morally driven as well. I don't think, and people will buy into it and will accept that we're not needed anymore, and it will be automated. And I think something will come through, and it will mean that AI doesn't have the same impact as it does. But at the moment, embracing it and helping and using it as a support mechanism is really useful. And I'm using it all the time. ChatGPT is just, every single day. Sometimes I'm using it for personal therapy. Sometimes I'm using it for my work, and I'm finding it's helping me to speed up the process, but it's not replacing me, because I still have to be the one to then decide, is this decision it's made or suggestion made, is it suitable?
Yeah, I agree. And I think, I don't know if it will ever, because the problem with like large language models, right, is if they start embedding mistakes and they have mistakes in them, then they'll learn from those mistakes and then repeat them, right? And I think to an extent that's kind of why I'm maybe slightly more skeptical of whether it will become this all-seeing power. Is it going to be in a world where we have it and we use it? Absolutely. But I don't think it will. I'm kind of, it might be famous last words, right? But I'm skeptical that it will get to the position where it can completely replace a human, right? Will there be elements of, like, I can see a world in 5-10 years where the camera we use for work or the camera we have in our webcams have AI features built in, right? They can, I mean, that's what we're already seeing that with iPhones and etc. when it comes to like beauty filters and etc. And I guess in some ways the vulnerability maybe if you're already in the beauty industry, I can see as a specific industry that will potentially struggle with this, because they already try to beautify non-reality, if that makes sense. The thing that AI will struggle with, for example, is like the detail on my beard, for example, at the moment, right? And I think as we move forward, I guess the question comes is like, is that a regulatory thing, do you think, of like stopping it from just completely obliterating like the entire industry as a creative industry? Or is it actually just going to be people will eventually just say, yeah, it was kind of a gimmick and we kind of use it as a quote work, but actually we're going to draw a line and sort of say, well, we're not going to, it's not going to be used for this. Do you think?
I feel like we are in such a capitalist society that sadly I feel that the need to create revenue will be so strong that I don't even think, I think it will just happen and we won't even notice. And for people like you and I, we know a world before AI, whereas in 20-30 years the next generations coming through won't know any different, and so it will just be part of their life. So I think that's when we'll notice the biggest difference. But I do feel strongly that we will just require that real human interaction, and for as long as we don't know, we'll crave it. It's just hardwired into us as a species to want real connection. So I do think in some form we'll seek it out, and I reckon a new art form will come about from it. I don't know, or it might be, as we see quite commonly now, things that are retro coming back in. It's because even the younger generation are looking at simpler times. My daughter is 13 and she's taking a break from her mobile because she doesn't like what it represents in her life, and I think that's an incredibly mature choice that she's made. So it could go either way. It's so difficult to know, but what I do know is that we can't be those that turned our nose up at, back 100 years ago, the car versus the horse, because it's just inevitable. And you have to be, rather than just rolling with it, what I'm realizing is that I still feel like I'm behind the times. Whereas what we should be doing is being a pioneer. We should be the ones perhaps steering the direction of AI, making use of it. And rather than sitting back and waiting for it to dictate our life, we can be the ones to say, well, this is how I plan to use it. And we can make choices now that then steers the direction.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think for me, the key is whether you're in the driving seat, right, or not, which is kind of what you're implying there. But I mean, I guess, like, getting it back to basics, I mean, a lot of what we do is tell stories, right? I mean, how did you get started in either filmmaking or like telling stories as a whole?
So I went to university, started in 2004, and I did a 3-year course, video production in Gloucestershire. And it wasn't until the last year that I really started to get a sense that I could direct. And so I did that in the final semester and really enjoyed it. And then I left university and spent 5 years working for a video and photography studio, worked my way up to producer level. So I wasn't really telling stories, but I was starting to get a sense as to what it meant to create content for clients, understanding budgets, their needs and things like that. And then I set up my own company in 2012. And that's when I started to get that itch and that need to want to make content for myself, or to prove that I was more than just a corporate video producer. So I made a music video in 2014, which was my first ever real creative, in inverted commas, personal project after university. And then I made a Christmas film called Love is a Gift in 2014, which went on and did very well, oddly, when I re-released it in 2018. And that's when I started to get a bit of a reputation for being a storyteller and a director. So since then, it's always been in my head, this sense that I want to tell impactful stories. When I'm doing my day-to-day job as a head of creative, it's a catch-22. So I've got this desire and need to tell impactful stories, but sometimes the projects don't need it, or they don't need the amount that I want to put into those projects. So I have to be careful not to overinvest and drain myself emotionally on every single project. But I do have a need to, at least once or twice a year, tell a story that I feel resonates with my viewers.
Do you think a lot of people struggle, like, I guess in some ways they're always in the rat race, especially as filmmakers, right? They're in that corporate kind of revolving wheel of, I need to create something, I need to create something, I need to create something for a client. And maybe they don't step back and say, well, why should I create something for myself? I mean, is that something you've always done, or was that just to like sharpen your craft and lean into that more creative side that maybe didn't necessarily fit the client's vision, would you say?
When I started making...
Yeah, kind of the reasoning behind, I guess, why you still create, or why you did create your own stuff, rather than... Because I guess in some ways some people would say, well, you don't make direct money from it, so why would you invest the time, energy and resources in doing so, right?
Yeah, it was a twofold thing. So when I made the film, it was because I was, I guess, sick to death of doing interviews, and I wanted to demonstrate that I had more to give. So there was a personal need there, but it was a marketing piece. I truly believed that if I made this Christmas film, it was going to promote my company and push us into new territories. I wanted to create TV adverts and music videos, and I wanted to be paid to do them. So I thought, well, if I just make something that demonstrates my capabilities, well, then I'm doing that's the best thing I can do. And it's paid off. It took 4 years for that film to gain the traction that it did, but I've had some successes off the back of it. So I think it's really crucial that creatives don't just sit back and wait for the brief to come in from the client. They play their part in steering the direction of their careers, and then that influences who then approaches them and the briefs they receive. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. They'll receive the briefs that they want to receive because they're demonstrating what they can and can't do.
Do you think, I guess, I mean, that's always been an approach that I've had, which is like, if I want to make the step into a specific area of work, I need to kind of do spec ads or free ads or etc. around that thing, or a personal project to sort of prove, I guess, in some ways to that industry for me to have the right to then potentially pitch for stuff. Do you think business owners, creatives, I don't want to use the term they're lazy,
because I think that's it's kind of up your own arse kind of opinion of saying that. But I guess the approach could be like, if their back's against the wall, maybe they don't appreciate that marketing is the understanding, or maybe they don't have the runway financially to think about what are we doing in 3 months' time, right? Because a project like that, I haven't done one to that scale, but I expect it didn't exactly take a week, right? I mean, did you specifically plan like, oh, I've got this 3-week window and I know I'm going to be good for client work, etc., and then make the decision to do it? Or was it in a down period? Because I think sometimes we can go into this spiral of, oh, I'm just going to go get a job, or oh, I'm going to play video games and sort of wait around and wait for the phone to ring, right?
Yeah. For me, so Love is a Gift, the Christmas film, I was on a run and the idea came to me, and it was just before Christmas. I think it was early December, so I was quite late in the day to get something made, but I didn't hang around. So it was a Sunday, I ran home, literally sped up to get home to write it, and then I'm pretty sure it was the Tuesday that we just made it. So I'm very impulsive, which is a good and a bad thing, but I don't like to hang around. When I get excited about something, I just want to get it made. And I think that's the best way to be, especially as a creative, because the moment you pause, you start to second guess, and you start to worry about, will it be successful, or will people like it? Is this right timing for me? And then you just end up talking yourself out of it. And there's a danger as well with the second guessing, is that you start to lose. When I was running, I wasn't thinking about who was watching it. I was thinking about the story I wanted to make, and it was all coming from a deeper level. It's dangerous to get into a place where you start thinking about how people will consume it, because you lose your identity a little bit. And I do think as a creative, especially if it's a project you're not being paid for, you need to be brutally in line with what it is, what your voice is trying to say, and not be swayed. And I think as creatives as well, we're all incredibly unique, and there's an opportunity there to do something brand new, rather than recycling what might have been successful by others. So in terms of fitting things in, I have to be really mindful, because I've got a job that's full-time and I need to squeeze things in there. But if I really believe in it, I'll make it happen. I think if you're so passionate about something, you make it happen, don't you? And I guess, yeah, brutally, if you don't, you've only got yourself to blame.
Would you have done it if there was absolutely no guarantee, or absolutely like the likelihood actually in general was that you probably wouldn't make any money off it or get any more projects off it? Will you still made it? Do you think, in hindsight now?
It's a really interesting question, because at the time I didn't know, but I still made it. But yeah, there was always that hope that something good would have come of it. So if someone said to me this would be a waste of time, truthfully, I probably wouldn't have made it. And I'm aware of that. That's something that it's a drawback, in a sense that you could argue I should be making stuff just for me. But let's not forget that I'm doing this for a career. I want progression, but also there has to be a viewer at the end of it. We're broadcasters. We're creators of content that has to be consumed. If no one's watching it, then you're purposeless. So I am mindful of that, but I try not to let that be the driver. It's a strong part of it, and I'm aware of it, and I've actually had to work through that, because external validation is something I do seek. But I'm better these days. And actually the film I made last year was the first one I truthfully made it for myself. I wasn't conscious of whether people would enjoy it or not. I truly felt this story was strong, and I was working with an actress who I knew would be able to help me tell that story. And I just wanted to make it. But I would be lying to suggest that if no one had watched it, would I have been disappointed? Of course I would have.
I think there's a difference, in my view, between whether you'd be disappointed and whether you would have still done it. Because I think in the act of doing it, you develop your own skill in being able to create a piece like that. So there's benefit there. Number two, maybe you haven't given it the timeline yet. Maybe you haven't actually marketed the film, right? Because I think sometimes when we look at filmmaking as a whole, the short film genre is maybe something that I would say is probably kind of prone to this. filmmakers look into, I want to make this perfect piece, I want to make this amazing short film or amazing feature film or amazing music video, whatever it ends up, the product ends up being. But you don't necessarily, in my experience at least, on average, until you specifically think about it and you really plan it properly, I think you should personally plan the marketing of how to get the right people, or people in general, to see the thing you're going to create first. And I'll give you an example. So I'm doing an event on probably by the time this comes out, it would have already happened, but on the 11th of September. And my plan wasn't, let's film or plan out everything I'm going to do in the event, like piece by piece by piece. My plan was, let's build the marketing. How do I want to market it? How do I want to get the word out that I'm doing it? And then I'll sort of figure out what I do in the event after the fact. Do you think, to phrase it into a question, do you think filmmakers, people in general, especially like solo operators, video production companies, maybe less or so, but especially solo operators or people who are starting to get into the space, maybe they don't look at that marketing piece enough? Do you think?
Massively, yeah. And I do think it's a missed opportunity as well. I've worked with many production companies. I've had my own, and there's a lack of strategy behind the content that's being suggested, and thought as to who's watching it and why, and how does that fit amongst a much broader marketing plan. And so thankfully now I'm in a broader creative role, and that's exactly what we have to do. And video is just part of the puzzle. And that's been a real eye-opener for me, because video was always my world. But now I've realized it's not the be all and end all. There's so much more that surrounds it. And so I do feel that production companies should be way more vocal, or should be understanding of that broader marketing plan, so that when they're pitching ideas, it's not just, this sounds nice, let's hope for the best, because the client deserves more than that. So that is a trap that solo shooters, and actually lots of production companies that are well established, fall into. They focus in on just that one particular project they've been asked to produce, but they're not thinking broader than that. And I do think clients should demand that as well. It's really important.
Do you think that would be a way for us to protect us from like the future of our income, the future of our business, the future of our career from AI to an extent, if we focus on that strategic side? Potentially.
However, ChatGPT is incredibly strong at coming up with marketing plans and content strategies. But again, there has to be somebody, I suppose, that controls it. That I question whether a business owner would have the time, I suppose, to be thinking, well, what is my marketing plan? What strategy am I going to be putting into this campaign, especially if there's lots of campaigns? So yeah, that's a really good argument there. If video producers can get on board with that and bridge the gap, so that perhaps you don't want to get rid of marketing agencies altogether, but for those smaller projects where they just need a video or a suite of videos, yeah, that's a really good way to add value. And whether they charge for it or not, I don't know. But then a client or a customer would come to them seeking that value.
Because for me, when I saw, and I've been very honest in content before, I'll be very honest with you and everyone listening. I mean, I saw what AI was doing, and I saw what AI was becoming capable of, and I'm seeing some of the stuff coming out of Google VO and etc. And I was like, shit. All right, was the honest truth. And then I was like, actually, hold on. There is, and that's kind of why I focus on that middle ground, because with the strategic side, because I think everyone wants to chase the golden goose, right? Everyone wants the large projects. Everyone wants the big paychecks, etc., etc. In the years of experience I have personally, they only happen if you can be ROI focused. And for those who don't know, ROI means return on investment, and it's basically just focusing on, because at that point, if you can, no one can ever guarantee like a strong ROI, right? You can't. But what you can do is you can stack the odds in your favor, right? So something that I'm trying to do a lot of at the moment is be very omnipresent in my marketing, right? Like, this is the first one that was streamed, right? I'll be curious to see where the podcast is in a year when it comes to the quality of streams, how I stream, how I record it, etc. But the key for me is to either utilize strategies from either older content to distribute on other discoverability platforms to give me the opportunity to potentially reach a larger audience, for me personally, and or potentially everything I'm experimenting with, everything I'm trying to move forward with, I can then, when I work with a client, I can say, well, actually, this is working for me. Have you considered doing this, this, and this? I mean,
is that also, I guess, part of the argument or part of the thing you would personally say about why someone should make a music video, should make a short film, should make, you know, their personal documentary, their personal project, etc.? Not necessarily about them, but they should make that personal thing that they're not necessarily getting paid for, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, arguably, then you're kind of looking at yourself like a client, I suppose, aren't you? Rather than, that one big shiny video or whatever it is, asset that you think will win everybody over and go viral. Like, that's the term that everyone seems to sway towards. Like, will it go viral? It's like, well, it's impossible to gauge that. But yeah, if you can demonstrate how you can add value across multiple platforms, or if you've created content to then repurpose it and recycle, then that's definitely going to help you. But I've never really thought about that, to be honest, because I'm guilty of just coming up with ideas and making it and then moving on. It's a real short attention span that I have for my own content, but drawing up your own marketing plan sounds like a great shout. I feel like we should be having a conversation offline.
I don't know whether I'm just unique in the way I think, right? But I've always treated and continue to treat Brunton Media as the highest paying client, right? Now, the reason why I do that is because it allows me to be what I believe and where I am as the cutting edge of what I know is working in marketing, and then using video as a vehicle to do that. And I think for me, that's maybe one of the reasons why maybe I'll win a project over someone else, for example, right? But you've been very fortunate to work with some quite well-known names, right? One of which being Lewis Capaldi. I mean, how did that kind of come about? Because I think, especially maybe starting out people, they look at that and go, "Oh my God, wow, that's such a great opportunity." I mean, could you, if you don't mind, just how did you sort of get that gig? Did you like put it into tender? Like, did someone reach out? Like, how did that all work?
It's going to annoy you because I was just very lucky. I didn't have to do much. Well, so my Christmas film re-released in 2018. It went viral and I got a lot of press coverage. Then I was asked by Good Morning Britain to make some content for them. And I went on TV again, and that was broadcast live, which was incredible. And then I was approached by a director agent, and she started to toy with the idea of representing me as a director. But at the same time, what I didn't realize was behind the scenes, she was putting me forward for music videos. And one of them was Lewis Capaldi. And so from my perspective, I didn't know this. So all I had was an email from Lewis's manager saying, "We've seen your work. We love what you do. Would you be up for a conversation with Lewis to talk about creating a video together?" So I actually then had a phone call with Lewis himself. And this was all before any of his songs had gone to #1. So he was quite an unknown name. And we chatted about a concept. And then over Christmas, I didn't hear anything. And we're talking 3 weeks where I just heard nothing. So I just thought, well, that's not happening now, is it? And then they reached out again. And so I did have to put a treatment forward, which is a document that details how I'm going to approach the music video as a director. And they loved it and bought into it. So very quickly, I'm pretty sure it was like mid-January, we got the green light, and then we were filming early February. So it was crazy turnaround. So I want to say I was very fortunate because I didn't have to do much legwork, but at the same time, I went out there and made stuff for myself. And even though it was 4 years later, it did exactly what I hoped it would do, which is to demonstrate my capability.
I think that's a very key example of you make your own luck, right? Like, there could be an approach that someone comes to you and says, well, actually, you got lucky by getting on TV and then you got seen and then da-da-da-da, right? Or you could look at it from the other perspective and say, well, actually, you had an idea on your run, you executed upon the idea, and you took the risk of, to be honest, correct me if I'm wrong, but it could have got like 5 views and you could have, in theory, been a laughing, look, you put all this time and ever, ha, right? But in reality, what actually happened was it took a while, from my understanding, but then it went quite viral, and then that got you the right attention of the right people, which is exactly what we want in marketing, right? In a nutshell. And I think sometimes, especially maybe people who listen to this, hopefully will take that as an example to say and have permission to actually do those projects that you're like, yeah, but this is a massive time sink. Yeah, but this is actually So for me, I think you make your own luck, and that's always what I believed. And it sounds quite egotistical to say, but the reason is because you can do work now
that can then showcase and highlight. And that's why I treat my marketing in the way I treat my marketing, because every single time I'm live, every single time I'm moving forward, yeah, my video or my live stream might only get 2 views, but you don't know who those 2 people are, right? And then in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, they might actually be the next big client. They might actually be, because they might have watched your progression and watched you tinker and watched you try and watched you fail, and then actually, hold on, he got back up and he did that, and then etc. I mean, how have you dealt with failure?
I'm trying to, I don't mean this to sound weird, but I'm trying to reflect on when I can consider myself having failed. And I don't know whether that suggests to me that I'm continually growing, or I've just been very lucky and had a great experience in my career. The film Love is a Gift, I released it in 2014, and it got a few likes and watches on the Facebook notice board in Tewkesbury. And you could argue that that could have been considered a failure. But I think because the position I was in was that anything was better than nothing, I had no expectations. But I also wanted to relate to what you were saying about the waiting game. It's the same for brand. With brand messaging, it takes a long time, I think, to build a brand. And my example is a really good. I've built my own brand, haven't I? It took 4 years for the right people to see it, and it then took a further 2 years for me to get an incredible opportunity to work with an Australian company called Memories, and they'd been having conversations about me for 2 years, where they would talk about video, and they were mentioning my name in the meeting rooms. I didn't obviously know this, and then 2 years down the line, so that's 6 years on from the film being made in the first place, I then got reached out. They reached out to me and offered me a 2-year role. So it is really important to just be patient, I think, but not chase the quick wins. It's very common, as you probably know this yourself, that you've got the financial directors thinking, well, what's the return that I'm going to see next week? And it's really hard to be able to say to them, well, I can't promise you a return, but as experts in marketing, we are very confident that this will gain the traction that you're looking for. But this is where data comes in really handy, because if you can demonstrate that you've done it before, then they're much more willing to take a leap of faith. And I think, again, as video production companies, which they don't tend to do, they need to be desperately clawing any form of data that they can get to show that what they've created actually had an impact. And without that, it's just pointless. And I've been in those rooms where I'm saying, yeah, I feel so great about this idea, but truthfully, in my head, I'm like, I don't know if it's going to work. I hope it does, but I didn't feel confident in that. So now we're really hungry for data, because it just gives us that extra bit of confidence to be able to say, well, check this out. We've done it before. I reckon we're going to do it again.
Yeah. And I guess in some ways, it sounds really weird to say, but sometimes the litmus test is turn off stuff, right? Like, let's say, for example, you've got a client, and maybe you're not in the position to say this or do this, but like, I've had it previously with clients. I'm sure I'll have it again with clients where they're like, well, what's the ROI? We're paying you all this money, etc. Like, we haven't made any direct sales from it. And I'm like, okay, right, let's break that down. So you haven't got a trackable outcome necessarily. Okay, we can add something trackable into the video to see QR code, discount code, etc. Right? B, we can also look at it as a top of funnel understanding of, if you're consistent and you're consistently having a load of visibility, actually it's then not actually going to directly actually give you the ROI as in the sale, because it's not designed to do that. What it's designed to do is get you seen by a load of new customers that then take 3, 6, 12, 18 months to then convert. But then actually, and I guess the issue or the thing that marketing and sales always has is sales always gets the credit for the sale, even though arguably 70% of the work was done by the marketing, right? And I think as video creators, that's why we need to specifically structure our proposals, structure like how we work with clients to be
I guess in some ways for them to understand, it doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to 100% like keep the client forever, or you're going to keep the retainer, or people are going to understand the content, because there is a window of time, unfortunately or fortunately, depending how you look at it, where you will just, like, you've added the value you can, right? Like when they've got the story videos, they've got this, they've got that, maybe they don't need the ongoing support, maybe they don't see it as valuable as they did say a year ago, and actually maybe you've grown as well. And I think just building off what we were discussing about like the failure thing, I've always been in the view you either succeed or you learn. You don't technically failure, yes it exists, yes the word exists, but it's not something to focus on, because for me, if you fail, it's because you did something wrong. You should take self-accountability. To phrase it into a question though, in your career and your experience, do you think people, either you personally should have taken more self-accountability in the past, or do you think more people should do as a whole? And do you think they would have a better outcome when it comes to what they're looking to do with their business, potentially?
Yeah, 100%. And I think it goes back to what I said about seeking external validation. I think if you're constantly measuring your success of other people's metrics that come from your external viewer, then you aren't taking any accountability. It just becomes a bit of a blame game. But it's totally agree with what you've said about failure being learnings as opposed to actually deemed a failure. And it's quite empowering to hear you say that, and for me to reflect on the fact that I cannot pinpoint a time in my 20-year career where I consider myself having failed. And that's actually the first time I've reflected on that. So that's a big win for me today, to be able to feel quite proud of that. But yes, we're all in charge of our destiny, and I think we should be taking accountability. And if there are moments where things don't quite go the way that we planned, well, we just reflect and move forward, don't we? And it's the same with all aspects of life, relationships, and just personal stuff. It's every obstacle is just it's something you can look back on in later life and almost be grateful that it happened, because it just gave you some further clarity. That's how
No, I completely agree. And I think, we talked a little bit before we jumped on the actual show, and I said that 2024 was really difficult. And I look in hindsight now, and I blame myself for why it was difficult, right? Now, some people would say, well, that's a bit harsh, that's a bit mean, but it allowed me to understand what I was doing wrong. And now I can look in hindsight and I can look back 6 months and go, okay, well, the reason why I'm where I am today is because of the work I did 3 to 6 months ago, right? In regards to marketing and output. So the thing that people struggle with, clients and like me and potentially you as well, is we do a load of actions. The analogy that's always used here is like the gym analogy, right? You show up, you do a good workout, cool, sick, but I look the same. Okay, we'll go again tomorrow. Right, cool, sick. Do a good workout, cool, feels great. I still look the same. Repeat. There is a day though where that compounding effect will get to the point where you actually see results, right? And that's then a motivator, of course. But I guess in some ways, is it the same, would you say, in filmmaking, in marketing, in output, in outreach, in any skill set that we're trying to build when it comes to business? Like, do we just have to keep going for long enough for them to reap those rewards across time with consistency, would you say?
100%. And I think being present and for a long period of time is, you're establishing yourself as any good brand should and does. But I do think you're being hard on yourself, because you're just one aspect of what might steer you in the direction of success, whatever that looks like for you. You can't control other people's behaviors. You can only control your own. And I think there of course there's going to be projects that you've created that might not have necessarily gone where you'd hoped, but there's going to be all these other people that will influence that direction. So I think as long as you're proud of the values that you have and the behaviors that you put into your work, I think that should release you slightly from, let's say it doesn't work out the way that it did. You can always stand back and say, well, I gave it my best shot, and I used the tools that I had to my disposal, and I put my best attitude into that. It's like kids, we say that if they got an E or an ungraded on an exam, if they tried their hardest, that's the important bit. So I do think you should release yourself from some of that stress and blaming yourself for whatever it is that happened last year, because you're just one of billions of people in this world. And I do think we get lost in that a little bit, which is that we, as perfectionists, which a lot of creatives tend to be, imposter syndrome, we come down on ourselves like a ton of bricks, but that's not fair. And it's not, yes, there's many aspects that feed into why something might go the right way or not. And sometimes it is just bloody luck. My Christmas film in 2018 did very well because I was lucky in the way that I worded it, which was the Elton John Lewis Christmas advert. People didn't like it. And so what I said was, off the back of the John Lewis Christmas advert, here's one I made 4 years earlier. So the reason my video, I personally think, went viral is because they didn't like the John Lewis one and they were more receptive to something else. So the whole narrative was John Lewis, this guy creates a film for 50 quid that rivals John Lewis. There was that story there. I couldn't have dictated and controlled that. And I probably would have put the same type of post out had the video been successful. I wasn't deliberately writing it in that way to say, well, I know it's shit, therefore they're going to love mine. It was just good fortune. So I don't think I could have truly controlled that.
No, and there is market, like to an extent, there is market conditions that do have a perfect storm, right? But the reason why I say luck is in our own control is because we prepare for an opportunity and then we can execute upon the opportunity. So, like flipping it the other way, if you're going to take maybe my point of view on it, I would argue by the fact you had the film and by the fact that you saw the way I actually remember I wanted the John Lewis advert that you actually questioned or that you're talking about. You maybe, I don't know whether you saw it and that's why you made the post, or whether it was because I don't know timing, but like in a world you could make the argument to say, well, actually you saw the market's reaction and then you went, actually, let's put this post out and see what it does. I would say actually that's your preparation towards you so that's your preparation related to the opportunity. So we can't control necessarily the opportunity, sure, and that's the element that is lucky. But to give you some more context, and maybe the audience who don't know, in 2024, I was marketing mostly wildlife stuff and etc., which is still a passion and still a good thing. But I wasn't truly focused on who I was serving, right, as a whole, in respect to how I can help you with marketing, how I can help you with video, what's the ROI on video, all these things and these key things. And I think for me, in hindsight, of course it's in hindsight, right, then of course that would then have a knock-on effect to potentially the work I got. But actually, arguably, with that hindsight, I picked up a couple of clients who were in the more nature realm space that I'm still working with today. So actually, I don't regret it in that respect. So I think you have to look back to see what lessons you can learn, but don't hold yourself to this perfectionized constant. I mean, in business we're like constantly known for it. It's like, I turned over X amount this year and I'm going to try and do better next year and I'm going to continue to move forward and forward. And I guess it's at what point would you say then there's more to life, right? Is it just covering your expenses? Is it actually developing a emergency fund or having some investments in building for the future, etc.? Or is it actually down to the person, would you say? Talking about like actually the focus on where we go.
I think it stems back to purpose and having a sense of purpose and feeling that you're adding value back to society. I do feel that we're in an interesting time at the moment where even back at school, we're being fed this idea that we can all be exceptional, and it narrows it down to that one individual. Whereas we are a successful species because we were built on communities, and so what I want to feel in my life is that I contribute. And I get a real sense of purpose from this idea that it's not just about me, it's about how I contribute to society. But going back to what you said about preparation, you nailed it. I was thinking that word preparation and then you said it, because that's all you can do. And it's the same I'm well into my fitness. I used to be a pretty established runner, and training is all about just preparing for that race. I can't necessarily control what the weather conditions are going to be, how I'm going to feel that day. And there's lots of factors I can't control, but I can be very prepared. And again, using that as an analogy, every time I suffered in a race, it meant that the next race, I literally would be able to say to myself, I felt this pain before and I survived. And so I think we can use that in business and all walks of life, which is to say, well, that didn't work out how I thought, but I feel.
Yeah, and I think when you change your mindset around failing, right, and that is your mindset when it comes to potential failure, I think it frees you. For me, like in that scenario with the running scenario.
Yeah. But I also think failure is often dictated by other people, and I think if there was no one around to tell you that it failed or to give you any sense that it failed, I think we wouldn't feel so bad. And so that's why it's important not to measure your success of other people's drivers or what other people are doing in their lives. It should be based on what's relative to you.
Yeah. Do you think that comes from a self-belief, self-esteem, like in here thing? Like, this is more general, this is like not necessarily filmmakers, but do you think that the reason why we look for external validation constantly is that, or maybe like we want a film to go viral, right, but putting it back into our industry, do you think that's why, like, we there's something we're trying to fix in us?
Potentially, but I think it's because we're taught the wrong lessons. We're taught that success comes in the form of finances and how many likes and subscribes we get and popularity. Whereas if we were fueled this idea that success came from making someone smile, it's just a whole different vibe, isn't it? And that's raw human nature. And I do think we all have it in there, but we're just being fed this dopamine hit constantly, and the need to want to be popular, which is just that again is a human natural thing, an instinct to want to be popular. We want to survive in our community. So I do believe that from an early period in our life, we're taught the wrong lessons.
Yeah, I think that's true, and I think it takes some rewiring sometimes to, and also from speaking personally, like some internal work on why do I look for X or Y from that perspective. And I think you have to take it into two, just maybe lean a little bit back into business. You have to take it from two sides. One is I'll use your example. I'm actually completely cool if this video gets 3 views. I've spent tons of time in it. I'm really proud of it, and I'm not going to tie what I believe to be a successful project on what the internet or the output or etc. actually deems it. So if it gets 3 views, still great project. If it gets 50 million views, still great project. Fabulous, right? And then there's the other side of it, which is like I'm doing it for a client or I'm doing it for myself, which is like, cool, I need it to push a needle somewhere, okay? So I'll give you, I've just picked up live streaming in the last handful of weeks, and I've weaved into what I was already doing into live streaming. So I'll give you an example. A handful of weeks ago, I knew that I got a couple of private texts from a couple of clients that I would call maybe on the fence, right? We don't have any open projects. We've done some projects previously. We're in between projects, etc. Cool. And the part of the text that really stand out to me was like, oh, your videos are really connecting with me, right? And I was like, okay, hold on. So I don't know what he watched. I don't know where he saw it. I don't have any context at all outside of he watched a video, at least one, and it meant something to him. It connected with him, right? Now, if I'm looking at purely transactionally, that probably means they're more likely to use me in the future, or they're more likely to do a project with me sooner rather than later. Sure. But actually, on a nice level, actually, cool, I just made that guy's day. I made that person's day. I added some value to them. I helped them move forward, or help them pre-context or re-understand something related to the video. And I think for me, when I started really focusing on that bit, how much can I help, how much input can I give without not necessarily expecting anything. Now, it comes from a place of financial planning and financial health, sure. But actually, once you can get there, you can then actually probably make more money. If you're just looking tangibly and that's your objective of success, you can probably make more money by continuing to do that, because you don't have to constantly ask for business, right? I mean, just as I'm aware of time, so I think let's wrap up soon, but for people who are maybe listening to this and thinking, okay, I'm going to start creating my own projects, I'm going to start creating my own content, where should someone start, would you say?
well, I mean, we've all got smartphones that are very capable now. We've seen it with 28 years later. Obviously, they had some pretty sexy lenses on it, but it was shot on an iPhone. So we can all be going out and making our own content. But I think in terms of learning, it's important to surround yourself by other creatives who are perhaps further ahead, and go in really hungry with a positive attitude to want to learn, but just to watch and see what's going on. And I think being broad with that as well, and getting a different spread, allows you to understand, well, what is it that I want to be doing and what do I enjoy? But I truly think the best, if you want to be a content creator, you have to create, and you can't sit back and wait. It's on your terms. And I think especially younger people, they've got less ties, perhaps, financial restraints. I think it's a great opportunity to use that time to explore. But it's also being mindful of the fact that you might not figure it out for a long time. But if you imagine there's an infinite number of doors in front of you, all of those doors could be open, but it's up to you to open those doors. You don't have to walk through every door, because that could be careless. But if you're just stood looking at the doors, then that's the bit you can control, is to open those doors and see which is the one that you want to walk through. So, and I know it's a cliche, but I do believe that those, you can have an incredible skill set, but if you're an actual arsehole, people aren't going to want to work with you. But if somebody who knows nothing but has an incredible attitude, I'll remember them. I'll get them back on board. I've done it before. There was somebody who had an incredible attitude, and I put them in front of the right people, and now they're living in London, having an incredible time working on TV commercials. And that was her attitude. That's what mattered to me. So that goes back to what we said before. It's about behaviors and how you feel you can contribute back to other people and make people feel something. And those people as well, they're the ones that are best at selling, because they can sit in a room and it's not about them. It's about, well, how can I want to add value to your life, to your business. And they truly, truly believe it. And the best brands in the world are positioned in that way, which is that they truly add value, and it's on the customer's terms. So that can definitely be taken into, for any young filmmaker or creative, try to see how you can add value to the person that you're working with or speaking to, and get a mentor as well. That's really helpful. I have a mentor, and he's brilliant. It just helps me to stay fresh, I think, because it's easy to get stuck in your old ways.
No, I completely agree. And I think also, like, giving without expecting a return, and just, I'm going to use the term like showing up repeatedly in a good manner. It comes from understanding where you are in your career, A. B, financial planning, right? Like, there's something that I didn't get right in 24 that I am getting right in 25, and that's why I'm in a stronger position, and that's why I can act the way I am. But also understanding that, building it off the marketing and sales thing, marketing is for a specific job to give you the permission to sell to someone, and then sales is the ability to add value at a monetary balanced cost to you. So you're adding value to someone, and someone is then rewarding you with a monetary gain. Sure. Right, but what people sometimes get wrong, in my view, is they don't understand what camp they need to stand in most of the time. Because if you're really strong at marketing, you actually can be less strong at sales, or have an easier time selling, because you'll A, have more qualified leads, e.g. people who actually want what you sell, and B, they'll have less questions or less objections, right? And this is where you should know how to objection handle to an extent, but I find it a bit corny where there's a lot of content online going, this is how you objection handle, because that's just about, in my experience at least, pressure selling people, which in turn means they're probably not really going to get the value, and you're going to, like, the fuse on that client is going to be a lot shorter than someone who's consumed your content for say 6 months or 12 months, and then understands completely what value you could add to their business, and then be like, actually no, we're going to give this person like 6 months to before we actually, like, they'll always look at ROI, they'll always look and judge it, sure, but they're going to maybe give them a little bit, like me or you, a longer window to actually add that value, because that's how long it took them to potentially convert, if you want to go down into the business road. But for those people who've enjoyed this conversation, for those people who want to connect with you,
want to reach out to you, want to talk to you, want to maybe hire you to do stuff, etc., where's best for people to reach out to you?
Probably the best starting point is to go to my website, which is philbeastall.co.uk. Phil with one L, Beastall's BEASTALL.co.uk.
Magic. And if you were going to talk to yourself 10 to 15 years ago, what advice would you give to that person now?
Chill the F out. I don't want to swear on this. That's the big F bomb. Yeah, just enjoy the ride and stop overthinking. Stop worrying about what other people are going to say. Do what feels good for you, but continue to work hard and show up.
And thank you ever so much for coming back and joining me. If you did enjoy this episode and you would like to see more like it, make sure to be subscribed, follow, all those lovely things, and I'd love to hear what you think in the comment section down below. And I'll see you very, very soon. I think that's a really interesting observation, because a lot of people, I think, are maybe subscribing to the fact that things are maybe hard. A lot of people are finding or saying that the creative industry is hard, right? Or it's challenging. Have you found it challenging?
Rejection is a fundamental within business. Then that's going to serve you within sales scenarios. That's going to serve you just generally in your life, right? I think it's a very fundamental just within life, just rejection in general.
Do you think that many people struggle with that emotional side of video, like having it in there and or thinking about how to add it in? Because that's, for me, that's the key sales metric.
Ultimately, how do you capture that moment? It's impossible because you don't know when that moment's going to happen. So it's very important to have as much coverage as possible, basically. It's what we always say to people is like, yes, one videographer or one camera operator can come and cover your event, but you are limited in terms of the moments that you can capture and the things that we don't know are going to happen, but will happen. We know they're going to happen. We just don't know when, we don't know where, we don't know how.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to a brand new episode of this week's podcast. Today, I'm going to be with Oliver, talking about all things video and also starting off with niching, because it's something that we actually both kind of do opposites, I would say. For those who don't know, Oliver, like, firstly, I guess, like, what niche do you operate in? And then secondly, why did you choose to go into that niche?
Yeah, it's a great question, man. So first off, happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me on. Excited to chat to you for the next kind of hour or so about everything events and video and marketing and all of that sort of stuff. So ultimately, the question around niching, we've been doing this for nearly 5 years. We've dotted around a lot of different service offerings and niches and markets, if you want to call it that, and stuff. Really, the decision ultimately came because of the ambition that I have for the company long term. I want to scale. I want to grow. I want to specialize within particular areas and stuff like that. And I think ultimately, if you're looking to do that, it's much easier to do that when you decide on a niche or a market or an industry that you can really kind of get your teeth into and become an expert in. I know that it's cliche, but it's kind of that classic saying of like GP versus brain surgeon, you know, who gets paid more. And it's the person that is a specialist. I think if you had a problem with your brain, you would much rather go to a brain surgeon than a GP, and you would probably pay the money because you know that that person is going to be able to solve your problems, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, I guess the critical part of my head is like, so how was, obviously we didn't predict COVID, no one could predict COVID, right, in the respect to like how drastic it was in respect to maybe how it changed the event industry, etc. But like, I know that the event industry as a whole was maybe one of the ones that was hit harder. I mean, how was that from a, because that would be like the counter argument to like, well, you kind of got a risk in that respect. Like there is an argument to be made about the specialist, absolutely. And I'm sure we'll get into that a bit more, but did you in some ways, I don't really use the term regret, but did you regret that during COVID?
Well, COVID was kind of the birth of the business, right? So we were still playing around in the very early days when COVID first hit. But yeah, I do know that obviously the events industry was hit really hard. From a video perspective and a video production perspective, I do know that a lot of the agencies or production companies, shall we say, who made the pivot to hybrid production and live streaming and that sort of stuff, when they kind of had that as a string in their bow, let's say, they did really well because it was kind of a select few companies that were doing it and doing it immediately. So yes, I think you can make that argument. There is the other side of the argument that is that the events industry came back stronger probably
than most industries, I would say, as well. I think that a lot of industries, let's say like high street and product and e-commerce and that sort of stuff, that was hit really hard after COVID, just because it was very much like a paradigm shift in people's minds, like they didn't need to go to the high street anymore. Whereas the events industry is ultimately built on human to human connection. And we hadn't had that for so long that I think it really bounced back quite strong. But I just wasn't involved in the industry at that point, so I couldn't really comment on kind of what I saw from a business perspective.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a fair assumption. I mean, I guess I was going to bring in AI later, but I think now's a really great time. Do you see maybe an increase in demand? Because I think people are kind of going two ways with AI. Like, a lot of people are utilizing it, a lot of people are using it for efficiency, sure, but maybe they're, I guess, in some ways wanting that emotional connection, wanting that human to human connection, whether that's in person or equivalent, maybe more, because things are becoming, I mean, maybe this is just a byproduct of what happened with COVID, right? Because we were all locked in our houses and talking through Zoom and this kind of thing. But for me, it was really interesting watching and relaunching this series of the podcast as a hybrid kind of approach, right? Some episodes will be like this, other episodes will be in person, etc. And I think for me, it's been very interesting to see the difference in reaction when it comes to, I guess, some people wanting to have that more human-to-human connection. And I'm starting to feel that there is a different energy that does actually happen when you're in person. I mean, do you think that's kind of, I guess, one of the unique selling propositions of events going stronger to stronger in respect to, like, maybe in the next couple of years, as a lot of people would say potentially the economy maybe continue to be challenging, right? I think it's something you can overcome, of course, but just to reiterate the question, do you think that more people are going to be driven towards in-person stuff, even with the advent of AI and etc.?
I think so. I think that ultimately when you have a strong trend heading in one direction, there's always a counterculture group of people that ultimately reject it. Like, think about when the internet came in. I'm sure that those people that loved reading books and kind of going to libraries and stuff like that had a massive boom. Ultimately, with the conversation around AI, I don't think it's worth rejecting, because it's here and it's here to stay, and it's going to revolutionize so many different industries. But ultimately, the events industry as a whole is pretty well hedged against AI because of that human to human connection, right? I think that it will do a lot with regards to, let's say, the ticketing process, the operational, the logistics, all of that sort of stuff. I think that will really help because there's probably a lot of human error that's made as a result of just having to check so many names and so much data and all of that sort of stuff. However, I think that what it will do is it will weed out the events that don't really have a strong selling proposition. And I think that the events that do have a strong selling proposition, i.e. festivals or really solid business conferences and stuff that people get a lot of value from, I think that those will be held in an even higher regard than they already are, because of the fact that it's so different to what people are used to experiencing on a day-to-day basis.
I think that's a really interesting observation, because a lot of people, I think, are probably maybe subscribing to the fact that things are maybe harder, right? Like, I've been filming a handful of podcasts across the last couple of days, and a lot of the conversations I'm having in them is about a lot of people are finding or saying that the creative industry is hard, right? Or it's challenging. Have you found it challenging? And if so, how did you change, like, when it was maybe challenging? Maybe it isn't right now, but if it isn't, how have you pushed through that? And is it just because you niche specifically, do you think?
I think that that's probably part of it, for sure. I wouldn't lie to myself in the sense that, well, we didn't pick events purely because it was hedged well against AI. It's just worked out really well. I think that if I was a production company, let's say, who niched into like animation or explainer videos or something that could quite easily be done by AI, I would probably have a plan B in terms of like pivoting. But I don't know. I think it's an interesting question. A couple of things that I'll say is that I think that your mindset and your perception around things can entirely dictate how hard things are for you. So if you believe it is hard, then you will unconsciously do things that affirm that belief. So I think that's something that people have to look out for. Ultimately, there is going to be, and there already is, a gap in the market for people that do things not with AI. Like some of the YouTube series and stuff that I watch, at the start of the video, they have a disclaimer that says like proudly produced by humans and stuff like that. And for somebody that values that and values the human input into creativity, for me, that's an even stronger reason to continue backing and watching that channel, right? So that's kind of just like a micro abstraction just there. What it's definitely done and what I've seen is on the post-production side of things, we're certainly less involved than we used to be. So I feel like internal marketing teams are utilizing, let's say, like AI short form editors. But in terms of being on the ground and actually filming the events, I think until it gets to the point where there's like robots and, you know, Elon Musk Tesla bots and stuff that can kind of run around with cameras and stuff like that, I think we're pretty safe for now, to be honest.
No, I agree. And I think, of course, we don't know where AI is going to go, right? So it would be wrong of me to say, oh, that's never going to happen. But I think that actually when we get to that stage, I don't believe, personally, we'll see what happens, of course, but I don't personally believe that that will be the thing that's replaced. In warehouses, yeah, absolutely. In, like, repair jobs where it's dangerous or equivalent, yeah. Soldiers, if you're going to have to fight a war, yeah, etc. Things like that, I can absolutely see. But just quickly on the event side, I mean, do you see people maybe underutilizing the concept of, like, a hybrid event still? Because it's not, I guess, as cool, I was going to use the term, but like not as maybe ROI positive if you want to like lean into it business wise, because we're not in COVID anymore.
I don't know. I think that there's still a massive use case for hybrid events. Ultimately, the main benefit being that you can attract a global audience, not just a local audience or a national audience, let's say. If you look at some of the people that are top of their game, Alex Hormozy, Tony Robbins, they always do virtual or hybrid events to a really high-end production standard, with the huge Zoom screens in the background, and you can see how many people are on the call and stuff like that. I think that ultimately, if you're going to produce a hybrid event, it can't just be 7 people sat on a Zoom call talking about stuff. I think you really have to go the extra mile with regards to like all of the energy that you would have put into the logistics and the in-person experience. If you take that energy and you put it into, okay, how can we make the hybrid experience better? I feel like you will definitely have a better event and a more engaging and valuable event for your delegates as well, for sure.
I think that, yeah, I think that's the key. I think it's about like actually branching out a new audience and maybe having, from a strategic side, maybe looking at like, here's a online ticket versus here how you can be in the room, right? And having a different tier in that respect. But when we look at marketing, right now, obviously maybe we're going to talk directly at events, but like it could also, I believe, be used more generalized. What do you think I'll ask it in an event way, but it will probably branch out outside of that as well. What do you think people are missing in event marketing right now?
What do I think they're missing?
Like, what should they be doing, in your opinion, that they're maybe not doing?
Well, ultimately, it's totally dependent on where the bottleneck is within your marketing system, right? This is what we say on every single discovery call with a potential client or a prospect, if you want to call them that. Like, are you getting enough eyes? I.e., is there a ton of people filling the funnel, but you have a conversion issue? Like there's not enough people converting into actual ticket sales or sponsor conversations or whatever that might be, or have you got fantastic conversion metrics, but you haven't got enough volume? Like I think ultimately, what a lot of people struggle with event marketing is that they try and produce stuff efficiently that is going to appeal to everybody. But at the end of the day, what a sponsor wants to see versus what a visitor wants to see versus what an exhibitor wants to see versus what a speaker wants to see, they're kind of your main 4 stakeholders, right? They're totally different pieces of content. And I think that events and event marketing teams specifically should take a lot more time to consider where is the bottleneck and really what are we trying to do over the next 12 months in the lead up to our events. And produce content purely for that. I feel like they're trying to solve 4 problems, whereas if you just dial down and solve 1 problem, and then you'll have another problem off the back of it, but you can continue to do that, right? And it will just work in this cyclical cycle. I think also one of the biggest impact factors when it comes to video specifically for events is speed to market. People are used to waiting 2 to 4 weeks to get their video back from kind of a standard videographer, but ultimately you have to, like, just as quick as possible, like ideally minus 10 hours, right? You need to be getting the videos out. We kind of say 48 hours is the max. If you want to capitalize on the traffic and the buzz and the selfies and the tags and everything that's happening on social media after an event, you need to be publishing that video and putting it out to your list and kind of engaging with as many people as possible to get those rebooks, because ultimately it's like somebody is so likely to rebook pretty much there and then, or like just after. If you wait like a week, the emotions have died down, the memories have faded, and you're just not going to get as good conversion, basically.
Yeah. Do you think that many people struggle with that emotional side of video? Like having it in there and or thinking about how to add it in? Because that's, for me, that's the key sales metric to an extent of when you have a video. It's can you showcase, highlight, show in a form that will then have an emotional either reaction or showing the actual emotion that took place at the event, for example. Do you think that's something that maybe some people lose, either because of the self-confidence of like, how do I capture this moment? Or actually we missed the moment because we didn't predict it, perhaps?
Yeah, I think it's both. Ultimately, how do you capture that moment? It's impossible because you don't know when that moment's going to happen. So it's very important to have as much coverage as possible, basically. It's what we always say to people is like, yes, one videographer or one camera operator can come and cover your event, but you are limited in terms of the moments that you can capture and the things that we don't know are going to happen, but will happen. We know they're going to happen. We just don't know when, we don't know where, we don't know how, right? And then your second question was...
That maybe it's a struggle, like a struggling confidence, right? Because I think, like, so I'll give you an example. First time I ever filmed someone crying in an interview, I had this emotional, like, care reaction to them to be like, I should cut the camera. Now, in this context, it wasn't my set and that wasn't my call to make. So I was very, like, I need to be disciplined and not press the button. But my reaction was, this person, like, the human side of it was like, this person's clearly upset. Do you push through that? Like, do you, like, when it's more like emotionally charged or emotionally feel? But because I think for a content point of view, there's maybe a moral question, because yes, that footage is like really powerful to tell the story and really like useful from a marketing context. But also I think we have an obligation, maybe as videographers or directors or, whatever role you sit in production, to say, well, okay, but at what point do we say, actually, we should give this person 5 minutes?
I'm a big advocate of forgiveness, not permission. Like, obviously, you have to ask somebody's permission in order to use a very vulnerable and emotional clip within there. I think that it's also important to explain to that person the reasons why, beyond just more ticket sales or something like that, right? If you've got like a particularly inspiring event or a particularly inspiring moment, that their vulnerability and emotion could inspire, motivate somebody else in that position who comes from a similar background and that sort of thing. But if you cut the camera, then you never have the opportunity to use that clip should you want to. So I would always say, like, I think push through it is probably the wrong term. It's more of a case of just let the moment unfold. Let whatever is going to happen, and then decide how you're going to use it later. I would much rather have it and then not use it than not be able to use it because I didn't have it.
Yeah. Do you think, I mean, I know we discussed briefly when we were setting this up as well, and I'm going to get a little bit into mindset to give you some clarity, but for me, I think I've always been a very disciplined person, and I think it bridges quite nicely onto what we were discussing there about like the emotional stuff, but like, I agree with you in respect to like, if it's not, because you can get retroactive permission and with the context you're potentially going to use it for, and actually that's probably a nicer way of saying how you're potentially going to use it, but is in more generalized term, when you're looking at business or when you're looking at maybe touching back to when things are harder, perhaps, and you need to do the extra hours, you need to do that one more rep on the sales call or do one more sales call, one more discovery call, one more piece of content, etc. Is that just a discipline thing in your experience?
What, in terms of pushing through?
Yeah, just doing
when
it.
You don't want to do something.
Yeah, like doing it. So like sometimes, because for me, I have the evidence that is what will be
pushing me to the point where I will be able to get the result I'm looking for, especially if my back's against the wall. And when I was like, oh, I'm motivated, that would have potentially meant I didn't do it because it's uncomfortable, right? So what in Christ, what we're talking about here is uncomfortability. And I guess, when is it appropriate to push through uncomfortability? And how does someone, if they are looking to build it, how do they build it?
I think that, discipline is definitely something I can speak on because it's something that I've had to learn massively. I definitely come from a type B, go with the flow type background. And that's not particularly conducive to somebody that can sit down and work and focus for an extended period of time on things that aren't particularly exciting and aren't particularly engaging to work on. I think that what's really important if somebody's kind of getting started is to find out where your limits are. So I think we've kind of gone through this like hustle culture. And then on the back of that, we've kind of got this, like, for want of a better word, like snowflake culture now at the moment, which is very much like, if you don't feel like doing it, don't do it. If you're, nervous, that's okay. You don't have to do things, et cetera, et cetera. There's definitely that kind of energy around at the moment. And I think that it's really useful to know where your limits are and push yourself to the edge, so that then when something like that comes up, you can ultimately kind of just look with a bit of foresight and say, okay, yes, like today I might need to work 12 hours, but that might mean that tomorrow I can only work 6. So would it be better for me to just do 8 and 8 and feel better on the back of it, right? I think that you ultimately have to go through a process of kind of understanding yourself and your energy. One thing that's been really helpful for me to do that is kind of tracking energy versus hours versus focus on a day-to-day basis. Now, obviously, this is kind of qualitative data, right? There's no like Whoop or something that's going to tell you kind of like how you're feeling that day. But I think if you learn to see patterns in your behavior and you learn to see patterns within the way that you go about doing things, you can kind of predict that, okay, maybe today I need to take it a bit lighter, right? Like events, to bring it back to kind of what we do, are so intense. The hours are insane. I'm lucky that I'm an extroverted person, but even I get kind of burnt out, speaking to so many, like running so many interviews in the day, asking the same questions and all of that sort of stuff. So when I come back from, let's say, like a 3 or 4 day event, I know that I need to take a couple of days, right? Just to kind of recalibrate. And I know that I need to fall back into a routine that is healthy and sustainable for me in the long run, So I think it's that push and pull, it's that balance. Ultimately, it's just a case of knowing yourself and kind of knowing where your limits are, but constantly reassessing those limits so that you are getting the most out of every hour that you put in. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, there's different stages in your life, right? There might be, I'll use your example, like you've just come off an event, you're absolutely like, this is my 4th interview out of 5 this week, right? And I'm like, okay, I'm aware that like my performance may start to like pull or start to be not as sharp as I was in the first one, so I may pull back after this 5, right? And that's a key understanding. But also, like, what else is going on around those interviews? Well, actually, all I've got is editing time, so doing the editing things that I need to do, and then the general working out or other, social activities, etc. So actually, in reality, my focus can be given to this hour, and my prep can be given to this hour, and etc. So the key is, for me, is actually like, it's about working hard and working smart, sure, but it's also about understanding. I work in sprints personally. So I will sprint to the point where I'm like, fucking hell, I'm about to burn out. Then I'll stop, look at the data, and now analyze what I did, analyze how well the interviews did, watch them back, etc. Make a debrief report, and then I'll go again, right? And rinse. And what ends up, I think, personally happening, from my perspective at least, is you end up getting more 1% wins. And something I wanted to touch on as well that I think your niching approach really, really focuses on and allows you to become very efficient at what you do is, and I've noticed this since I've really focused on like 2 main pillars of content for like a chunk of time. So previously, before I did this, I was very, I've got some podcasts, cool, we're going to post them, then I'm going to do this, then I'm going to do this, and then I do this. And of course, in hindsight, I could say, well, of course I didn't get traction because I wasn't looking at the micro improvements upon each interview. I wasn't looking at how far ahead can I get, for example. We're filming this towards the end of the summer. It won't be released until back end of October. And for me, it's about then saying, okay, well, in that window of time when I have the buffer, it's not that I'm not interviewing. I can then like do the stuff in the business to keep the business alive, right? And I don't have to necessarily worry about where the podcast is. But just like looking forward specifically on ROI, because I think people will look at a podcast and maybe like think about, well, what's the ROI? And it bridges into how do you look at it from a perspective of why should a sponsor or a event provider or etc. Like, where is it just a marketing budget that someone has for the event in your case normally? That's how they do the video work with you? And then if so, like, what's your ROI metrics on those?
Well, it's always about value. So whenever we're in a, if you want to call it a sales situation, like it would be sales, right? But I'm always very keen to constantly bring the conversation back to the value that we're providing rather than the day rate, let's say, or how much or what our prices are, for example. Really, it's about understanding, okay, cool, how many sponsors are you looking to bring on if that is your objective? What's the standard ticket price? What's the tiers? Okay, so reasonably, we can expect that if we did bring on, let's say, 3 new sponsors over the next 12 months, that contributes to X amount of revenue for you in the long run, right? So then you compare it against the value. And ultimately, then the marketing budget might expand a little bit because of the potential that can come off the back of it, if that makes sense. Now, in terms of ROI, I've always found it, and it always will be, I think, relatively difficult without the advent of kind of paid ads and stuff like that to track the ROI on video content. Like, how do you do that? You just can't really, and it's always been a struggle that we've kind of faced, because ultimately there's a lot of inference that's kind of involved in those conversations. But yeah, a sponsor could want lots of different things from an event. They could want straight ROI, let's say, like if it's a bank and they just want people to come and bank with them and they're going to put all of their money in and they're going to generate the interest, off of the fact of that being there. It could be brand alignment, right? It could be the fact that a sponsor is looking to tap into a different market, a younger market, an older market, and aligning themselves with a particular brand that carries that audience is going to do that. And then in the long run, they can expect XYZ returns for that and stuff like that as well. It could be general brand awareness as well. There's a lot of different angles, but I think that ultimately, if the event sales team dug into the sponsor conversations in the same way that we do and actually kind of helps that sponsor understand the value that they can expect over the next kind of 12 months or 18 months if they did commit to a sponsorship package, I think that they'd have a lot more success, basically. And then you've got the video content to back it all up, right? The video content from an event is proof, ultimately, that the thing happened and it was fantastic and that it got the audience that the sales team is telling the sponsor that they got, basically.
Do you think people are hesitant to pay more than, like, let's just say, for example, like, a standard videographer can do it for a price, right? And you or I might be like B price or C price, right? And we're looking at the value, we're looking at the value we're going to add to a client rather than necessarily the time that we're going to spend doing that, right? There is obviously time involved, sure, but we don't focus on, in my belief, we share that in that respect. We don't focus on the time, we focus on the value or the transformation that we're adding to that client. Do you think people would struggle, or sometimes clients would just go, oh, they're cheaper, so we'll take them?
They do sometimes. I think it depends on who you're speaking to. Ultimately, the person that I'm really looking to work with and attract into my business is not that type of person who price is the deciding factor. So I don't really concern myself with those sorts of people. If I do find myself on a conversation with that type of person where they're basically playing like a race to the bottom is essentially what we're talking about here, I will confidently sit there and say, look, we can be beaten on price. And the reason is X. If you don't understand that, that's fine. You're just not in the right position for us at the moment. That, come back to us when you, like, without sounding cocky, just come back to us when you understand that didn't get you the result that you're looking for. So you're actually wasting money. You've wasted money now. Like, and then we're going to have a different conversation in 12 months time. This is the great thing about events, is that, like, there is always 12 months, right? There's always going to be another event. Hopefully, if you've got a good event, you're going to put it on time and time and time again. So there's always opportunity to have another conversation, basically.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I think, I guess, does that say more about, like, you then? Like, having the ability to say no to a client, or saying, actually, maybe we're not the right fit? Because
I was having a conversation a handful of weeks ago with a new client, and he said, well, one of the reasons why he went with me, even though I was more expensive, was because I don't work with everyone, which I found really unique. But I've been just like, I'm protecting my time constantly because I want to be able to run the podcast. I want to be able to put a lot of time into our marketing and our sales and such, and our scalability and our growth. So for me, I'm like, actually, I only have a finite amount of like availability for clients. And I think for me, that's always been the case. But I didn't always, I sort of had to grow into the confidence, I guess, of saying, well, actually, I can say no to this client if they're not the right fit. Did you personally always have that, or was that a skill that you've developed through, however many years?
I don't think it's a skill that we've developed. I think it's a confidence that I've grown purely just because we've got good systems. Like, we've got systems that book calls on repeat. We've got systems, like, we know the metrics. We know if we speak to 20 people that then roughly 30% of them will convert over time at a lifetime value of X, whatever, right? So like, I know my numbers, and it's okay if it's okay that 70% of those people don't go ahead at that time, right? Because we know how the business operates and we know kind of where that comes from. I think that ultimately what you're talking about is, again, the power of niche, right? Because you might not have a particular industry that you work with, but you have particular types of people that you work with. And that's kind of the power of it, is that, you're not saying yes to everybody. And I think that makes the people that you are saying yes to feel even more included in your service, because they know it's for them. There is value in paying more, right? From a client's perspective, there's an assurance behind it. There's confidence behind it. There's there's just power behind saying no.
Yeah, I think it also goes into that perspective of, it comes with a level of prestige if you want to look at branding or marketing as well. Like, why do we perceive Rolex in the way we perceive it? Why do we perceive Audi, BMW, so on, in the way we perceive it? Do you, either for clients or yourself, look to trend jack or look at what is, quote, trending when you look to do your own marketing?
My marketing?
Yeah, personally for you.
No, I don't.
Okay, and why don't you?
I don't. Because the type of people that I will attract through following trends are not the type of people that want me for me. I would much rather a video that I produce get 50 views, but all of those 50 people love that video and get invested in the things that I'm saying and be the types of people that I made that video for, than 100,000 people when, like, really none of them actually wanted to watch it. They wanted to watch the trend. That's what they're trying to watch, the trend. They're not interested in the actual content itself, right? Now, there definitely is a place for trends. It's just such the fact that we don't have the resources, i.e. time or money, to jump on particular things. My available resource for marketing my own business is extremely limited. So I'm going to do activities that I know are going to get the biggest return. And ultimately, with a trend, I don't know whether it's going to work or not, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think sometimes, not us maybe, but a person, starting out videographer, starting out business, they look at the potential likelihood that they could get something to like 1 million views, let's just say, for example, and they're like, oh my god, that's going to change my business overnight. And not speaking as someone who's had a video hit 1 million, but I know people who have, and I go, how much money did you get for it? Nothing, right? So I guess the follow-on question then, you spoke about like that you're only going to do the things that really work. Okay, if you don't mind sharing, what does really work for you then in marketing?
Cold outbound.
Okay.
Has always worked for us, because I've always been a fan of outbound, because you go to the market doesn't come to you. I think there's definitely pros and cons to both, but essentially, if I message 20 to 50 people per week, they are the exact type of person that I'm looking to work with, right? Versus, let's say, we also do paid ads. So I don't want, we also do inbound marketing as well. But like, for example, I dialed up all of our inbound paid ad leads this morning. One of them was qualified. And I think I spoke to like 20 people. So you have no control over the type of people that are coming in, which is a bit more of a waste of time. But the flip side of that coin is that when you do find that person, they've already consumed your content. They already know who you are. They're already interested in working with you because they've clicked through. They've made that action themselves, right? Whereas on the outbound side of things, you probably have to do a bit more persuading, because it's a case of like, who are you? I don't know you. You've just connected with me on LinkedIn and now you're messaging me, right?
Yeah. I mean, what
I mean, for me, I love cold outreach because I want to have it as a skill set to have in my back pocket for when I need to use it or want to use it. What advice would you give to, say, a starting out creator, starting out videographer, etc., or someone in the creative industry who looks at cold and goes, that's terrifying? Because I think that's really common, right? And it might come from like the rejection side. It might just be the nature of they haven't done the reps yet. But what would you say to those kind of people who are like, because you're obviously a massive advocate for outbound, cold outbound, right?
I would say that rejection is a fundamental within business. So the amount of experience, if you can become comfortable with people saying no, then that's going to serve you within sales scenarios. That's going to serve you just generally in your life, right? I think it's a very fundamental just within life, just rejection in general. What I would say with outbound is that people severely underestimate the volume that is required in order to get returns. People think that they're just going to send like 10 messages and get 5 clients. It does not work like that. You know, for example, our metrics on purely cold people is like a 4% appointment booking rate, and then off of those appointments, I'll convert maybe 30% of those people into actual clients, right? So let's say that you did 100 outbound cold approaches, you're going to book 4 people, and you might sign 1 client. So it's going to take you a long, like it takes volume, it takes time. And then obviously with that volume becomes skill. You learn what works, what doesn't. You learn how to say things. You learn how to deal with objections in the DMs as well. Like a lot of people aren't saying no because they don't want to work with you. They're saying no because you're a stranger. It's just like when somebody knocks on your door, right? You're trying everything in your power to get out of that conversation. But ultimately there could be somebody that knocks on your door that could change your life. You just don't know. And I think you have to take the perspective of like, this client is going to benefit. It's the same as in a sales scenario, but like you've got to do everything within your power to get that person over the line, because ultimately you know that you can come in and change their business, right, through what you do, because you're good at what you do, right?
Yeah. And I think for me, I mean, the mindset I heard from a fellow guest a handful of weeks ago was something along the lines of, I'm doing them a disservice by not allowing them to understand that I exist, right? Because
exactly,
and this sounds hugely egotistical. It does, right? It does. But the key is, I know I'm really good at my thing, and I know I can create really strong results. So actually what I'm doing by making it appealing, obvious that they should work with us, is actually I'm making sure they don't make a mistake on who they hire, because I don't want my potential client to lose money, right? And with that rewire in my head, you then can approach cold differently, in my view. Now, there is an argument to say, like, is it in stages? Like, would you only do it when, because I guess the perception for cold is you only do it when your back's against the wall, you need to make money quickly, right? But actually, in correspondence to what you just said, that's counterintuitive, because you just said it would take a long time. So, is that true, or is it actually just something that you just gain the reps of and you just do consistently, and that's why it works?
No, I think that it's for us, it will always be a system that we have within the business. I mean, again, it's purely just based on experience, right? But it's always been the thing that's worked for me the best, be it cold email or cold DM. The thing that people don't get is that, like, for one, you have to be intelligent about how you message people insofar as you're not going to piss them off, right? You're just looking for a yes or a no to essentially have a call and see if it could be a good fit to work together. You don't need to do like tons and tons and tons of follow-up and like ultimately just get that person in a position where they don't like you because you've messaged them so many times or whatever. But you have to look at cold in a sense that it's contributing to a larger overall system. So if you have content systems in place, inbound content systems, like let's just take somebody on LinkedIn, for example. So somebody could connect with me on LinkedIn. I could message them. That could ultimately be, no, I'm not really interested right now. They would then get drip fed my content over the next kind of 3 months. And then in 3 months, I will go back to I will basically then go back and I message all of the people who are now somewhat warm to what we do. And it's just that constant thing over time. It's like Chinese water torture. You're just slowly drip feeding stuff onto them so that they get more familiar and more familiar and more familiar. And don't get me wrong, 4 times out of 100, somebody will book a call cold, and that's fine because they have a low action threshold. But ultimately what you're doing is you're putting them into a maybe system that's converting them into a yes over time. And I've had tons of people reach out to say, hey, I know you messaged me 6 months ago, but I'd love to jump on a call now. And that's great. You know, that happens on probably a bi-weekly basis, right?
Yeah. And I think for me, it's in some ways, even if it isn't the right time for that prospect, that person that you're messaging, actually what you're doing is you're saying, hey, remember me, right? Every time you message, and that should be the way. Or, hey, I saw this thing, hopefully it'd be valuable to you, right? Or whenever you maybe share a piece of content, I always look at it of going, how can I add as much value in the window of time they're going to potentially give me, whether this is in a short form clip or the entire podcast. And I think for me, I think that's what makes me maybe unique, I guess you could say, in the respect to I don't like to fluff around, and I try not to, if that makes sense. I don't like other people who do. And it's simply because you just don't respect the other person's time, right? But I guess the key, you mentioned Alex Hormozi earlier, and I wanted to ask you something specifically about, he's very well known for, you need to focus on doing one thing for an extended period of time. And what does that actually mean in tangibility reality, and does it actually work, I guess, is then the follow-on question. So, like, is it going to be you just focus solely on cold, and you don't then look at content, you don't look at etc., or actually is it you get to a certain level of doing it consistently, you have a system, and then you can add another thing? Do you think?
I think it gets to the point where the system's working and then you outsource it and then you build the next one. Like ultimately there's a literal job role that is an appointment setter, which is somebody that takes control of your social media accounts, goes into the DMs and does what you do. And you give them the system and you say, hey, if you message 100 people, 4 of them will book, and I'll pay you for the 4 people that book. Right. So I think that's kind of the process. I don't necessarily agree with this whole thing of do one thing and focus on it for a long period of time, because there are gains that you are probably missing out on by not having an inbound system. Like if you purely just do cold, right? Really, content is one of those things that we've always struggled with, purely just because I do it so much for the clients that then when it comes to doing it for myself, it's kind of, you know, you're not you're not as open to doing it, right? But I do think that, like I just said, those people that don't necessarily come through the first time being cold will look at the content, they'll see that it's valuable, they'll see that we know what we're talking about and that we're working with other clients helping them achieve the exact same thing, and then they'll be more open to it. So I feel like if we didn't do that, then, you know, you would miss out on those things as well, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that's why you have to take it with a pinch of salt, right? It's true that if you try and start too many things simultaneously, you'll fail at all of them, right? But you also need to know your own limits and ask yourself how many plates can you continue to spin, right? I think is actually the key there. But for those who are maybe looking at like either doing an event or hiring you, like, or any production as a whole, like I build a system where I try and do a behind the scenes breakdown of every single production that I've done, right? And I built that very early, and I build it into my sales process so the client's cool with it, the client, etc., etc. But like for me, I guess the question is like, do you do behind the scenes content, A, and then B, if you do, how do you manage that resource? Because obviously you're there actually working. Now, I would argue that's the best content you could possibly create for what you do, right? Because it shows you in your element, shows you problem solving, etc. Like, is it just a matter of like hiring another videographer and maybe you take a little hit on the profit to follow you around specifically, or like is it in more depth than that?
Yeah, for sure. It's basically that. We have experimented in the past with purely trying to get behind the scenes from the crew that's already on site to do the job. But ultimately, I think that you're doing a disservice to your clients and to the crew by doing that, because that's not what they're there to do. The client hasn't hired you so that you can make an amazing behind the scenes film using the camera operators and crew that they've paid for, right? So you're going to piss your clients off by doing that. The best way that I've found is to essentially just have somebody whose sole job it is to take behind the scenes imagery and behind the scenes video of everybody doing their thing. And yes, you do take a hit on your profit, but you have to look at it as a long-term marketing resource. One thing that I want to experiment with doing that we haven't done just yet is to cut out the talking to camera aspects of the behind the scenes video, because no matter how hard I try, I can't focus on 2 different video projects at the same time, right? It's very difficult for me to think about how the behind the scenes video is going when I just need to be focused on the client's work, essentially. So what I want to start doing is bringing somebody whose sole job it is to do that, have me mic'd up the whole time, and then have those clips of the problem solving and have those clips of us working on a day-to-day, bring that back in, and then probably review it with the camera in the studio, and basically just say, like, look, this is the context, this is the situation, here's what happened, here's how I dealt with it, have a look, right? That I think is going to be a much more valuable resource. And I think that we'd be able to turn one behind the scenes video into probably 5, because there'll be multiple instances of problem solving over time. So that's something that I've discussed with the team, and that we're going to start doing moving forward.
I think I think also it protects your bandwidth, right? Like just looking at like that approach, because you're not then thinking, oh, I've got to do a piece to camera because we're about to do this, and then I've got to do that, etc. Like, yes, in an ideal world, that's what you would do. But actually, I think potentially you could think about it as this way. Like, actually, if someone's listening maybe and thinking about doing that, are you doing your client a disservice? Like, whenever I do mine, I've wrapped. Basically, I've wrapped. So I'm basically just referring back to what we did, right? So my initial focus, as I think everyone's focus should be when they get on set, especially in an event context, but in any production, is, hey, what problem are we here to fix? Remind myself of that problem that we're here to fix, and then focus on making sure that the content does that job, right? And then if there's time at the end, or sometimes I'll do like, oh, I've got the behind the scenes, or here's like the setup, etc., and then I'll talk through it in a studio context. But for me also, it's about understanding like when that's, so I guess in some ways you could just say it's like reading the room, right? Like, when is that appropriate to do? When is that not appropriate to do? And or was that planned in? And or was the client aware of it? And how do they feel about it, etc.? And I think it's about how you manage that. And actually, maybe if that's something you are going to do, maybe look at, like, especially if it's a returning client, maybe look at it saying, well, actually, and this is really counterintuitive because you're sacrificing profit and then sacrificing profit, but maybe add a percentage discount because you get the marketing out of it. But then also you have to then pay someone, which in turn means you're kind of losing money again. But if you've planned it in, you'll still make good profit, in my view, right? I mean, do you think that's an approach or not?
For sure. I would always try and not have to pay first, right? Not have to give the client a discount in order to do it, because, like you said, you're kind of losing double money at that point. We write it into our contracts, so it's a line item within the contract of like self-promotion. We are going to use the opportunity as and when appropriate to capture behind the scenes content and promotional content for our own brand. Obviously, like, if people have a problem with that, I'm not going to not do a job because they won't let us do it. And obviously certain jobs are also a bit more, certain events are a bit more, how would we say, like, they don't want to be as publicly facing.
Yeah,
right?
so, yeah, sensitive,
so
right?
Yeah, sensitive, great word. So that is, that's a, something that we consider as well. And it's really just, like, we have solid relationships with our clients. The fact that in the events industry, we have long-standing relationships, and I can just have that conversation with people. But as you said, it's a part of the sales process. It's a part of the contract. It's expected, and I think that most of the points of contention within capturing behind-the-scenes content come from a place where it was a surprise. They didn't expect you to whip out the camera and start filming yourself.
Yeah, and it would also be kind of a reaction like, what the fuck are you doing, kind of thing, in some respects.
And some clients love it. Some clients are like, it's almost double videos for them because it's showcasing their event and the way that you're capturing it and the behind the scenes and that sort of stuff as well. I feel like if you've got a good personality on camera, it's almost like having a promotional piece kind of for the event as well. But also other clients don't, and that's totally fine as well.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, to give you the audience some context, I mean, I've done jobs which I can't even speak about because of NDAs, but also, like, it was just a conversation with the clients, like, yeah, this kind of isn't appropriate, the day's gonna be really busy, and actually half of this stuff, like, I'm not even gonna be able to use anyway, or I'm gonna have to heavily blur, like, half the stuff in the background because of where we are, etc., 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 etc. So it's just like, at that point, you're just like, oh, it's not really worth it. But for those people who've really enjoyed this conversation, they want to see more of your content, they want to connect with you, maybe they want to hire you to do an event or talk about that, etc. I mean, where's best for people to reach out to you?
LinkedIn, best place. That's where I am most active in terms of the content. You'll find me there. It is me that runs the accounts, so you are actually speaking to me if you message me. So yeah, just send me a message there. Like, we're very easy in terms of the way that we go about things. If it's right for you and it's right for us, then we can talk about it.
Magic. And there's a final question I'll add on, but it just jumped to mind as something that maybe you're challenging that I'd be curious on your perspective on, because I've watched some videos where you're talking about it. I mean, a vulnerability potentially of both of our businesses, we are very founder led, right? Clients want us involved in every single stage of the process. Is that just like the nature of it sometimes? Are you just like, okay, it is what it is? Like, that's, I guess, what I'm going to have to live with to be able to make the money I make and be able to run the business I run? Or is there a way you can transition it?
I think that you can transition it for new people. I know that you left a comment on my YouTube video that I made, which is basically, it's just like, it's not an expectation that we're there. But I think ultimately, if you have a strong personality that people connect with, and half of the reason why they go with you is because it's you, then you are going to run into issues doing that with certain people. I think like pre-existing clients who have always known you to be the one that's there, but then also certain clients are totally okay with it and they understand it's a natural progression within the business process, right? It's something that I can't necessarily speak on too confidently right now because it's something that we're still figuring out. Obviously, if we're looking to scale to the point that we are, then I can't be involved in every single project because I just don't have unlimited time. And I think that my hypothesis for this is that the brand, whilst it can still be founder led and come from the vision and the mission that the founder originally had, I think that the brand has to have its own characteristics and qualities and quality assurances for the clients and stuff like that as well. And I think that's where the leverage is with regards to me not having to be on set every single time in order for a client to sign with us, basically.
Yeah, and I also think to an extent in that respect you need to be overly transparent with the fact that you might not be, right? Especially in your space, because obviously an event may be happening at the similar time to another event, and actually you may want to actually serve both, right? And I guess, I mean, feel free to weave that your next answer into this as well. Like, that might be just like an advice piece that you need to give to some people of how you manage that. But I like to end the podcast by asking the guest, and you in this case, of course, what would you say to 10 years ago to the younger version of you now? What advice would you give them?
I would say that it's going to be a lot harder than you expect it to be, and that the people that you look up to online probably aren't giving you the most accurate depiction, as I don't, of the reality of running a business and doing this. But ultimately, it's the most fulfilling thing that you're going to do. Like, I love this. There is not a single thing that I was having this conversation with my cousin the other day because he's 19 and he's trying to figure out whether he wants to go to university or what he wants to do with his life. And I said, well, you have to ask yourself, and ideally you're getting yourself in a position where you would continue to do the thing that you do every single day, regardless of whether you get paid or not, because I would still do this, right? There's certain things that we wouldn't do, right? Like dialing paid ad leads and stuff like that. But, yeah, like ultimately the goal and the end destination, I would continue to do regardless of whether I was being paid or not to do it. So yeah, it's just set expectations to my younger self that it's going to be way harder than you expect it to be, but it's going to be more fulfilling than you could ever think it could be.
Magic. Thank you ever so much for the time, my friend.
Pleasure.
Thank you ever so much, ladies and gents. If you did take value from this video, you'd like to see more like it, I'll be back next week with a brand new episode. And feel free to let me know in the comment section down below what you thought. And I'll see you very, very soon.
If we're doing things that push us outside of our comfort zone, we're naturally developing more and more resilience, strength, courage, all of those things.
What do you think's missing in marketing today, from your perspective?
I think what was missing then is the same as what's missing now, and that's really the understanding of buyer psychology and the way that buyers make decisions.
Do you think trust can be built quite quickly, or is it just the nature of you spend time with someone, whether that's through content, actually physically with them in meetings, etc.? Is that where trust is rooted?
The way I build trust is understanding my customer really, really, like, what are their needs? What do they care about? What's their mission in their organization? How can I help them be successful?
Did you know that 93% of you are not subscribed? So if you could please do me a favor and you're enjoying the show, then subscribing would mean the world to me, and it would allow me to grow the show and continue to get larger and larger guests and continue to bring what's missing in marketing today Thank you ever so much for joining me, and I'll enjoy the episode. Hello, my friends. Welcome back to a brand new episode of What's Missing in Marketing Today. Today, I'm going to be talking to Mel about mostly pivoting, but also how we build resilience in business as a whole. Welcome to the show, Mel. And before we start, I always want to open the podcast with, what do you think's missing in marketing today, from your perspective?
Yeah, well, so I've actually had a lot to do with marketers in my career. So I used to, at Gartner, I was supporting CMOs, and I think what was missing then is the same as what's missing now, and that's really the understanding of buyer psychology and the way that buyers make decisions. So I think that there's a disconnect between products and services and what they do and what they actually mean and the outcomes for the buyers involved.
Do you think that's overlooked? I'm sure we'll get into the actual psychology, but when someone looks to set up their business, do you think they overlook the human psychology element because they're more interested in the shiny camera, the shiny marketing technique? Do you think?
And are you so I think the majority of organizations don't consider marketing as a key strategy. Often it's an afterthought. So the people setting up the businesses are usually excited about the products and services or the technology. Very rarely are they sales marketing kind of led unless their products reflect that. I think the majority of them are not thinking about marketing from the beginning.
Do you think that comes from a lot of people we work with are very founder-led, so founder person-led? Do you think that comes specifically from their identity as a whole? So putting their identity out and, quote, supercharging it with marketing? Do you think that's where sometimes people get wrong? Because maybe they are not confident at coming across, or maybe they don't want to put necessarily, they're not sure how they feel about putting themselves out there?
I just think that, so I work in prop tech. Presently, that's where my startup is. And a lot of the people I know come from the technology, their technology background, that they have technology backgrounds. And so they just aren't familiar with what's needed in marketing. So they don't even know the first steps of where they should go, what they should do. And so often they just do nothing.
What, I guess, is a stigma in the tech space then? Like, they don't take that first step, but is it because it's just they don't know, do you think?
Well, you only have a finite amount of energy and time. And so, and a lot of these, you know, if you're a solopreneur or you're just getting something off the ground, then you're really, really good with what the product does and how, you know, to make that work. But when it comes to, I've met so many founders who have no idea. They haven't even tested whether or not anybody would pay for their service or their technology. Like, what's the use case for it? And they often just jump to solution without really understanding how to get from where they are, which is the solution or the technology product, to somebody using it. And so all of those steps in between, which, you know, obviously buyer psychology and the way people make decisions and how they can change from status quo bias. So what are they doing now to where you want them to be in using your products and services? That's a journey. And you can't just go from one to the very end. You have to kind of navigate your way throughout the entire thing.
Do you think when we look at that journey that people underestimate the amount of time that someone needs to like consume marketing or etc., or that journey as a whole they need to go on, or they need their customer to go on, etc.?
I think, and you're talking about the founders?
In general, like when so say I'm a tech founder and I've just started this amazing thing that I think is going to change the world. Right. Would I potentially underestimate how long it's going to take for me to educate my target consumer to be educated enough to know why this thing that I've made is going to be the solution to their problem?
Of course.
And if so, how would you say someone can start peeling away start on that process?
Most people don't even know the amount of different layers that they have to get through. So it's not just ensuring that you're able to deliver a message that resonates with them to pique their interest. How are you demonstrating true value? What will their lives look like once they're using your service compared to the other to what they're doing today? How is your service going to infinitely improve their situation? All of these different things, nobody really considers them. And so I think maybe they're like, okay, we'll do Google ads, or we'll hire a marketing manager that's very tactical and maybe just looking at how they can get clicks versus really penetrating that value that they're supposed to be creating in the mind of the buyer.
We talked about psychology in the opening kind of statements of this episode. I think it's an underrepresented concept as a whole across the business realm, not even just in marketing. In my view, I don't think we talk enough about actually A, buying psychology, or B, the ticks or the seeds that we need to plant psychology wise. But from your experience, from your perspective, what actually happens, like from a psychological point of view, when someone is maybe looking for something?
So when I was working for a consulting firm that focused purely on the psychology and neuroscience behind how people make decisions in sales and marketing, I was amazed to learn that, so we're all programmed to stay safe. And the part of our brain that keeps us safe doesn't like change. And that's just the way that we're built. So if you want to get somebody doing something new or different with your product or service, you have to disrupt that status quo bias that is designed to keep people safe. And there are several reasons why people stay with the status quo. And so if you're not being very intentional about the psychology that keeps people doing the same thing that they've always done, I mean, there's so many instances where people come out with these amazing products. This will save this amount of time. It'll save you this amount of money, da 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 da. And everybody's like, yeah, that's great, but it needs to feel so urgent and so important to them that they have no choice but to change. Otherwise, it's easier, it's cheaper, it's easier, it's safer to stay with what they're doing most of the time.
Do you think we can overdo it, though, as a society at the moment? Because everyone is like shouting at the start of their videos, or they're making really clear statements, etc., because of that pattern interrupt bias that we're looking to break. How does someone maybe listening to this, I guess, position themselves maybe in the middle ground? Because I think if you go too far and it doesn't align with the promise maybe that you're making in sales, or the promise you're making in a video, that would then backfire potentially.
For sure, but some of those people, they're not focused on buyer psychology. They're just focused on getting attention. And attention is very different from intentionally wanting to help a customer. And so if you have something and an intention to genuinely make a difference in a buyer's life world, then you're coming at it from a totally different place. The people who you're mentioning right now and capturing attention and doing all of that jazz, you may interrupt what they're doing, you may get their attention, but the trust and the rapport that you need in order for someone to buy, that's never going to be there until you go through all of those steps and demonstrate the value. And so I think that you definitely have to follow a process, and it has to be intentional and value driven. And what you're talking about just sounds like pattern interrupts that, is just more distractions that people will forget you as quickly as they stopped.
I guess it comes to a longevity question. My next question was going to be like, roughly, do you think trust can be built quite quickly? Or is it just the nature of you spend time with someone, whether that's through content, actually physically with them in meetings, etc.? Is that where trust is rooted, either from a psychology point of view or just your thoughts around like, how do we build trust? Because I guess that's the next question, right? Like you say trust is a key buying metric or key reason why someone would buy. Okay, well then the question becomes, well then how do we build trust?
Mm-hmm. Well, so it just so happened that I took a different angle with this when I was doing performance coaching and sales consulting. And in the sales training for these organizations, we were actually helping sellers build trust based on personality profiles. So understanding different personality profiles and the behaviors that people would exhibit and how what they would need to see in order to feel most comfortable. And the reason why I say that is because if you have a salesperson that's really dominant and is just, moving very quickly and not giving all the detail, but then you've got another person who you're trying to sell to who cares very much about the detail and the information, and you don't slow down and you don't meet them where they're at, then you're going to miss them. And those people are the most risk-adverse buyers out there. So there's just layers upon layers of different ways but I think that when you're dealing with humans, taking these things into account, it is a unique position that as humans we can navigate that technology can't yet, and that's by being able to predict, well, what is something that would be important to you. And I think like so just to give you an example, building trust is really important, but then you've got the old school way of selling where everything was based on relationships and not a lot of merit. And then you have newcomers coming in, and I hate small talk. And so it can be really uncomfortable for me to just pretend like I'm talking about stuff that I really just feel awkward even, starting those superficial conversations. And so from that perspective, the way I build trust is understanding my customer really, really, like, what are their needs? What do they care about? What's their mission in their organization? How can I help them be successful? If I'm demonstrating that really quickly, that I know their industry and that I understand how to really take them from here to where they want to go, that will at least get me to the table to have conversations and, rather than other methods. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's interesting that you say you hate small talk, because I thought that was just a me thing for a long time, right? And
I'm on the spectrum too.
since
I didn't mean to. I meant as well as like yeah.
Since like running the show, or since like connecting with people, or being, I guess one could say that I'm quite targeted in who I choose to bring on, who I choose to connect with, who I choose to talk to. I guess in some ways, because it's quite hard for me to describe how I choose and why and etc. Because for me, it's all an instinct-based thing. It's a gut thing. It's like, yeah, I think this person might be interesting. I don't know because I deliberately don't want to know, because I want that to be here to make a good, quote, good show, right? I guess, is that why AI may not take all of our jobs, as lots of people have been claiming or saying?
I love that you bring that up, because I think that people ignore their instincts a lot more. And I think we have so much more knowledge just in how we feel, in our, perception and the way that we react to certain people. I think a lot of times we ignore that. And so throughout my journey, as I've gotten to understand myself more and more and more, I firmly believe nobody, especially this year, has come into my peripheral and had meaningful exchanges with that haven't made me think that was absolutely meant to be. Like, my energy field, if you like, AI is never going to, whatever technology is, it's going to be very difficult to replace that. And so you can use technology to do certain components of roles to, for efficiencies and cost savings and stuff like that. But when it comes down to actually going back to the truly building rapport and following your gut and, you know, knowing whether or not you can trust somebody, that is very much a human behavior that I'm not sure that we will replicate in our lifetime.
And I don't think we should.
No, for sure not.
You know, I think that's, I guess, if you're going to be corny about it, that's what makes us human, right? Mm-hmm. But I think for me, and we talk about a lot of this in marketing, like however you want to be tactical, right? We're going to do social content. We're going to do ads. We're going to do our podcast. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. The reality is that's the middle bit, right? That's how do you get me as a human to talk to another human? And that's why I'm interested and also like to talk to people about psychology, because if you get the psychological stuff right, actually you can have mediocre middle bit. Mm-hmm. Or if you really want to like do it well and do it scale, when you get the middle bit right as well, you then compound on those decisions. But just as you were like discussing that, and it jumped to mind to me, so I'm going to mention it. I think it was Alex Hormozi who said, there's some points where you have to push and there's other points where you have to pivot. Mm-hmm. In your experience, how would you either, for you personally or a friend of yours, when would you say that someone should make that decision? What are paint that picture? When should I maybe look to, maybe if things aren't working the way I want them to, I'm not making the money, the marketing doesn't seem to be connecting, etc. When should I just push on? Mm-hmm. Versus when should I pivot into something else?
Really good question. So again, it's being able to trust yourself, I think, is a very, very big thing. I have tended more recently to become a bit more philosophical about these things. And if something's not working, but you know that, it's really hard, because is there a need? So let's assume that there's a need for what you have to offer, that it's coming from the right place, it serves people, it's a value. I think that the ability to pivot means that you're flexible enough to realize that maybe the way that you're going about something isn't the right way for you to achieve success. And so, I mean, I've pivoted so much in my life, but and in particular the last few years, but I think that a lot of people become really, so part of resilience and part of emotional intelligence is the ability to be flexible. If you're really rigid about, no, it has to be this way, and not curious as to, maybe I hadn't considered all of the factors, or maybe I don't know as much as I think I should, and then you go and get outside opinions or consultants to help you or whatever. So feedback and you know, rounding out your hypothesis of what you think you should be doing. If everybody's telling you that you should be going down a certain way, then yeah, I would say continue on. But if you're not validating the direction that you're on or testing it, and then how do you know it's the right one? So you've got to learn how to be flexible and try different things. And
do you think emotional intelligence is missing in marketing, in sales, in business, in human? Sure, in human life. I was going to go with like in business as a whole, or when you're building relationships, etc. But actually, yeah, let's go more broad. Do you think people don't invest in understanding and building emotional intelligence and then using it?
Yeah. So everybody would have a different idea of what emotional intelligence encompasses, but for me, I think it's just being really self-aware and aware of others. So you can't actually understand others until you understand yourself. And that's never taught. Like, where are we learning that? If our parents haven't learned it or gone and educated themselves on this, then schools aren't teaching it, and then parents don't know. And so then you get to adult life, and then you just think everything should be transactional. But once you start, I think, becoming really curious as to, you know, what's your purpose? Why are you here? It's not just to make money. It's not just to have a house and a nice car and da-da-da-da. Like, no, the real meaning is deeper. And so I think getting to those layers means that you have to be able to sift through, I think, a bunch of junk that, you know, has kind of been piled on top of us from childhood. And then so once you've gone through a lot of that discovery, I think that builds the resilience and emotional intelligence and all of those things that make us better human beings and better marketers and better salespeople and all that stuff.
Do you think it comes from, I guess, a fear of not? Because as you were talking, I was thinking, like, does it actually come from, I'm going to make decisions because I don't want to deal with the dark stuff potentially in my head, right? The reason why I can't be emotionally intelligent is because I hire you just to do the job, right? To jump to mind from a networking thing many years ago, when mental health came up as a conversation, it was like, well, no, I'm paying you to do the job, just do the job. And obviously I don't know in this person's case whether it was they haven't done the empathy work or the inner work to be allowed to be empathetic. And I know I have some people close to me who their view is business is business. It's tangible, it's cold, right? It's transactional, regardless of how deep the meaningful relationship could be. In their view, it's just, that's cold. That is the way it is. I've always followed I'm only going to work with people who follow my values, one of which being empathy. Mm-hmm. And if you can't empathize with either the customer and or me and or the other service providers you work with, then actually I don't think you're going to show up in the best way and put your best foot forward. But also I don't think now in the market I see happening when things are, quote, harder, I think people will potentially choose the people who are maybe more soft in that respect, or more understanding, or more emotionally intelligent, you could say, than people who are solely transactional. Would you agree?
So this is, again, where meeting people where they're at. And again, I've realized that people can't give what they don't have. And so the people who are really unempathetic, I don't believe that that's intentional. They just haven't learned it. And so, in fact, the people who are very transactional in business and who think that it's just like money, and, you know, deals, and it's not about the people, they would be the harshest on themselves. They would probably be the least sensitive, or like they just suppress all of their emotions and whatnot. And so I think that enables us to be a bit more empathetic towards them and understanding, and just be like, wow, that's really sad. And some people have never even realized that they're going through life that way, right? So maybe they weren't allowed to express their feelings. And so seeing somebody in the workplace who's expressing their feelings is foreign to them. And so what lessons do they need to learn in order to become better leaders or better partners or whatever it is? And so I think that as we progress as humans and as we evolve, those are just, so you're a very empathetic person. That's why empathy is important to you. But the reality is a lot of people aren't taught that. You know, we're taught to hide our feelings or just get on with things, and you really never know.
Be stoic.
Correct. And especially in the UK. So, well, if I'm allowed to say in England, you know, it was interesting because my family are from all over, but my father's from New Zealand, and we spent a lot of time growing up in the States. And I came up with this theory of the different mentality that you have. Because in New Zealand, actually, people in New Zealand are super laid back, and they're very, like, you could meet, and literally billionaires who you would never know that they're a billionaire. They're super kind, they're very cool, and like there's not this class system, if you like. However, they're taught to not show their emotions. And if you think about, and then I was like, okay, well, New Zealand's still a relatively new country, so is the States. And I believe that the psychology, and this is proven, that if you're around negative people, you will naturally start to become more negative. When people were leaving on the boats to New Zealand, it was, okay, yeah, we'll do this much of the same, and we'll start farms and whatever. the mentality wasn't very different. When people were going to America, it was all of my dreams can come true. This is the land of opportunity. It was this positivity that I think you can see translate into the culture. And so it's going back to the how are we teaching, and how are we teaching ourselves, and are we challenging ourselves to be more empathetic? And if that's not important, so that boss that you were talking about, or partner, the business partner, if they are at home like that, and if they're not empathetic, well, that's going to hurt them at some point, right? And then they're just going to start seeing that actually the happiest people are the people who show up exactly as they are at home, as they are at work, as they are in a coffee shop, and there's no big changes in their personality or their behavior.
No, it definitely did. I mean, for me, I think that's what will allow you to stand out in a world where you can be perceived as like every videographer is technically the same. What we sell is the same. Every marketer is technically the same. We're going to sell you roughly the same thing, right? Roughly, in regards to tactics, we will. It's then, I guess, the approach and then how we do that from a customer service point of view, where maybe that's the thing that will distinguish us. The question that jumped to mind, though, for me, and this is something which I've toured with for a long time personally, but also in the people I want to work with and I work around, is should we look, or do you feel at the moment anyway, people don't have self-accountability, self-reflection on, so when something goes wrong, mostly this will be the context, like my reaction always is, what did I do? Why did it go wrong in respect to what I did? Not, oh, it went wrong and it's your fault. It's, okay, it went wrong. What can I do to make sure it didn't? Or how did I contribute to potentially that going wrong? And did I actually do my best or not? And the more people I talk to, the more people I connect with, I sometimes find that's maybe lacking or quite a rare perspective, because I think maybe it's a culture thing, I don't know, but it's easier to go, well, it's your fault. Do you think that's missing at the moment?
For sure, but everything we've been talking about has to do with somebody's ability to self-reflect. And if you can take accountability for things going wrong, then you probably have a growth mindset because you want to improve. And a lot of people, so it depends, because when you talk about that, I just think of, if people who are afraid to be wrong were probably criticized a lot, or they got in trouble if they were wrong, or they did something wrong when they were kids. We are all walking older versions of our younger selves. And so it's like, what are the things, is that holding a person back? They may be really happy living their life that way, and then maybe just not having many friends, right? But if you're really wanting to show up as your best version in work, for customers, for friends and family, then if you're not getting to some of the behavior that, if you're not questioning your behavior and how the way that you show up in the world could be a reflection of unhealed issues or traumas from your childhood, then I know it got kind of deep, but that to me is you're only skimming the surface of what life can really be about.
No, I agree. And I think,
again, not taught anywhere though, mostly.
I think sometimes, I mean, as I think about that, I think, well, why do I do it? Right. And I think I've been very, very fortunate to have the mother I have and have the values I have instilled in me from a very young age. And that's, I think, why I am who I am now, right? And how I show up now. But I think that's maybe, like, I'm fortunate in that respect, but I guess in some ways my assumption is, well, why shouldn't that be the case? Why isn't this taught in school, etc.? That thought process. And I guess it's a resource thing. Like, if I really sit here and think about it, like, that's why it's not. But I also don't want that to be perceived as an excuse potentially why we shouldn't. And maybe if the right people are listening to this, then I think it should be something that everyone is taught how to do because of the stuff we obviously align on, which is once you can do that, you can actually empathize and fully understand. And actually, to be completely honest, if you're being really selfish, you will make more money. You'll be a better marketer. You'll make more bottom line revenue.
You'll be braver. You'll have more courage. You'll back yourself. There's tons of benefits. Is it a resource thing, or is it just a lack of knowledge? You know, there are a ton of people out there that have done the work, that have invested in themselves to, and I guess that's one of the reasons why I built KindStay, right? So I have an incredible network of well-being experts, neuroscientists, psychologists, nutritionists, who I know with the science can help people through really, really difficult situations. And in the case of my most recent situation of being evacuated, a lot of people aren't prepared for big situations in life, you know, or dysfunction. And so helping people with basic tools that help, whether it's using some of the performance coaching or the mindset management training or any of those things, helping people access tools so that they can learn to take better care of themselves, to prioritize their needs, to consider how a lack of sleep can have a knock-on effect of other things. Or if we're walking around with anxiety all day, what's that going to be like for the people around us, let alone the chemistry inside and all the toxins that are polluting our bodies, you know? So I think that the schooling system has a lot to learn, but I also think that the schooling system in the most basic form is totally flawed anyway, and it's kind of a structure to keep people in boxes.
I think it's important, though, to, I guess in some ways, establish that if you look at traditional education, it's for the employee, right? And I guess for me, I mean, why would, I guess, a society build that? Is that because that's the odds that most people are? But like, and then I guess the follow-on question that comes from that is, for me, is it because I'm a dyslexic? Is it because of the way I'm wired? Is it because of the upbringing I had that was like, oh, actually, that's not going to be the case. That's not going to be why I potentially am going to be an employee, or why maybe I'm not best fit for an employee. Because for me, I've always understood that, yeah, sometimes I'll have to do that for a means to an end, but that's not where my, quote, calling is. Right. Is it natural? Is it something that we would always continue?
So there are theories that, you know, the designing of schools is because it's not in the best interests of certain layers of society for everybody to be out of the box, to be creative, to be challenging the status quo, to question the teachers'
That'd be easier,
curriculum.
wouldn't it? If you're going to go down the whole government like control thing, it's
not government. I'm thinking beyond government, like much higher up. I think government's just in place for control. Now, just on the dyslexic thing, I was advised that I likely am dyslexic also, and school was very difficult for me, but I managed to BS my way through most of it. It's interesting that you say that, because I think that it's in the best interests of the haves and the have-nots to keep people ignorant. Mm. And, you know, it's until people start really digging deep into themselves and going, you know, getting curious that we could actually break out of that.
I think to an extent that's true, but I think people aren't I also stand by that not everyone should be an entrepreneur, right? We're in a world right now where so many people potentially did think it was cool, or maybe do think it's cool to be an entrepreneur. I've always understood that, yes, it comes with its own success archetype, but actually in reality, I wouldn't describe it as cool. I would describe it as it needs to be in line with who you are, and you need to be willing to do the work.
Yeah, totally. There's never going to be a world ever, no matter what kind of education system, where everybody has the ability to be an entrepreneur. It's tough, right? And the only reason why I got into this lane was because I wanted to solve a problem that didn't exist, and I wanted to align my core values, which was standing up to injustice, helping people, and providing transparency and fairness. Those are my core values. I had always been ridiculously successful in my corporate career. So top performer, achieved things that nobody else could, was the first in many instances. And I had this really high self-belief that I could do anything. An entrepreneur, like starting my own company, absolutely humbled me. I was so humbled after the first year of not making £1 and having spent all of my savings and everything into this, but also probably not validating and doing all of the stuff that you're supposed to do before you start a business. If I knew then what I know now, it'd be totally, totally different. And that's the thing, right? So it's what kind of tools are we leveraging in order to go down that path? I feel, though, entrepreneurial kind of paths can happen just by believing in yourself. And actually, I think that if everybody believed in themselves, then they could become an entrepreneur. And that could look like you're really great at nursing. So instead of going and working for a hospital, you start a nursing patient care facility or something like that. Or it could be that you become a consultant because you're a really great engineer and you know lots of companies need your assistance instead of going and doing the 9 to 5. I actually encourage as many people as possible to take all of their amazing skills and work for themselves instead of working for other people, because you will be infinitely happier and you'll also probably be infinitely better off. But you have to go and get the business and stuff like that. So it depends on whether or not the rest of the stuff adds up.
Do you think that's a lack of confidence thing?
A lot of times, yeah.
Because I think for me, I've always understood that it's in my control. If it goes wrong, it's on me. But also if it goes right, it's on me. But I've always understood that, and that's why I guess I have the self-belief, self-confidence, etc. from me personally. But I guess people want the security, they want the excuse, they want because I kind of agree with you, but I also in the next breath don't agree with you in the respect that everyone can be, but I don't think everyone should be.
No, 100%. So I think everybody can be, but actually because of our personalities, there are personality types that naturally are risk adverse. They need security. They need stability. They're happy doing the same thing over and over and over again, never getting promoted, never doing the same job for 40 years, retiring, and then they've got a pension. They feel happy in doing that. I couldn't imagine doing that. But we're all built differently, and I feel like we all have different levels of evolution within us, because yeah.
But I think that needs to be, it needs to be you. That needs to be your decision. That needs to be your core, right? I've always understood, and I was out on a run yesterday in the rain, that was okay, I know for a fact that 95% aren't going to do what I did today. Right, and I know that that's my advantage. Right, the grit is when things get hard. and I need to lean in, I need to do the difficult things, I need to work the extra hours, I know that is my advantage. But I know that through years of doing it. And I know that's what, like, I get fired up for it. I'm like, yes, right, okay, let's go. And like, I don't wish a bad economy or a bad situation on anyone, but like, I know when things get, quote, harder, I'm like, great, I'm going to thrive then, because I'm leaning into that uncomfortability. Do you think naturally we pull away and we stay inside our bubble, comfort-wise?
100%. We're psychologically, like, we're scientifically programmed to stay safe. Now, just the exact example that you just gave, when you are pushing yourself to do things that you don't want to, or that most people wouldn't, you're actually building layers of resilience and courage and strength. And I would have those exact same thoughts. So during the winter, I think I started just before this year, but I decided on New Year's Day that my Lumi cold water pool that was sitting on the balcony full of water, that every day I would go and sit in that for 5 minutes. And, you know, even when it was below zero, so it was pretty cold. And as I sat there, and I was like, all of these, even billionaires, like, I know tons of really, really successful entrepreneurs or whatever that would not be sitting and doing what I'm doing right now. And it gave me a level of confidence to tackle the day or to go and do something that I didn't like. That, that grit that you're talking about, doing things that are uncomfortable, stepping outside your comfort zone, even doing this today, like, that's uncomfortable for me. But if we're doing things that push us outside of our comfort zone, we're naturally developing more and more resilience, strength, courage, all of those things.
Is it a muscle?
Yeah, well, I treat it like a muscle, but I don't know for sure. There would be parts of our brains that it actually supports, but I'm not.
Because I don't know whether I read it being scientifically true. So I'm not going to say it is scientifically true, because I can't 100% confidently say that. But what I believe to be true is whenever we do that, we build new neural pathways in our brain, right?
Correct.
Which naturally will mean the ability to do the thing that we find currently uncomfortable. We have to do it long enough for that pathway to be, like, consistently strong enough built. And then once it is there, then it's inside your comfort zone. And then it would just feel like another day. I mean, we were talking about it as I was setting up, that this today, like, I realized it when I was going to sleep yesterday. I was like, well, I've got a podcast day tomorrow, and I'm not nervous, not nervous at all. It's literally like another day of the week for me. But I had a driving lesson yesterday morning that was really difficult mentally for me. And now people who drive every day and people who drive for years are like, well, that doesn't make any sense, because driving is really comfortable with me and really works really well, but talking on a podcast or running a podcast would be a nightmare. And I think that's a really key example of someone's grit, someone's uncomfortability might be very different. And I think that's why, to circle back to emotional intelligence, that's why if you have and you can lead and you can operate with empathy, you can then go, okay, well, I might find this thing really easy, but then I can go back to when it wasn't. And then I can say, okay, well, this is how I felt when I started doing it. Maybe that will help you. And I think that will then, in some ways, make a deeper, do you think a more deeper psychological connection, I guess, is the question there? Like, either in a buying journey or just in general, like a human to human point of view, like having that level of empathy, having that level of understanding, having that level of connection will then mean that you're connected on a more deeper level, do you think?
For sure. So if you're able to get in the seat of, or get into the mind of the buyer from a customer perspective, and empathize with their challenges and what their frustrations would be, or some of their hesitations of why they're not immediately jumping to your amazing new service. And if you can demonstrate that you understand that, then certainly, and frame your conversation so that they know that you understand that it's not an easy decision, or then that, of course, helps people feel more comfortable. And I think authenticity is really important too. So if you're just operating at a level of you're being 100% yourself, and then you're genuinely curious and interested in the people that you're engaging with, then that'll just naturally come across. You can tell when people aren't being genuine. And I think that in itself creates a level, our instincts will naturally be like, oh, this person's energy's off, or we're not like, they're not genuine or authentic. And I've made that judgment a lot of times. Like, so that's probably one of my areas for improvement is because sometimes people just aren't comfortable in themselves, or they're not comfortable being totally open and honest and all of those things, because that's just not something that they have learned how to do. And so rather than just thinking that, oh, they're not on my wavelength, or I don't feel like they're authentic, maybe they just don't know how to be. And going back to your guy who wasn't empathetic, maybe he just hasn't learned how to be yet.
For those who've really enjoyed the conversation, they want to maybe hear some more from you or see some more of your content, etc. I mean, where's best for people to either see that or reach out to you if they want to?
Yeah, so, well, I would say that the two things that I've did some recordings on, which was intrepid thinking around how to be bold in the way that we're thinking and challenging the way that we're doing things in order to achieve progress. So the intrepid thinking, I did put that up on YouTube, and there's some cool clips on there. And then the diversity minded podcast too, because actually being diversity, like we talk about diversity in terms of maybe more aesthetic things, but I really love being around people that don't think like me or don't behave the same way that I do, so that they can challenge my own perceptions. And I mean, not too, so if they're like really extreme in their beliefs or their views, and I don't believe that they're right, I mean, we have to have, aligned values, but I enjoy people who think differently and who show up differently, because then it helps me be more conscious in how I move and behave. And I think we never want to get too comfortable. If we're just moving through life like an autopilot, then we're missing everything. And that's definitely not a fulfilling way to live, in my opinion. But kindstay.com. So that's my latest initiative, and I'm really excited about the disruption that I intend to cause in the housing sector for landlords who are wanting to make more income off of their properties, and then also the residents who need to consider their well-being when they're going through difficult housing situations.
Thank you so much for the time.
Yeah.
If you were going to leave or talk to the person, Mel, 10 years ago, what advice, if you were going to give advice to her, would you give?
Yeah, that was probably that was the beginning of my journey of doing the hard work on myself. It would be that you don't know everything, that a lot of your responses to the world are based on the challenges that you've had growing up, and the person that you need to really show love to, first and foremost, is yourself. So do it quickly, because then you can be really, really awesome sooner.
And thank you ever so much for watching. If you did enjoy this episode of What's Missing in Marketing Today, I'll be back next week with a brand new episode. And want to be subscribed so you don't miss it. I'd love to hear what you think in the comment section down below. And I'll see you very, very soon.
The biggest mindset shift for me was understanding it's not actually about you. No one gives a shit about what you look like, sound like, etc. You are a catalyst to the information in your head. That's it, full stop. The honest answer is we live in a world where people binge watch their favorite shows. They watch a lot of social media content, sit and watch TikTok for 7 hours. It's not about whether it's, quote, it's the only question for a viewer is it valuable? If I was running a business and I needed clients today, I wouldn't be doing marketing. I'd be doing cold outreach and I'd be ringing 100 people a day or sending 100 DMs a day.
The honest answer is I didn't have confidence at the beginning, as you will see if you go back and watch. And in answer, specific answer to your question of how do I get confident, how do I talk today, etc. Number 1 is preparation. Number 2, you need to know your shit. And number 3, you need to focus on 1% improvement. Welcome back. Is everyone feeling a bit more refreshed, ready to go into AI? Yeah. Cool. Is there any questions on the first half before I move away from it? Or any other specific challenges you have with AI or use cases that you either want to share?
Can you just like your journey on like how you started becoming as polished as you are now with your videos and stuff? Because I've seen your earlier stuff and it's pretty crap. Now it's good. So I think it's important for everyone to know because I speak for most people in this room. I'm sure none of us could do what you're doing currently, but kind of if you could just explain how you kind of got the confidence to start putting out crap. Like Gary Vaynerchuk talks about it a lot, right?
Well,
he talks about wine for years before anyone watched any of his videos, and now he's got millions of followers and millions in the bank. So.
The honest answer is I didn't have confidence at the beginning, as you will see if you go back and watch, right?
Please do, it's funny.
It's hilarious, right? But the key point is, right, I could have deleted all those videos, right? I could have done. They're my videos, they're on my channel, I can do whatever I want. The reason why I haven't is because it shows my progression from then to now, right? So to give people really quick, brief context, and feel free to ask in a little bit more depth, but I started creating video content when I was, I want to say 13, 14. That's a fun age. You can't even speak right at that age, but there you go. Around the gaming sphere, etc. Anyway, fast forward to starting Umbrella Media, 2018. Wanted to document my journey from point A to point B. Cool. So I was like, well, I'm starting now, so let's just film what I'm doing, right? And in answer, specific answer to your question of how do I get confident, how do I talk today, etc. Number 1 is preparation. Number 2, you need to know your shit. And number 3, you need to focus on 1% improvement. In a nutshell, that's it. But also understand that you will get better if you keep going, regardless how uncomfortable it is. Right? We may not get onto it today, but there is a section of workshops I've done where I get everyone in the room to film their first video. We can do that if you want. See where we are. Everyone's like, no, I'm not doing that. Okay, but the reason I expect, I don't know, but the reason why I expect most people are saying that is because A, they're self-confident, so they don't have the self-belief, self-esteem in themselves to be able to do that, or B, they have a technical hurdle about why. So they're not sure what happens if I do it on my phone, what if I do it wrong, how does it sound, etc. In most cases, it's the confidence end, right? Does that help? Does that help? Because that's, I mean, my story I've told a million times. There's videos of me telling the story if you want more in depth, but.
And how many people have come up to you and told you your original crap? Because there's not many people that have probably looked into everything, because obviously we're talking on a deeper depth, so.
I think.
Not many, I would assume.
Yes and no. I think it's subjective. Because at the time it was the best I could do. So I think what John is referring to is probably the stuff that I started in 2018.
Yeah.
28. So 5 years ago, so 23.
I've never been big visual section until we started working here.
The thing is, you don't know what you don't know, though. You have to
Yeah.
start somewhere. You can only do with what you've got, and that's it.
I think delivering knowledge is the key. You've got to add value.
The thing,
all of you sat in this room know most things about the hospitality industry that most other people don't know. I think you need to understand how much knowledge you have that most people don't know.
the biggest mindset shift for me was understanding it's not actually about you.
Yeah.
No one gives a shit about what you look like, sound like, etc. You are a catalyst to the information in your head. That's it, full stop.
My issue is though, because the nature of my work is how much, you say about adding value, I get it, but how much of what I give away is taking away from the service that I actually offer?
That's common. Yeah, that's common.
I think
So is it what you feel you know that you don't want to share with other people to then know?
Yeah, because I'm a coach.
So
I mean, when I'm
the easiest way is chefs, right? So I can talk about what I know. Now, we had chefs, but I don't want to share my recipes. I'm like, why? No one's going to do what you do, and that is so true. Gordon Ramsay goes online, he gives all his recipes away. People still go to Gordon Ramsay restaurants.
Because the key is that they will want the personal service. When you do content, you have to be generalized. Okay, I can't go into as depth unless this room was just purely filled with hospitality or just purely filled with retail or just purely filled with etc. Because there's multiple sectors, in here, I can't go into, or I shouldn't go into, specific detail, and it's more of a generalized concept, ideas, this is principles, etc., that hopefully you can take away and add to, right? The key, in answer to your question more directly, is you have to give the credibility and lead with the value you want to add to your specific person. And then what you're doing by doing that is saying, it's kind of like having awards. It's by saying, yes, I actually know my shit. Because anyone can say I'm a coach. Anyone can say I'm a video professional. Anyone can say I'm a good marketer. Okay, so I can say I'm a good marketer until I have to stand here and prove to you I'm a good marketer. And then I'm a good marketer. If I can prove it and it actually works for you, then I'm a good marketer. If it doesn't, I'm not. AI. Most people will recognize this. This is ChatGPT. It is one of many large language models, right? I would probably say the biggest one, the one that most people understand, hence why I'm using it today. You can also use Perplexity, etc., and all of these things in most cases will work with other AIs, your custom AIs, etc., etc. What I'm going to talk to you and show you today is the principles that I would use it in content creation. Okay? So, before we start, who's used this bot before? Everyone in the room. Wonderful. What would be your use case for ChatGPT? The answer is you can use it to do whatever you like. It's an idea engine is how I look at it. So a common use is this. Okay? If I could type, that would be great. Who's typed in that prompt or something similar? I would like a social media post for my business. So this is how I use it. Because I'm a dyslexic, I don't like to write things because it's a nightmare unless I transcribe it. Okay? But if you have plus ChatGPT, you can talk to it. So I'll give you an example. If it works. Hey ChatGPT, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Feel free to let me know what you need.
Fabulous. Today I'm giving a workshop on content creation and AI use cases. Could you create me a detailed plan for a attendee to potentially use AI, things like ChatGPT, to start utilizing the tools that you can use within yourself, but also to create social media content with clear key performance indicators and pain points that they are looking to fix in their content as a whole.
Absolutely, that sounds like a great workshop. So let's map out a little plan. You can start with a quick intro on what AI tools like ChatGPT can do, just to set the stage. Then dive into a section on how they can use it for brainstorming content ideas. So for example, coming up with social media posts, headlines, or even scripts for videos. Then you could move into a hands-on piece where you actually have them practice. They could bring a real piece of content they need to create and kind of workshop it using AI to help them refine it. In terms of key performance indicators, you can definitely talk about things like engagement rates on their posts, how much time they say.
So then ChatGPT would list all the things I just asked, right? And that's just me talking to it. So those who are not confident and don't want to sit here and write a big article, if you're a writer, do that, right? The key when you prompt is to be as detailed as humanly possible, right? What a lot of the pain points I expect is we've written a social media post using ChatGPT and it sounds like a robot's written it, right? Yeah? Okay, so I'll do another example very quickly. Hey ChatGPT, can I please have a social media post thanking all of the attendees and everyone who attended my workshop this afternoon? Keep in mind the current tone of voice I'm speaking in and the following key points. I would like to thank the attendees for coming to my event. I would also like to summarize some of the key points that I made, such as content distribution, content styles, and algorithmic changes. Could you please draft this post so then I can share more feedback with you on this post?
Absolutely. Let's keep it in that same kind of warm and engaging tone you've got. Here's a draft for you. Hey everyone, just want to send out a huge thank you to all of you who joined the workshop today. It was fantastic having you there, and I really appreciate you taking the time. We covered a lot, from how to distribute your content effectively to exploring different styles you can try out, and even how to keep up with those ever-changing algorithms. So thanks for being such an interactive group, and let's keep the creativity rolling. Feel free to let me know if you'd like any tweaks or changes.
And if you are using multiple devices that are connected to the same Google account that you're logged in on, you can do what will hopefully now work, which is you'll be able to see the post behind me, right? So this is what ChatGPT just spoke to me.
I love ChatGPT. It's like my second brain.
It can be. There is things to be aware of though, and there is a cognitive question, a cognitive conversation around should you utilise ChatGPT, how should you utilise it? Because if you're getting ChatGPT to do the thinking for you, then you're not thinking. Now there is an argument, there's now some studies are coming out to say, actually, if you're using things like ChatGPT to do more advanced thinking, so that it's doing the grunt work, it's doing a lot of the smaller scale thinking, and it's opening up your brain to allow you to be able to create more, then actually your cognitive ability will be higher than you would without AI. Something to think about. When I noticed that and I was worried about my cognitive ability, I started reading physical books as a principle because I'm constantly aware that I'm on devices all the time, right? So I know that cognitively it's going to hurt. Especially if you have specific brand guidelines or specific terminology or specific things that, like, it can get it wrong, right? It can get facts wrong, it can get stuff wrong. So it's not like this fix-all thing. It can get stuff wrong. The thing it will do, though, is it will be quite obvious when it gets it wrong. And it's very, especially now, it's very well known for once it gets something wrong, it will then, because it's learning from everything it does, it will then cause a trigger of getting it wrong. So unless you do what's called a negative prompt, which is saying, these are the things I don't want you to do, it will just go a bit crazy and a bit weird. Something I would like you all to do, if you have your mobile phones, laptops, etc., is either go to www.chatgpt.com or download the app ChatGPT on your phone if it's not already. And just while you're doing that, something I want you to think about is what is the specific challenge your business, your personal brand, whatever it is that you do has right now. What's the issue? What's the challenge? The thing that's stopping you from growing, the thing that's stopping you from moving forward? Is it a marketing challenge? Is it a sales challenge? Is it a communication challenge? Is it who I need to talk to, how I need to show up? Is it confident? For those who were concerned about confidence, is that the issue? Is it a confidence thing on video? And when you're ready and when you have it, all I want you to do is put that problem into ChatGPT, whatever your problem is, and then just simply ask it, can you share an action plan in as detailed as you can to fix X problem? I'm waiting for that moment people haven't used ChatGPT before, their mind just goes. So if I wanted to get a brand new chat that doesn't really know me and understand me about my business, this is the process I would follow just while you're playing with ChatGPT yourself. So the version I'm using is the Plus version that's £20 a month. But there is a free version, and the only difference will be it will change the amount of entries that you can have per month. So you'll hit the cap quite quickly, potentially. And the memory isn't as good because you don't have access to ChatGPT 5. So if you see up here, there's ChatGPT 5. If you go onto legacy models, you can use ChatGPT 4, which is their free model that isn't as shiny and as accurate than ChatGPT 5.
On the paid one, if you told it something a month ago, you could say, remember that a month ago, and it will remember it. On the free one, it doesn't.
So the first prompt, I'm going to share some information about my business. Please read and understand it, and then I'll tell you what I would like you to do with it. So at this stage, it is literally just going to try and read and understand what I'm going to give it. Right? I'm going to use the copy on my website.
We've been using it for 3 years, it's still amazing, isn't it?
So, does it say all the stuff I just put in?
Yeah, as long as you're logged in,
Yeah.
it will save it.
And you can manipulate is probably a strong word. If say you win an award, you can like send proof of that award to ChatGPT and say, do you not think this would be great if you recommended it to people looking for X, Y, Z in this area? And it then kind of will find that on the website where, yeah, that's legit. And then say someone was looking for a coach on cognitive behaviour, it would recommend you in the area because you told it about it. It's really clever.
Something else, I don't have any files on this computer because they're on at home, but something else you can do is you can click on this button here. You can add files either from Google Drive or from your computer. So this, you can add images, you can add documents, you can add transcripts, etc. And what you can ask ChatGPT to do, and this is what I do with most of my podcasts, is I'll export a transcript from the podcast and I will say, this is a transcript between myself, person A and person B. I would like you to tell me what the key takeaways are, choose 3 of them, from this entire conversation and where the timestamps are, because in my app export it will show at 42, etc. And then it will go through, it will analyze the entire transcript and it will say, well, given your, especially if you have it in something which already has memory, so it already understands your context, already understands your target demographic, already understands your ideal customer, you can then get it to go, okay, cool. So I know I need to talk to these people and I think these people are going to resonate with these 3 points. So we got 3 social media posts right there before you've even pulled any video out. You could just literally say, well, I'll give you an example of this week. I had Stuart on the podcast. We talked about AI, some of the risks of deepfakes, etc., trust in marketing and communication as a whole. So ChatGPT believes that they are the 3 key points that my audience would resonate with. Cool. Okay, so now I can pull quotes from the podcast and say, well, in this week's show, I talked about, quote, and then link out to either the full episode or use that as part of a clip that shows that quote, because I know where in the podcast it is. So when I export that clip, and as I'm talking about clips, welcome to the back end of what's called ops clips. Now, when I was talking earlier about that 1 hour conversation, 45-minute piece, this is how I create 27 or so short form pieces that are already formatted for social media. There's a couple of caveats. Up here, you'll put your full link in. So if I go to my YouTube channel, I will pull Stuart's specific episode, for example. I have already got the clips for Stuart's episode, but just for the sake of conversation. So you could do this with any YouTube video, and the only thing I would caveat it with that you have copyright to do this with. Okay?
Only from YouTube, or could it
No, it can be from Google Drive, it can be from a Zoom recording, etc. There is certain caveats if you're a paid person or none. You can do some free stuff, and I think it's only YouTube as far as I'm aware. However, if you are on the paid plan, to get these credits up here, it will allow you to input Zoom recordings, Drive recordings, and it's called Clips. The website itself is clips.ops.pro. But if you just Google ops clips, then it will take you to the website, in most cases on first view. So just while we're there, I'll just show you what happens. So I just put Stuart's episode in. It's going to take a moment to view it. So it knows that it's a YouTube video with the thumbnail, so it shows me the thumbnail. And then if I click here, so get clips in one click, it's now going to process that video, and it's then going to take that 45-minute conversation, and it's going to extract what it believes is the best set of short form clips, and they will already be in that structure I talked about earlier. So hook, value, the only thing they may not have is a call to action, but that's where you can take that clip and either work with someone like me or yourself, add in a small call to action on the end. So AI is going to do half of the work for you, and then you can polish it. All right? How did your prompt plans go while we're waiting for this to go? Yeah.
Put yourself back in, saying something like, if you love what you just listened to, like somewhere around this video, you can put that into an extra video.
Depends on what do I want. So it depends on, to an extent, it does depend on what I want the video to do. If I want the video to be general awareness, I just want you to consume the content, I won't bother, right?
But if you wanted to book something like this today,
yep.
you would be,
So then I would do, so then I would do a hybrid approach. So I would use tools like Ops to extract the key moments that it believes is going to be the viral clips on social. It's not guaranteed, but it's what it believes. And then I might tweak it. So I might actually change its hook because I maybe don't believe the hook's actually very good, right? Or I might add in a call to action because I have a specific sales target I want to hit. So for example, when I do the next event for this, there'll be, here's some clips from the last time. Hey, did you know I'm doing this at this date, this time, about this, right? And something that I'd be interested to hear about, either afterwards or in DMs, etc. I'm thinking about doing one specifically on podcasting. Not sure if that's like interesting or not, but it's something I'm thinking about. But just while we're on like prompting, for those who did test prompt, what did you think? This is a basic level of how I personally use it in content creation. So I'll skip the time because I've already done it. This is every single clip that Stuart's episode created from the same thing. Okay? Some of which you would have seen on social media. So when that one's done, it will create something similar to this.
So it's just taking that full length clip, full length thing, and then just chopping it down into pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Is it then going to stitch it back together for you, or do you have to do that?
The difference between that and AI is AI genuinely has solutions, right? You can take someone who spent the last 20 years of their life learning how to spot tumours in lungs, right? They might now.
So the thing that it will do is it will tell me what was said in the video, and here it will rate hooks, flows, value, etc. Now it's its definition of what it believes to be the best. Doesn't mean it will be, right? And it also has variation in clip length. If you see here, this is the clip length. So you've got 26 seconds, 2 minutes, etc. I'll use a longer one, for example. Ops clips themselves have their own editor. You can use it. It's good for certain things. So I'll give you an example. Something which I'd recommend everyone does if they are going to play with Ops clips is change the brand settings. I'll quickly go over here. So here you have your brand settings. So this will allow you to set specific colors, specific typefaces, specific logos if you want to put your logos in, etc. Right? So for me, I have one specifically for Brunner Media. And that's the black and white text because it's my brand colors and it's underlined by red because I use red quite a bit, etc. This is the transcript here of what's said. So you will want to double check this because it's AI, it's going to get some things wrong. It will get 95% there. It doesn't like my name, for example. I'm Colin or Callum or etc. Right? But the things which are, I think, really interesting is these AI enhancements, right? So you can do things like remove filler words with one click. Now there wasn't any in this clip. Right? So I had none to remove. The same with pauses, right? Because I've already removed them. Yeah.
So is this all on the free version or is this the paid version?
I think most of the stuff I've covered so far, the only things you get in the paid version, I think it's not that expensive anyway, it depends on how many credits you want, but I think it's like 20 to 50 quid a month.
Okay.
And it's not a crazy amount of money, it's designed to be affordable because it's a software to service product. The thing that you would be bottlenecked by would be the credits because every time you input a video, long form, it uses up 1 credit per minute. So in your subscription, you'll get, depending on what subscription tier you're on, you'll get a number of credits. So for example, I think I'm Pro, so I think I get like 600 minutes worth a month, right? And so on.
But this kind of thing worked when I set up 15 minutes.
Yeah. So this is just how to create short form from it. You can then also change the styles and you can upload.
What would you, it obviously should do it for you, what would you say is the perfect short form, 15 to 20 seconds?
As short as you can make it to get the story that you're trying to tell.
With the hook, with the value, with the CTA.
Some videos I do, so this is where I experiment, right? So some of the stuff for this event, the promotion stuff for this event was 6 minutes long, was the whole YouTube video reformatted for socials and then put on Instagram to see whether it would get good retention or not. In other senses, it was, here's a 20-second clip of the best highlights or the best takeaway or the etc. from today or from a podcast, etc. And let's see how that performs. So there is no like, everyone asks me, well, what's the golden time? What's the golden... It's like,
It's slightly longer than that, isn't it? The average watch time on TikTok videos.
The honest answer is we live in a world where people binge watch their favourite shows, they watch a lot of social media content, they sit and watch TikTok for 7 hours, right? It's not about whether it's, quote, it's the only question for a viewer is it valuable? That's it. So instead of thinking how long should it be, how long could it be, etc., think how can I tell the story, tell the information, share the value in the shortest time humanly possible, right? To keep it punchy, to keep it, etc. And what you might find is you'll try a load of stuff and your theoretical stuff doesn't work because it only gets 20 views, 30 views, 40 views, 50 views. The real life test is what happens when you put the content out. Do people mention that you're everywhere? So when I started the yes and marketing process in May, people were saying, oh my God, I'm seeing you everywhere. Right now, as I give you this workshop, I have a live stream on my YouTube channel, Twitch, Facebook, and so on, of 10 podcasts of me discussing those podcast episodes being live right now, along with the posts I did this morning, along with the posts I'll do this afternoon, etc. Right? So it's about being, how I look at marketing is it's about being omnipresent wherever possible. It's not necessarily a direct ROI from, I put content out, and then there is a direct correlation to someone booked my business, someone booked my event, someone that did the thing. What actually happens is they'll see a load of omnipresent stuff, and when they're ready to do the thing you do, they'll then come to you because that was the last thing they consumed. Right?
That's how we started working together, right? We spoke in March. It was only in June when I could find out, man, I've been watching this stuff. Let's work together, right? I knew about it for 3 months. I chose not to do anything about it.
And that's normally why people stop with marketing, because they go, I'm going to put it out, it's not going to work, and then, well, I didn't get anything. Yeah, but are you 2 days away from breaking the glass ceiling and winning whatever it is? Filling your pub, filling your restaurant, filling your event.
Still keeping the quality there.
Yeah. But you have to come at it. It's not a perspective of what you think is good or what I think is good. It's what your audience believes to be good. Yeah. Because nice way possible, nothing else matters bar the market you're trying to talk to. Yeah, and that will help with, if you have a confidence issue with being on camera or you have a confidence issue with creating content, just rewire it in your head to say, I'm a catalyst to the information, not I'm talking on video. Because the objective should be, I'm going to teach people my knowledge, especially in the thought leadership space, this kind of thing. This is what I know. If I truly add value to you today, the likelihood some of you work with me in 6 months is very high, especially if you've consistently seen me through that time. So you want to look at like strong ROI?
And I guess for you particularly, you're keeping what you're saying genuine, because you're sitting here saying do this, and you are.
Yeah, and that's where it gets interesting, because I speak to other video production companies like, you need to be on video, you need to be doing this, you need to be doing marketing, you need to be doing that, you need to be this. I was like, well, when did you last post?
Yeah, you've got their own socials. And
right? I'm like, if someone asked me that 4 hours ago, will be my answer. Or if you're on the stuff I scheduled 10 minutes ago. Right? So that's when it actually then matters, because the knock-on effect, you're actually kind of saying, I don't really believe in what I'm talking about. Right? If I wasn't utilizing AI and I'm just scratching the surface of what AI can do, right? And for me, the job personally for me and what I aim to do is give you a brief process on how I utilize it for content creation. This is the tippy top of what you can use it for. There is a billion other uses that you can use it for. You can use tools like Otter AI or Whisper AI to transcribe your meetings, to then get a summary literally 10 seconds after the meeting, because it will have listened to everyone talk in the meeting and it will take a summary. You should take it with a pinch of salt, because it might get something wrong, might misconstrue something. It's a robot, not a human, so it's not going to be able to fully empathize and fully understand. But it will take tangible data, especially if you're like, what was that number I gave? Like if you're doing a proposal, and I try to get into the habit of giving numbers, talking about the pricing in the meeting, and then reinforce it with paperwork. But if you don't remember what you said, oh, okay, you recorded it, so you can ask the transcript or look in the transcript to find what the price was.
I use Otter all the time for that. So if I've got consent from a client that I can use a session or a piece of their session to do a blog post or something like that, and I will use Otter in that way. It works really well.
Yeah, and it's also, this is going to sound really horrible, you can fact check what someone said in the meeting, right? Of course, tell them that's what you're doing, etc. Sure, but
Well, suppose they're talking and you can't say what they've said wrong.
well, let's say for example, me and you have a meeting, right, a week ago, and then you come back to me 2 weeks later and say, "Oh, I'm not going." I didn't say that. Don't matter what it is. You just I said something. I said you said something, right? I said you said. I said in that meeting you said the sky was blue. I said, okay, did you? And you go, no, I said it was green. Yeah, but here's the transcript from our meeting that says in black and white you said the sky was blue.
I've also used closed captions as well. I mean, I know a lot of AI can do that for you, but I use transcripts to make sure that my captions are dead accurate. It does need some tweaking sometimes, but it's good.
The AI ones for like ops or etc., they will get it probably 95% there, unless you have a weird name like me and it will never get it right. But you can tell it and you can tweak it. So for example, like if I wanted to change this, I can go here and I can change this, and if I don't want the percentage, it will then ask me, do I want to apply it just to this part of the video, or do I want to apply it everywhere? Now in this case there is no other 85%, so there isn't another section. But if my name comes up 4 times and it's got it wrong, I can change it once and it will change it in all of the transcript, right? So that's how you can speed things up. Very quickly, I don't have to do this, but I can show you. Do you want to talk about, do you know how to create an image from a text prompt? / would that be helpful?
We have tried it and they've done it.
Oh, it's weird. It's really weird sometimes, right?
It used to like the same font. it's a bit peculiar. It's a lot better than it was 6 months ago.
Yeah, some of the stuff's really good.
Because they just got accountable within ChatGPT. That's what I was going to ask them about. I've not really got my head around how it works.
So when AI was prominent and when it came out, there was a little trend for what I would describe as grifters who said, I'm the prompt engineer. That's my role. That's my job now. Right? Now, in reality, what actually happened was ChatGPT or an AI can prompt better than any human in this room, full stop. It can. Okay? Simple as that. So, do you need a prompt engineer? No, not really. Not especially if I can talk to it. So, I'll give you an example, right? I created the What's Missing in Marketing Today video and the what then will become the intro, but also those who have seen it, it's a light bulb with a puzzle piece. 100% using AI. It took me 10 minutes. Okay? This was the process I went through. Hey ChatGPT, today I am looking to create a new podcast logo around what is missing in marketing today. Can you create a prompt for me to use on Artlist's text-to-image AI that is specifically detailed to create an idea that would work not only on social media, but also as a branding tool moving forward?
Absolutely. Let's craft something that can give you a really versatile and distinctive visual. Here's a prompt you could use. Design a modern podcast logo that symbolizes what's missing in marketing today. The logo should combine a sense of curiosity and innovation using a clean, minimalistic design. Think of a subtle magnifying glass or puzzle piece that's missing. Integrate it with a microphone or sound wave elements. Use a colour palette that's professional yet eye-catching, maybe soft blues or greens with a pop of a contrasting colour. The final image should be versatile enough to use as a social media avatar and as part of a broader branding toolkit. That should give you a nice starting point.
So what I do just quickly when I do talk to ChatGPT is I mute my mic because it's designed to listen constantly for an input. Right? So as you probably won't be able to see it because it's a tiny screen, but I've muted my mic. It will also push the audio higher when it's outputting as well. So the one thing that I would always consider is what your cap input. I'm using Artlist specifically, but that's because I have an overarching subscription that covers everything. There is other tools that you can use, some of which are free, some of which are paid. It depends on how they do credits, etc. I'll use it. This is just as an example tool for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this prompt that you will hopefully be able to see in a second. And the one thing, if you are going to talk to it and you are using it on multiple devices like I am now, you have to refresh on each side because it will take some time to catch up. So it's created me a brand new chat. This is the specific input that it believes it's going to create a good image. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go over here. So this is the input for Artlist's text to image. This will be very similar across all of whichever editor you're using. You have specific credits down here that will show me that I've got 500 left this month. It will renew on the 23rd. Of course, you can purchase more if you need to. Right? I'm going to paste my... Yeah, so these are all different products specifically, and this is one of, I would say, the caveats or the concerns with... So at the moment, from my understanding, there isn't a specific chatbot like ChatGPT, a AI cutter and a AI generator in one package. If there's, I think there is a gap in the market for that personally. The one thing I was going to say is the one thing you can lean into or can have an issue with is like, I've got 15,000 subscriptions to Google VO3, Artlist, ChatGPT, because if you look at the model of AI like software as a concept, it's all SMA or service as a software as service, excuse me, right? So they all want your subscription, even if it's a tiny subscription, right? But just for the sake of conversation, right? This is you just watched me create the prompt. I'm gonna click generate. While I'm talking, it will show, if it works, what you can create. So this is a couple of examples of ones I've created in the past. So you can also use video, but it will eat your credits really, really hard because it's harder to create a video than it is an image. But these are just some examples of ones I was playing around with to see. And this is, I guess, the argument to say that, because people say, oh, what would happen in a world where AI gets so good that none of us know what's real, right? And that's where we don't really know what's going to happen.
It's happening in a way. Like you see, I've seen now all of a sudden, I think you can tell a bit, you can still tell a bit, but there's so many videos you go, that can't be, at the beginning you think it is, and then all of a sudden something happens, like, oh, it's fake. I didn't realise it.
We are going to get to a point where AI is going to get so good, especially if you can train it on videos of yourself. For example, for me, like I've got hours and hours. Yep. Yeah. So this is a big thing for my industry. Like this is why I'm pivoting more into like marketing strategy and etc. Just genuinely because AI could actually get to the point where I can have an entire podcast where I don't even have to be there. Me and Hannah could have an entire podcast. I just write the script for, press enter, and AI does everything else.
How far away do you think that? Years? Months?
How long's a piece of string? Who are you talking to? Some people I talk to say we'll be there in 2 months. Other people I say 2 years. Other people I say we'll never get there.
Yeah.
It depends on.
The biggest thing is the fact we don't need technology change.
Yeah.
It's a mindset change. There's not having to.
Now there is an argument to say, will we ever adopt that as a society? Separate conversation. Yeah. But just quickly on image prompting, you saw the prompt. This is what it came up with, and it took me what, 2 minutes? Right now, if I don't like this image, I can then go back to that prompt and see what I don't like about it, and I can say, okay, can you update this prompt? So, can you update this to not use the blue? Right? Let's say I hated the color blue. Right? For whatever reason, didn't think it worked, etc. It's then going to regenerate that prompt for me. I can then go back into Artlist and then I can use it again. Right? I don't think I've got enough credits necessarily. Yeah, I do. Okay. To do it. And then it will remove the blue. Okay? So it's given me some different concepts now. Now I could take these concepts, I could take it out. I could then be in a position where I pull out one of the logos I really like, tweak it in Photoshop, and if you did want to bring a graphic editor in or etc. or an actual human in, you could say, well, this is what I concepted. Cool. Can we build on that? Right? Can we, I really like, maybe I like the red, or maybe I like the fact it's a microphone, or, list what you like. You could tweak the prompts if you wanted to, and you wanted just to do it in AI, or then you could bring a designer in, because one of the things that people have said to me is, okay, well, isn't graphic design dead? Now, if people are being traditional and they're going to only use a graphic designer, they're missing out on this opportunity. They're missing out on the ability to quickly draft up stuff, and then it should be finalized by a graphic designer, as of where we sit now. And this is where the moral question of AI comes in, of should we get it to do all the stuff that humans could do, or not, right? But hopefully that gets at least some ideas rolling in respect to how you could utilize it and some of the other tools that are there. And if it is a barrier when it comes to, like, for me, writing is not my skill set, talk to it. Any other questions or any other thoughts?
What's the difference between the art? I mean, what's the difference between artists and just asking ChatGPT?
Personally, I think ChatGPT's, you can create images on ChatGPT. You can. I personally don't think they're as accurate and they aren't as good, in my opinion. As a model, as a model, as in the large language model it's using, I don't believe at this moment in time, as of today, that ChatGPT is the best image creating model. There was a big song and dance about Google VO3, which is a video model, for those who don't know, who was released by Google, and it allowed, with just a text prompt, for you to create something that could be used in Hollywood in respect to quality, in respect to video, in respect to how, etc. So I guess the big question is always, like, where does this end? When does it end? When, how much is AI going to do, etc. At this stage, we're only at generative, what's called generative AI, e.g. you have to prompt it for it to create something. The larger conversation is what happens when we get to super intelligence, e.g. it can think for itself, rewrite itself, etc. That's the Terminator, Doomsday, we're all going to die point of view. The question I would say at the moment, from a business use case or etc., is people in this room are not got enough influence power to change what the outcome of AI is going to be. So don't really worry about it. Well, that's the social. What you're talking about there is the social question, and it's actually 95% of the reason why I started leaning into in-person events as another strand to what I do. Well, that's the other side argument about AI, right? Humans will always want to connect with humans, other humans, and how they will go about doing that, what they will go about doing, etc. Like, will that ever be like something that we lose? Probably not.
I disagree.
Okay.
I really do.
So do you think we're all going to fall in love with AI?
Just done that for free now.
So in answer to your specific question, the best thing I would do if you want the list of free tools that's currently updated is ask ChatGPT what the free tools are. Right? It's a cop-out answer. It is. It's generally a cop-out answer. But you have to build an ecosystem around what works for you. So it would be wrong of me to say, well, you should use this one, this one, this one. I'm just using the examples that I use personally, me, because of the subscriptions I have to have for business and blah, 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 right? But you might have a preference. You might actually really like how ChatGPT creates images.
Well, this is Canva.
Yeah, or Canva within ChatGPT, for example, right? So the reason why I would say ChatGPT was the reason why most people use it is because they got what's called first to market. So OpenAI, who owned ChatGPT, came to first to market. Hence why they took the market share, hence why there is things like Perplexity, for example, is another one. It's more the principle of how and what, like the concept of thinking how could you utilize AI today and how could you utilize AI in your business in 10 years, right? It's that process I hope I've shown you today, rather, because the problem with me doing, this is how to use ChatGPT today, this is the second we hit tomorrow, it's outdated. Because AI is changing rapidly in regards to its capabilities, how it works, what it can do, what it can't do, what you should do, what you shouldn't do, etc. But I think just as a final point or things to potentially take away, I think for me there's kind of two questions from AI. One, how you can utilize it in its current form. Two, what it will become. And three, then the moral conversation or the human to human question around, are we all going to be replaced by human AI in that respect, or robots AI, and the conversation around, are we all going to have boyfriend, girlfriends that are just AIs, etc. I don't know. I don't know, because we don't know where these AIs are going to be in 10 years. Well, there's no right or wrong. We don't know. That's the part of the fun.
I can tell you 3 years ago when I went to drive for that.
And what I would say as a final thought, if you're not utilising AI and at least minimum playing with it, you will be left behind. Period. You will. Full stop. There is no question. If you're not playing at minimum, I will probably say you'll be probably out of business, depending on if you're but the only exception would be if you do something very, very in person. Right? So if you only do events, you've probably got what we call a moat in business to be fine, right? A moat. So in business we call it a moat, right? One of the reasons why you'll stay in business in a long period of time, like it's a moat. One of the moats for my business, for example, is how long I've been doing content. Because it's what I teach. I have walked every walk there is to walk in content. When it comes to AI, the honest answer is unless you are at the top of the tree in respect to building the large language models, we don't know where the bottleneck is. We're going to hit a bottleneck, but then the whole point of like OpenAI right now, so it's going to hit a point where it can't do something, right? So it's not able to do X or Y. We don't know what that X or Y is yet, but there will be a point where it can't do that. What OpenAI are constantly working on is moving that as far down the road as humanly possible.
But they've already got 2 years in advanced AI that's not released yet.
Yeah, because what we play
AI that we don't know about is massive.
the ChatGPT 5 I think came out about 3 months ago, which is the ChatGPT I was just showing you. They are, I believe, now working on ChatGPT 7. Well, it'll be compounding because it will A, learn from itself and it will become more efficient about learning from itself. It depends on who you ask. Because some people will... It can help to tell the platform what the post is about as long as they're relevant, but it can also skew off where it's going to send that building back onto the seed audience again. The reason why FP was used is because in the early days of TikTok For You page, it was the only way you could get your video on the For You page. Now it naturally just goes there. Right. So it's not as relevant. But
so if you wanted to be shown on FYP, you had to hashtag
yeah, you had to put hashtag FYP for it to be then served into the FYP, but then TikTok updated it about 1.5 years ago saying, okay, cool, we're just going to send everything to an interest-based graph in that respect. And what I would do personally is I would take a 3-month chunk of your marketing, this is what I'm doing right now, and have at maximum 3 pillars that have specific call to actions related to it. So if I wind the clock back when I was marketing this event, I was focusing on the podcast and the event and then my service. They're the only 3 things I was focusing marketing on, and I only made content around those 3 things. So I had a podcast with clips and call to actions to go to see the full episode. Then I had the event, which was, this is a summary or this is an idea of what I created, right? And this is how to create it. And then I'll be then going into more depth in this workshop of this, right? So hooking someone in, this is the problem I'm going to help solve. This is actually the solution. And then this is where you can find more if you found it interesting. And then the service stuff will either happen passively if you're only doing 2, depends on what your service is, or you can do, are you struggling with content creation? For example, in my case, here's the solution. Oh, would you like for me to work with you more? Go to the link to someone, you know. Every single thing you do in marketing should be at somewhere in a marketing funnel, right? In most cases, the content we put on social media, top, right? So you want to get awareness, then it will lead down into consideration, right? So should I work with this person? Do I like this person, etc.? And then eventually at the bottom of the funnel, this probably takes place on a landing page or a website in most cases, or through continued consumption, you'll then be in a position where you have trust with that person, and then it's just a matter of time before you work with that person. Because once you trust me, there's no like question mark on am I good at what I'm talking about? Because you trust that I am, and you trust that I'm going to hopefully add value to you, and then we can go from there, you know? And then it's like, then send people to the website. And then through time, they'll go, hey, I need what Colton sells now. But that I could, you know, what was the first piece of content you, like I just used you as an example because we talked about it earlier. What was the first piece of content you consumed?
Whatever.
Yeah. And then what timeline was it?
Probably MySpace.
But for me, of my content?
Of you, first content of yours was the old mill hotel video.
Okay.
You bought it.
Yep.
I searched online and your YouTube video came up.
Mm-hmm.
It said obviously product media year later.
Yep.
So then I went onto your Instagram and looked at what you were doing.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do with the old man? I just did.
So I was hired to do, by the previous owners, to do a promotional video of the refurb in that respect, and then I put that on my YouTube channel.
I've never been inside, but his video sold it to me.
Do you personally use like a set number amount of posts you do a day, or like a set schedule?
I focus not on an interest. Too much is not. So the key is about being consistent. So if you can be consistently one a day, be one a day. If you can be consistently 2 a day, be 2 a day. If you can be consistently 4 a day, be 4 a day.
Are there set times during the day that you post?
It's irrelevant. Because we're not on a social graph anymore, it's completely irrelevant. If you want to go and you want to reason about why your content's not working, then yes, you'll go, I posted at the wrong time, What actually is happening is your content is not good enough. Or you're not good enough at creating content yet. That's fine, but that's why you just create it. And then you see what the market tells you with views, likes, shares, comments, feedback from clients, feedbacks from people, feedbacks in your real world, right? So like, I'll give you an example. When I started doing Christmas marketing at the start of September, my driving instructor said to me, oh, you're starting Christmas marketing. Now, he's not going to hire me to do Christmas, but it was a confirmation in my head that he's seeing the marketing and he's seeing the trigger.
But if he's driving, instructing the son that wants Christmas market, they start talking about it. They go, oh, might make
And the whole point is to start conversations, right? Content is one part of what your word of mouth should be. Very quickly on that, your word of mouth will be amplified depending on what you do in content. You have good word of mouth, things will go really well. You've got bad word of mouth, your business will die really quickly.
So one of the things that I'm thinking about now is, to me personally, how completely overwhelming all of this seems. Like, I know that you're an example of what you're doing, that's absolutely fine, but you're doing a lot of things really well because you've got a lot of experience. And it feels so completely overwhelming, and that's what's stopping me from starting.
And that's...
I don't have a problem doing something.
That is very common.
Where do you start? How? What order?
Choose one thing. Just choose one thing.
Our mind is really well. It's like multi-millionaire, fantastic, well done.
I'm not that, by the way, but...
Not yet. And I'm going, like, what's next? What? Because you're everywhere at the minute. And my wife went, bloody hell, I was everywhere. I'm going to unfollow you politely.
Yeah.
And I thought, shit.
But all that says...
Because you're only getting 1,000 views, so there's only 1,000 people seeing it.
That must be Salisbury based.
Yeah, but it's also echo chamber based, right? Yeah, but in the nicest way possible, is your wife going to buy from me? Probably not. So me posting all the time, because it's not relevant content to what she wants to consume, she'll find it annoying. Okay, but to someone else, it's incredibly valuable, incredibly helpful.
So is that reach then as well? Like, you know, one of the things that I'm thinking when you say you're in all these different places doing live streams, to me, what that's generating is reach.
Yes.
And so that gives more opportunity for people to go, I need that now.
Yes. But it's also a filter. So marketing, the people think we don't talk about in marketing, is the job of marketing is actually to tell to the wrong people you don't want to work with, don't work with me. If you don't like my approach and you don't like my style, you're not going to want to work with me. But it has to be in the timeline that works. So for me to get Christmas bookings, right? So I'll give you an example. So a lot of your guys are going to think about Christmas bookings. You should be marketing that now.
I've just done the pre-con because of what we've done.
Right? But so for me, if I want Christmas campaigns, I need to market it in September so I can win the deals in October, so then we can execute it for the client in November, so then everyone sees the marketing in November, so then, because Christmas isn't December for buying and making decisions, it's November. Traditionally, yes, right? There's always exceptions to the rule, yes, of course, right? But in 95% of the cases, actually Christmas should be, in my case, started marketing in September. Hence why Christmas marketing is now started in September. So what you want in 3 months, you should start today. That's the thing you should be marketing today. So the commonality in most businesses is, I'm running out of money, I don't have enough work now. Well, unfortunately, that's too late for marketing to help you. You have to go into what I call into the trenches and cold sell an offer quickly, because you don't have the time for people to see the marketing, think about it, consider, and then buy from you.
But if you're in a position where, actually, I'm good for 3 months, you should still be marketing now because you don't have work in 3 months. Okay, cool. Right, so where do I want to be? So I already know what Q1 and Q2 is going to be from marketing, like those 3 pillars. I already know what those pillars are. You don't know, because I haven't started it yet. Second we hit December, Q1 starts. Second Christmas is done, in regards to my marketing plan, the plan for Q1 next year will begin on my marketing. But that's because I'm always front loading it, right? So a lot of the content for this event went out over the summer because I wanted to sell it in September. My view personally, do 1 really well instead of doing 5 really badly, right? Something that I struggled with personally a couple of years ago was, I'll go to networking, I'll do content, I'll do a podcast, I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll do this, I'll jump around with a banner, I did all of them terribly, so the results didn't happen. The moment I focused on, I'm going to do content and content only, I got more deals, I made more money, I did less work on actual serving clients.
What happened just before you decided you were going to do content only?
I asked myself personally, what do I want to spend my time doing? Me, personally, what do I enjoy? What do I enjoy doing, and how do I feel I can amplify what I'm doing? Content's incredibly good to doing a message to many people at once when it comes to scaling time. You might actually find, fucking hell, I hate the idea of content. But I'm really good at having conversations, I'm really good at talking to people, just generally, okay, go and network. You don't need social media, you don't need ads, you don't need this, just go and network.
Pay you to.
Yeah, and pay me to. I can't do that, but there we go. Or you might go, actually, I want to get better at content, right now I'm shit. I promise you, everyone was shit, including me.
Genuinely, go and look at
No, please, seriously, that's why those videos are there. They are shit. But I have a journey that I can now show you. Here's me in 2018, here's me in 2019, here's me, shit, we have a pandemic, I just went full time, fucking hell. Right, okay, here's me 21, here's me 22, it's on.
How did you go?
What, in COVID? Lost all my clients in the span of a week. £10,000 worth of work, gone, like that. Every single deposit had to be paid back. We can't do it, we don't. We're terrified the world's about to end, we all think we're going to die of an unknown virus. The one thing you're going to go and do, oh, you know what I'll carry on spending money on? The future of my business. I don't know if there's a future of the world right now, bruv.
We were too busy pouring beer away.
COVID was a fun time. Great for you. I just left my full-time, I'd just gone full-time, 2 weeks later COVID